Chapter 1, Akira and Alpha. Looking for proofreader. A young boy walked through the ruins of a vast city with a stern expression. In his surroundings, there were buildings in partial ruins. Fragments of the buildings were scattered all around and not a single soul was in sight. The sound of the boy's footsteps and the rocks that were crunched under his feet echoed throughout the ruins. Clothes tarnished with filth and a lone gun were the only things the boy held. For the boy, this was all he had. However, in a place like this, he was unbelievably ill-equipped. After all, this was the place known as the ruins of the old world. In the ruins, there are autonomous weapons that mindlessly attack their target due to a malfunction. They were machines that were once designed for security, obeying a criteria set by their creators. Abandoned with only an order to kill their targets, these autonomous weapons continue to follow their only order. The autonomous weapons are descendants of biological weapons. Evolved to survive the harsh conditions, they have blurred the lines between machinery and biological and, in the East, they are called monsters. The ruins of the old world was a den to these monsters. The boy understood the danger he was in as his face was frozen with anticipation. Despite knowing the danger he was in, the allure of the treasures tempted him. Or at least, objects that could be considered as treasures in the eyes of someone born and raised in the slums. The boy's name was Akira. Akira sighed and murmured to himself. "There's nothing useful here. I risked my life all for this. Do I have to venture deeper into the ruins?" He tilted his head up and looked ahead. In the distance, there were countless of high-rise buildings. Even from afar, he could see the towering buildings still in good condition. That was a stark contrast to the destroyed buildings that stood around Akira. If I managed to get there, would I be able to get my hands on an expensive relic? The possibility of obtaining a vast amount of money appealed to Akira's greed. However, it was nothing but a fantasy. He immediately shook his head and as if to placate and remind himself, "No, it's impossible. I'll die before I get there." His current surroundings were in ruins, but, in the distance, there was a magnificent view. The difference between the two areas is due to the maintenance of the environment. In other words, in the ruins in the distance, the remains of advanced maintenance machines from the old world era were still in operation. And the possibility of encountering those superior, functional security machines were incredibly high. It was impossible for a child like Akira to even survive in an area highly guarded by those machines. "It's hard for me to even be here. I should stop and not go any further." Akira ignored his greed and continued to search around the area he was in. The area he was in was the outer area of a place called Kuzusahara Street Ruins. It was the closest ruins from Kagomayama City, the place where Akira lives, and the largest ruins within the city's finance area. The monsters lurking around these ruins were medium weak and Akira was exploring in a medium safe area. Medium weak is the classification that declares a person who is well prepared could handle the monster. Additionally, medium safe area means there is a higher chance of surviving compared to the ruins in the distance. That being said, it does not mean Akira could let down his guard. Akira was vulnerable due to the lack of proper equipment as he was just one step away from death either from the fangs of those mutated creatures or a bullet from those machines. On top of that, the gun he held lacked the power to defeat the monsters. In order to take them down, Akira would have to engage in close combat and shoot at close range. In other words, Akira had no chances of surviving a fight. If he were to fight, it would most certainly end with his death. However, he had no other choice but to enter the ruins. He lacked the money to survive another day. And so, his desperation spurred him on to entering Kuzusahara Street Ruins. Although he continued to search further, there was nothing. He tilted his head down and sighed. In his line of sight, a bone from a dead body was rolling along on the ground. He had found similar bones in the past. And every time, he would search around the corpse in hopes of finding something but, he had never found anything. What did I expect? Even the people before me hadn't found anything. Akira thought, feeling melancholic. Either there had been someone who already searched the area before him, or there had been someone reckless as he was, exploring without the proper equipment, only to be greeted with the consequences of their actions. At this rate, the sun will set and it would be impossible to explore the ruins at night since I don't have any light. And, the probability of being attacked by monsters is high. I survived the dangerous ruins, so the experience I've gained is what matters, right? So, I should go back. If I stubbornly remained here, I'll just join that pile of bones. Akira began to think of excuses that he could use to return. Because he had risked his life to be here, it was hard to accept his defeat. There's no use in being depressed over this. I'll explore a little more and, if I don't find anything, I'll go back. To Akira, returning without any accomplishments meant that his decision of risking his life was meaningless, and so, Akira decided to explore for just a bit more. He suddenly stopped as he lifted up his head and saw a girl floating in midair. He froze still. That girl had such a fantasy-like, unreal beauty. Moreover, all of her graceful figure and beautiful body were exposed without anything to hide them. Her beautiful skin was so different compared to those from the slum. It was way more lustrous than the skin of those girls living in the upper district of the city, who take care of their skins using fortunes, hard work, and technologies from the old world. Her beautiful limbs even rivaled fine art statues and drawings. Her flawless glossy hair flailed freely down to her waist, and her gallant expression would make anyone fall in love regardless of age and gender. Akira could only stand there captivated by the beauty of that girl as if his soul was being sucked out. Compared to all the girls that he had seen in his still relatively short life, and even if he compared her to all the girls from his imaginations up until now, her beauty was simply peerless. Only with a glance, all the criteria of a beautiful girl inside Akira were all overwritten. The girl was just floating there doing nothing. She didn't even seem to have noticed Akira. Then a moment later, she gracefully turned her face around to Akira. Akira's eyes met hers. She didn't seem to be bothered that Akira was looking at her naked body as she smiled and stared at him. Akira, who was still dumbfounded, slightly reacted to her smile. The girl realized that Akira noticed her. When she realized it, she giggled merrily as she took a step closer to Akira. Akira quickly put up his guard as he realized that someone he didn't know was approaching him. In an instant, Akira immediately reassessed his current situation. His dumbfounded expression suddenly changed into such a stern look as he pointed his gun to her and shouted. "Don't move." The girl was a bundle of abnormalities. The ruin of the old world was a dangerous place. Even a well-equipped and well-trained squad could easily get annihilated there. But that girl was standing there, all alone, out in the wild, without even a single weapon in her hand. She didn't even seem to be watching her surroundings. And even though she's naked, she didn't try to hide her naked body at all. Moreover, although the wind from the ruin was mixed with sand and dust, her hair was still spotless. As a beginner, Akira was always desperately trying to be cautious of his surroundings. He would nervously react to even the slightest noise in order to avoid meeting any monsters. But even so, he didn't even notice that girl was there even though she wasn't even trying to hide herself at all. Even when Akira was pointing his gun at her while shaking, that girl didn't even seem to be afraid that Akira might pull the trigger by mistake. She kept getting closer and closer to Akira without showing neither concern nor fear. His impression of the girl had completely changed from an unbelievably beautiful girl into an unknown entity. Then, as she kept approaching Akira, he shouted at her, giving her another warning. I am telling you not to move. If you move any closer than that, I'll shoot. I'm being serious here. Normally, Akira would have shot at her without giving her any warning. But since she was unarmed and showing no hostility, Akira was so confused from this absurd situation, so much that his finger was frozen in place. But there's a limit to that. The girl kept moving toward Akira despite all his warnings. Looking at that, Akira was about to pull the trigger when suddenly, the girl just vanished from his line of sight. Although he didn't even wink there, he didn't see her moved outside his line of sight either. The girl just vanished instantly in front of his eyes. Akira was shocked and trembling like crazy. He looked around nervously but he couldn't find her at all. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Suddenly, Akira heard a voice from beside him where no one should be at. And when he turned his face toward the source of that voice, the girl was there, fully clothed, and close enough for Akira to reach her with his hand. She hunched over such that their eyes meet on the same height as she was smiling and staring at him. Akira's brain couldn't process everything that was happening in front of his eyes. All his nervousness suddenly changed to fear as his mind blacked out. But Akira shook his fear off and stood his ground. He was able to regain his composure. Those who lose their composure will die. That is one thing that he learned by living in the slum. He immediately rose up his gun and pointed it to that girl again, and then he extended his arm with his gun on his hand as he tried to prod the girl with his gun's muzzle. The girl was actually close enough for his gun to reach her. But as he extended his arms, Akira found both of his hands were inside of her chest right until his wrists. Although both of his hands were already inside her, Akira couldn't feel anything. He could see clearly that someone was standing there in front of him, but both of his hands just couldn't feel anything at all. Akira was so shocked, so much that he just stopped working. He was frozen still, with both of his hands still inside the girl's chest. All the while, the girl was trying to get a reaction from Akira by waving in front of him or calling him. But Akira was just standing there, dumbfounded. A long time ago, a great civilization that spanned across the world was destroyed. What left of it are only half-destroyed cities, crumbling buildings, and broken-down machines. It happened so many years ago that it is hard for people nowadays to imagine the technological greatness of the old world. In that world where even raindrops were artificially made, the rain kept falling there during all those long years, sweeping all the broken building, giving nourishment for trees to grow high enough to reach the sky, and eventually supporting the life of people who live in the surface. The ancient civilization that people call as the Old World had produced a lot of relics with their advanced technologies. Things like piles of unknown materials, half-destroyed buildings that are floating in the sky, and of course, mountains of weapons that are unnecessarily destructive if they're in the wrong hands. Mankind had spent so many years gathering all of these old world relics and reconstructing human civilization. In the end, even a civilization with such advanced technologies that people might even mistake them as magic, couldn't destroy all humanity. In the far eastern part of the human civilization, there are countless corporate cities managed by a group called the Governing Corporate. And Kagomayama City is one of these corporate cities. A part of the Kagomayama City was surrounded by a huge wall. Although all the areas both inside and outside of the wall are collectively called as Kagomayama City, there's a big difference between these two areas. The area inside the wall was divided into two districts. The upper district was filled with rich people and people with powerful influences such as the corporate executives, while the middle district is filled with moderately wealthy people. And, there are the areas outside of the wall, known as the lower district. People who live there are mostly people who can't afford to live inside the wall. And if you go further away from the city, you can find residential blocks sitting right next to the dangerous area outside the city that people call as the wasteland. These blocks are the slums. Akira is one of the many children living in the slums. In another word, he's just your normal everyday kid. He has no mechanical strength of a cyborg, no enhanced strength like those remodeled humans, and no augmented strength from the nanomachines. Just like all the children in the slums, he has no special skill, no school education, no parents, no guardian, no food, no money, and no one would grieve even if he dies. As for the monsters living in the wasteland, they would attack the city from time to time, and when that happens, the ones who suffer the most would be people who are living in the wasteland and in the slums. Akira had survived 3 times through this kind of attack. In his first and second time, he just ran around and hid. It's thanks to those strangers who got attacked, killed, and eaten in his place, that he was able to barely survive. While in his third attempt, he wasn't able to run away from a small dog monster and ended up having a death match against it after he picked up a handgun that he found by chance. Although he had no training in using handgun, he was able to shot its head 3 times by pure luck. But even so, his luck wasn't enough. The monster was drenched in blood but still alive as it ran toward Akira and pounced at him with its big mouth open as if it's going to deliver a killing blow. But before that monster's abnormally big mouth was able to rip off Akira's arms, Akira instinctively thrust his arm to its mouth up to his elbow and pulled the trigger on his handgun. And so the bullet passed through the monster's mouth, straight through under its skull, and pierced its brain, and thus killing the monster. But then in the brief moment after that, as the monster was still alive, it clamped down hard on Akira's arms. Fortunately, Akira was able to survive without losing his arm or his life. After surviving his third time, Akira decided to be a hunter. Although he pretty much understood just how dangerous it was to be a hunter, he was feeling hopeful and brimming with confidence after killing a monster all by himself. There are people who are working as hunters in this world. These people would venture the monster-filled wasteland outside of the city seeking for money and fame despite knowing that it's such a dangerous place. The wasteland is so dangerous that it's actually safer for them to stay in the slums where cheap guns circulating freely and the public order there is just the worst. But on the other side, the wasteland is a place filled with riches and power since you might find the ruins and the relics of the old world there. These monsters that attacking the human are also relics of the old world. The biological monsters are samples of advanced biotechnology, while the machine monsters are treasure boxes filled with valuable components. Anyone who can bring them back to the city will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Moreover, if you can bring back a highly valuable relic from the ruins, you might be awarded with enough money to even buy a whole city. And if you can take control of the facilities inside the ruin of the old world that are still running even until now, especially if you can take control of its military facilities, then you can even start a nation. Competent hunters stand in a different world in terms of power and money. With that much money and power, they can bring back more valuables relics which give them more power and riches, thus they can aim for more dangerous and valuable relics. In the peak of this cycle, these hunters would equip themselves with overwhelmingly powerful equipment from the old world. There were even great hunters who were able to get themselves powerful weapon from the old world that made them even more powerful than a city. Akira might have killed a monster all on his own, but it was only enough to give him a non-zero chance to come back alive from the wasteland. But that was enough for him to take the gamble. If he kept his living style in the slums like that, he would just end up dead one day. And so in order to get out from there, he had no other choice but to take this gamble. So the day Akira went on a journey aiming to be a hunter. Or, to be more precise, the day he was aiming for a better tomorrow. Akira was still stood frozen in front of the beautiful girl. As for the girl herself, she was giggling while waiting for Akira to regain his composure. It had been quite a while since then and Akira was still frozen there as he couldn't process the situation that he was in. But even so, nothing bad has happened to him, so he was slowly able to regain his composure. And once he has calmed down to a certain extent, his focus changed from the empty space and back to the girl's face. The girl who noticed that just smiled back to Akira. "Are you okay? Can you see me? Can you hear my voice? Where am I? Who are you?" Akira, who had calmed himself down, had regained his composure enough to answer those questions, so he answering her questions while looking at her with suspicion. "I can see you, I can hear you well, this place is Kuzushihara Ruin, and my name is Akira." The girl laughed merrily. "Thank goodness, my name is Alpha, nice to meet you." At least he knew that she didn't seem to have any ill will against him. Although it didn't change the fact that she's a mysterious entity to him, he understood well that she didn't mean him any harm, so there's no need for him to be overly cautious about her. Moreover, he's in the middle of a ruin, it's better if he put his attention for watching out for monsters. As Akira concluded his thought, he lowered his guard. "So, Alpha-san, you're not a ghost. Right? I can't touch you though." "Yep, I'm not a ghost, though it's not easy if you tell me to prove that. If I am to explain this current condition that you're in. The me that you see here is a type of augmented reality. You recognize my existence here since the information about my voice and my appearance are sent directly into your brain. For some reason, your brain has the ability to receive information sent through wireless transmission in a special format, so that's why you can receive the information that I'm transmitting. I don't know whether it's an inherent ability that you have since you were born, or is it an ability that you got from somewhere else. But for me too, I don't hear your voice from the sound made by your vocal cord, but instead, I'm receiving the command that your brain is sending to your vocal cord in form of information packets, and then I'm interpreting it to voice. The same thing is also happening for your vision. That's also the reason why I know that you can see me. Akira didn't understand even a shred of Alpha's explanation. Alpha could see that clearly from his expression. So Alpha explained the main points only. You're the only one who can see me, you're also the only one who can hear my voice. If you're not careful, you'll look like a crazy boy talking with air to other people. For now, it's all good as long as you understand that. And also, you can call me Alpha and I will call you Akira. Alpha was giggling as she was giving Akira her explanations. For a small kid from the slum like him, that smile that had no trace of hatred, caution, or pity only served to increase her likability, but Akira didn't realize that at all. Alright, sure. I understand. So then, Alpha, what are you doing in this place? I'm looking for someone who can see and hear me. I actually have a request, you see. But I can't ask them to do anything if they can't even hear me in the first place, you know. And it would be the best if that person is a hunter. After all, there's a good chance that they would listen to my request. But well, as you can see, it didn't go well at all. Alpha laughed bitterly for a bit. Akira was at loss for a while before he hesitantly opened his mouth. Well, I'm actually a hunter, you know. Akira could see clearly that Alpha was a bit surprised. You're a hunter? Although you're that young? How long have you been a hunter? Oh, 1 year, 1 day, I just became a hunter today. Both Akira and Alpha were exchanging an awkward look. There's an awkward silence between them. Nope, it's nothing. Just forget what I said. Since he had decided to live his life as a hunter, he had no wish to hide the fact that he's a hunter. But, he thought that it was a bad idea to call himself a hunter despite the fact he didn't have the skill. After realizing that, he lost all his confidence. But Alpha kept pushing the conversation forward. Please don't say that, can you at least please listen to my story? After all, this must be some kind of fate that we met here. Even though he called himself a hunter, Akira didn't have the skill, and Alpha knew that very well. But it's also true that there's no one else other than him who could communicate with her. Moreover, the fact that Akira was just an inexperienced hunter was not a minus point in the long run for Alpha. My request is that for you to delve into a certain ruin in secret. In exchange, I'll give you my support, but this is only a down payment. Once you complete my request, you may take all the precious relics of the old world inside that ruin. Akira was so surprised by that offer that he inadvertently raised his voice. Relics of the old world, you say? Seriously? As she heard Akira's reaction, Alpha giggled inside her heart, while on the outside, she's making a friendly smile that persuaded Akira further. Of course. Or more like, to be honest, you've used all your life worth of luck to get this offer, so if you don't accept it, it'll be bad for you, you know? After all, you've already run out of luck, so you won't be able to survive for long without my support. The cynical side inside Akira was screaming at him that Alpha was trying to trick him. But to Akira, Alpha didn't look like trying to trick him at all. First of all, there's nothing that she can get from tricking a little kid like me, right? She should have known that since I don't have any money at all with me. Or is it that she's just playing a prank on me? Moreover, even if she's being serious about her offer, is it really okay to accept a request from an unknown entity like her? After hesitating there, Akira realized what he should have realized right from the start and tried to rethink his current situation. It's exactly because she's an unknown entity who strangely enough would come to him with a request, so there must be some kind of secret or a particular situation behind it. But normally, no one would offer a request to a kid like him. That's why, he knew that he should grab this opportunity. And so Akira hardened his resolve and said to Alpha. I understand. I still don't know how far I should go for your request, but I'll accept that request. Akira resolved himself so much that he himself was surprised by it, which was his first time as a hunter accepting a request. Alpha looked so happy hearing that. That will conclude our contact then. Now, I'll immediately start giving you my support as my down payment to you. And so, Alpha, who was always giggling during their conversation, suddenly changed into a serious mood. If you don't want to die, then go into the building on your right in 10 seconds. What do you mean? Akira was about to ask her what she meant. But from that dead serious look on her face indicating she would not take any question, he understood just how dangerous the situation that he was in and stopped his question middle way. If that wasn't a lie, then he would definitely get killed if he stayed there. Once he realized that, he sprinted as fast as he could to the building on his right. The moment Akira jumped into the building, a huge explosion blew off behind him. The wind from that explosion rushed through his side. Shocked by the explosion, he immediately looked back to where the explosion came from. He saw a huge crater right where he was standing a few seconds ago. The area around it was scorched in black from the explosion. If he stayed there just a few more seconds, there's no mistaking it that he would have been killed. At least he knew well that much looking from the aftermath. Akira was frozen with fear from what just happened. But Alpha appeared so suddenly in front of his eyes and snapped him back into reality. What was that? Alpha kept that serious expression from before as she pointed her finger to the stairs. Go there and start climbing up in 8 seconds. Akira desperately ran toward the stairs and started climbing up. Then again, another explosion blew off behind him and the shockwave sent by that explosion stopped Akira from climbing higher. Once it died down, he immediately started climbing up again, and then he suddenly saw Alpha already standing on one of the stairs while pointing upward. Go to the rooftop in 5 seconds. Akira ignored his screaming lungs and legs as he kept climbing the stairs. Akira followed Alpha's instruction and kept running, and then he finally reached the rooftop. Out of breath, there he saw Alpha standing in one end as she was waving at him, telling him to come closer. But by looking on how she was smiling and how she was waving at him, it didn't seem like he had to do that in a hurry, so Akira ran slowly to approach her. Alpha then pointed her finger below. Akira was baffled, though she's telling him to jump down, but then Alpha said while smiling. Be carefully looking down below. Make sure to do it slowly and quietly, okay? Akira slowly and carefully peeked down as ordered by Alpha. His face immediately turned pale. What he saw down there were monsters who attacked him just now, they roaming around as if they're looking for something. The length of those monsters was about 2 meters and they looked like dogs. If it was only that, they would look like just big dogs with strength and muscles, but no, some of those monsters had small cannons on their back, some of them had rockets, and some of them had small missile launcher. All of these monsters equipped with destructive weapons were roaming outside looking to eradicate any invaders. It would make him a lot of money if he could kill those monsters and bring some of them back home. But Akira didn't have the power or method to do that. That young hunter who just about to get killed by those monsters looked frustrated as he was looking at the potential money that was out of his reach. What are those? Then Alpha gave him a detailed explanation about the monsters. They are the weapon dogs, the man-made living organism created in order to protect the city. Although guns and other weapons are growing on their body, they are not machines, they are living biological organism. I'm sure that these ones were programmed to watch over this area. They might evolve differently from one and another, but the weapons behind their back will get stronger as they grow up. Maybe that weapon dog with missile pods growing behind it is the leader of the pack. There's no harm in hearing that information, but Akira wasn't actually asking for an explanation about those monsters. The question that he muttered was only a form of his frustration because of his bad luck getting attacked by those monsters. But then, a lot of questions came into his mind after hearing that explanation. But why guns can grow from a living organism? Isn't that just strange? And so Alpha gave a simple answer to Akira's simple question. Their living tissues have become home for the nanomachines inside them. Then these nanomachines use the metal ores that they ingested to grow guns on their backs. I'm pretty sure that they've deviated so much from their original design. Well, I guess they've evolved independently from their original design in order to adapt to the current condition. It is such an important piece of information that would even surprise the people who specialize in these monsters. But someone like Akira, who didn't know just how valuable that information is, could only understand was that there was a particular reason that these living organisms could grow weapons on their bodies. Alpha's expression that was so serious when they were attacked, but after it was over, she changed back to smiling. Judging from that, Akira calmed down as he understood that he's pretty much safe in that place. Chapter 2, Alpha's Support. Looking for proofreader. After he got away from the monsters, Akira let out a sigh of relief. Then Alpha laughed proudly as she said, "How was that? I gave good support, didn't I?" "Why yeah, I was saved because of that. Thanks." As he tried to calm himself down, Akira thought of everything that just happened. The leftover thrill and adrenaline rush from the monster's attack, his screaming lungs as he was short of breath since he was running around like crazy, the wariness toward the unknown girl, and the feeling of gratitude after he was saved by her. All of these feelings and sensations pooled into one as he made a mixed expression. As for Alpha, she was just standing there, staring at him and trying to read deeper into his heart while giving off a wonderful smile that made Akira less cautious of her. "You are very welcome. Now that you just got a taste of how great I am, I want to talk about what I want to ask of you. Is that all right?" "Yeah." Alpha kept staring at Akira's eyes and gave off a nod as if she was about to bring a very serious talk. "I'll need you explore a certain ruin. But it's not here, it's in some other ruin, and it's a very dangerous ruin. To be honest, it's impossible for the current you to explore that place. Forget exploring the place, it's impossible even for you to go there, you'll surely be dead midway even with my amazing support. That's why, before going there, I want you to prepare enough equipment and skill to explore that ruin, and that will be our main aim for the time being." Feeling that it would be a long talk, Akira hesitantly opened up his mouth and said, May I say something?" "What is it?" "Just ask away if there's any part that you don't understand." "That's not what I meant." "So, I understand that it's an important subject, but can we save that for later? To be honest, I want to talk about how can I get back safely from here first if possible." Alpha stopped talking and gave Akira a meaningful smile as she kept staring at him. The silence made Akira shrunk a bit and his expression stiffened. Oh crap, did I make her angry? Maybe I shouldn't have cut her talk there. The weapon dogs were still roaming around the building, so he couldn't stay there forever. He had to do something to get out from this sticky situation, otherwise, he would definitely get killed sooner or later. This is the reason why he cut Alpha's talk short, but then, he realized that if he angered Alpha there, then it's the same as cutting off his own lifeline. Akira's panic and nervousness started leaking off from his expression. Looking at that, Alpha just giggled without showing any worry. "I understand. I also want to ask you about a lot of things once we're in a better situation. So let's get out from this place and go back to Kagomayama City first, then we can continue our talk after that, okay?" "Yes, please." Akira let out a sigh of relief as his survivability just shot up as he knew that he didn't anger her. But suddenly, Alpha gave another order to him while smiling as if she intentionally wanted to erase that relief off him. "In that case then go down right now." Akira immediately gasped and choked. Then after he recovered, he stood up with a dumbfounded look. Alpha didn't seem to be bothered by Akira's reaction. She just lightly walked off while waving at Akira as if she was trying to lead Akira who just stood still there. "What's wrong? Let's go." Which to that, Akira protested while panicking. "No, well, I just came out from down there, right? So why are we returning back to that place again? There are still monsters roaming below, you know? I don't mind explaining it to you but I'll do that while we move slowly. But well, if you can't trust my support, then there's nothing I can do about it. I won't force you or anything." After saying that, Alpha kept walking deeper into the building, leaving Akira behind. The fear of returning back to the death zone stopped Akira from moving his legs. But after seeing Alpha disappearing into the building, he just gritted his teeth and followed her. Akira had no confidence if he could return back to the city safely on his own, not to mention that it's thanks to Alpha's support that he was able to survive the monster's attack from before. That's why, he understood well that although it looked like a crazy idea to him, he had the best survival chance if he just followed her order. So, he decided to put his bet on her and rushed into that unknown girl. Once he entered the building again, he saw Alpha was standing near the entrance waiting for him with a smile. Looking at her, Akira felt a mix of embarrassment and a slight strange sense of defeat. Then Alpha started walking down the stairs with Akira following behind her. He walked down the stairs relatively slowly compared to when he climbed the stairs as fast as he could a few moments ago. Following Alpha's orders, he stopped, hit himself, and started walking again for a few times during his way down the stairs. So, why are we returning below? Isn't it dangerous down there? It's really dangerous down there, you know. Akira was shocked and taken aback by Alpha's prompt answer. But then he hurriedly asked Alpha again. Wait for a sec. It's dangerous, right? There are monsters roaming down there, you know? So that place is far away from being safe. Did you come to this ruin without even knowing that? Do you think that it was purely because of your bad luck that you were attacked back there? Oh, of course I know that. But that's not what I was asking. Just explain it to me already. You did say that you will do that while we're moving, right? In order for you to get back safely to Kagomayama City from this Kuzusuhara City ruin, you have to get out from this building. But I don't think you have the ability to jump down from the rooftop and land safely, that's why we're taking the stairs dash. Akira didn't even wait for Alpha, who was trying to explain everything in detail to Akira. He interrupted her explanation with a strong tone while giving a look at Alpha that showed his distrust and dissatisfaction. Alright. But tell me one thing, if I obey everything you say, then I'll be able to return back safely, right? Alpha answered with a serious look. At least, I think you'll have a better survivability compared to if you do this on your own. I did say this before, I won't force you or anything. If you don't trust my support, then I won't give you any support since it would be a waste. Then Alpha kept looking at Akira as she was waiting for an answer. Depending on his answer, their relationship might end right there. After a pause, Akira hung her head in self-loathing while saying, Sorry, that was my fault. I'll obey you, so please help me. Alpha smiled back as if she regained her mood. Okay, so once again, I'll be in your care. Although he felt relieved, he's still feeling uneasy. And so Akira carefully asked again, and also, if it's possible, can you explain to me the reason for your previous order in a way that is easy for me to understand so that I won't feel uneasy? It's okay even if you just explain to me the important main points. There are individual differences in the behavioral pattern between each weapon dog. Whether they chase their target until the very end or they stay in one area. Whether they keep searching or return back to their base when they lose sight of their target. After observing their individual differences, I predicted that at this time, the chance you'll encounter any monsters if you go back should be very low. The black powder that they use for their weapons is produced by a particular organ inside them. And this organ can only stock up limited amount of black powder. So once they used all of their available black powder, it'll take some time for them to replenish it. Thus, if you encounter one of them during that period, then there's a very small chance that you will get shot from behind when you run away from it. Of course they'll come at you trying to kill you and eat you, but if you keep your distance so that they can't bite you, then I'm sure you can kill them even with that weak handgun. After considering that big factor and so many other factors, I decided to give you that order. I've more or less summarized everything there, but, should I explain it in more detail to you? Nope, that's good enough. You could have explained that when we're on the rooftop, you know? Looking at still unsatisfied Akira. Alpha smiled as if she was trying to cheer up a small kid and said to him. There will be a lot of instances where I don't have the leeway of explaining things to you. So, if I have to explain each and every single thing to you all the time, then you'll get killed one of these days. For an example, in case if a bullet will pierce your head in 3 seconds and I have to explain to you why you should get down on the floor as fast as you can, then you'll get killed in the middle of my explanation. The same thing will happen if I tell you to get down on the floor and then you ask me why. After all, I can't touch you, so it's not like I can't force you to get down. So there you have it, if you can't follow my order without asking me the reason, then you'll just end up dead. The same thing is happening right now. The reason why I can give you a long explanation here is because I know we're pretty much safe right now, you know, that I understand. Although he's convinced by Alpha's explanation, he also felt that the more he asked, the more he looked stupid. Therefore, he just hung his head and nodded. After arriving on the first floor, his expression turned grim as he glanced at the aftermath of the attack that almost got him killed. He immediately looked around to make sure that there are no monsters left there. Once he confirmed it, he let out a sigh of relief and his expression relaxed for a bit. But all of those were erased when Alpha started giving him orders again with a serious look. Akira, listen closely to my orders and try your best to follow them. Every time you make a move outside of my order, it'll increase the chance of you getting killed, you understand that? I understand. 30 seconds from now, run as fast as you can to exit the building and then go left. Just keep running following the road without looking back no matter what. And when I give you the sign, turn back, put your gun in front of you, and empty it. You understand? Oh okay. Akira already understood well that he would run out of time if he asked Akira for the reason. And so he just answered Alpha's question with a firm nod while making a mixed expression of nervousness and fear. Alpha slid aside as if she's making a way for Akira, and then she pointed her finger to the exit while staring at Akira. Akira anxiously took a peek outside the building. He could see the leftovers of the weapon dog's attack that was also there. It's the scene of a death zone. He prepared himself to dash as fast as he could. As he leaned forward to take off and run away from that place with all his strength, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He hesitated. Executing and understanding are two different things. He understood it well, but he didn't have enough resolve to execute it. Alpha started counting down. 5. 4. 3. Akira imagined for a fraction of a second what would happen to him if the time ran out. And so he resolved himself and went off. He blazed through the gaps between the half-destroyed high buildings with all he had. He quickly ran out of breath, but he kept running. His heart started screaming in pain, but he kept running. The sole of his feet started feeling the pain from kicking the paved hard road, but he kept running. He gritted his teeth and kept running. He didn't see any monsters around and he didn't hear any sound of a fight either. So he started questioning why he kept running like that. The silence around him was telling him that he's all alone in that ruin. His lungs, his heart, and his legs were screaming in pain, begging for a rest, but he ignored those screams as he kept running. He saw nothing in front of him and he heard nothing from behind. He started to think that he's already safe. But as he started to calm down, all the pains and tiredness from the running crashed down on him. I should be safe now, right? Akira stopped running and took a rest. But then he looked back to confirm his safety despite all the warnings from Alpha. Akira was petrified. He saw a big monster not too far from where he was standing. Although it's all alone, it's more dangerous than the group of monsters that attacked him. At a glance, that monster looked like the weapon dog that he just encountered from before with a big cannon growing on its back. But unlike them, it had such a distorted body as if it's trying to break the norm with its 8 asymmetric legs. What's so weird about its dog-like head was how it had 2 eyes on its right side and 1 eye on its left side. It's even dubious whether it could see clearly or not with those 3 asymmetric-sized eyes. But, there's no doubt at all that those 3 eyes were locked on Akira. The monster opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. At the same time, the cannon on its back raised and shot around. The explosive round landed not too far from Akira as it exploded and sent rubble flying. But thanks to all the rubble that scattered around, the damage that it caused around the area was reduced. In the end, Akira just felt a weak wind blowing on its direction and ended up just fine from the explosion. The monster once again raised up its cannon as if it's going to shoot another round. But nothing happened, it had ran out of ammo. Letting out another loud roar, its eyes once again locked into Akira and started running toward him. Since the moment he looked back, Akira stood still there surprised of what he saw. And even when the monster started running toward him, he was still frozen in place. Run! Although he couldn't see Alpha at all, he could clearly hear her voice shouted at him. He immediately snapped back into reality thanks to it and started running as fast as he could. But the monster had closed most of the distance between them, he would have standing further away from the monster had he kept running without looking back at all. It's as Alpha warned him, his chance of getting killed skyrocketed every time he doesn't do as Alpha instructed. His whole body was screaming in pain, but Akira ignored it as he kept running. He could hear the stomping sound behind him getting louder and louder. But thanks to its malformed body, its running speed was relatively slow, thus Akira could keep his distance from it. But still, the earth rumbled and let out a thunderous sound every time its huge legs kicked the ground. It reminded Akira just how scary its huge body and legs. Every time Akira felt the vibration and heard the sound of the monster's steps echoed from the distance, it shaved off Akira's sanity. There's no mistaking it, he would be turned into minced meat if one of those huge legs fell down on him. Suddenly, Alpha appeared beside Akira as he kept running. She was fleeting right beside him as if she's floating and sliding above the ground. Akira could see clearly her mixed expression of seriousness and a bit of disappointment. Geez, I've warned you so many times not to look back, haven't I? Try to follow my order exactly as I tell you next time. I'll give you a sign when you'll have to turn and shoot back, so try your best to follow it, okay? Shoot back. Are you telling me to fight that huge thing with this handgun? I've been telling you this again and again, I won't force you to follow my orders. I'll be in your care. Akira shouted and wasted his precious chance to take a breath, but Alpha was satisfied by that answer and smiled happily. There's no need to aim for anything. Just point your gun forward and empty it as fast as you can, okay? Okay. Alpha started counting down with her fingers. 5. 4. 3. Akira resolved himself and made a grim expression. He knew that he had no other choice since he'll get killed otherwise. 2. 1. 0. Akira turned as fast as he could and immediately emptied his gun without even aiming at all. But when he turned back, the monster's big eye was already right in front of his gun's muzzle. The bullets that he shot in point-blank range tore right through into the monster's eye and swallowed deeper into its head. Akira kept pulling the trigger on his gun like crazy in a close range like that. All the bullets that came out from his gun went right into the monster's head, thus injuring the monster from the inside. Although Akira had caused a lot of damage on the monster, its augmented vitality saved it from instant death. But there's no mistaking it that it's already on its death door as it kept screaming in agony until its inevitable death. Although the dead monster had fallen limp on the ground, Akira kept pulling on the trigger of his already empty handgun. It's only after he saw the blood coming out from its head and confirmed that the monster had totally stopped moving at all that he let go his finger from the trigger. Did I do it? Akira breathing was roughly, but he still managed to squeeze out a few words. Since he couldn't confirm whether it's really already dead or not, Akira kept his guard up while staring at the monster. Once he calmed down and fixed his breathing for a bit, the reality that he killed the monster started seeping in as he was looking at the dead monster soaked in its own blood. Akira. Akira turned into the direction of the voice as he was about to slump down. Then he was about to say thanks and sorry with a still dumbfounded face when he saw Alpha pointed toward the outside of the ruin while smiling. He immediately pulled himself up back again. In 10 seconds. Akira dashed without even waiting for the end of her sentence. Alpha kept looking at Akira as he ran off. She only gave a playful smile and suddenly vanished, leaving the dead body of the monster all alone behind. Akira, who kept running as fast as he could from the attacking monster, didn't realize it, but there were a lot of things happening behind him. Just like Akira, the monsters could also see Alpha, so they were trying to eat Alpha, who was behind Akira. While Alpha was actually using herself as a decoy to lead the monsters around, then she would let herself get eaten after adjusting their positions. The monsters couldn't feel anything at all, although they clearly bit her. Thus, they would stop for a bit as they were confused to what happened. Then, Alpha would tell Akira to use that chance to shoot at these monsters. And just like when Akira shot the eye and killed the monster from before, Alpha manipulated the monster's position and condition by using herself as a decoy so that Akira could easily destroy them. That group of monsters appeared the moment Akira accepted Alpha's request, but Akira, who was running as fast as he could to the outside of the ruin, didn't notice that at all. Akira was somehow able to get outside of the Kuzusuhara city ruin. That place was still a bit dangerous, but it's way safer there compared to the inside of the ruin. Alpha suddenly appeared and welcomed Akira as if she got there first before him. Akira immediately fell down on his knees trying to calm his breathing. Then Alpha gently spoke to him. "I don't mind if you want to take a rest there, but is it okay if I continue our talk? We were in the middle of talking on how are you going to get enough equipment and skill to explore the ruin that I want you to go to." "Ah, sure, go on. For the equipment, you'll need to either buy them or scavenge them from the ruins. But the old world equipment from that you can find in the ruins are much more powerful than the commonly sold equipment. So I'm thinking that you can buy your first equipment, and then use them to hunt for better old world equipment from the ruins. As for your ability, there's no other way but to train and experience real battle. But there's no need to worry, I can give you the best training possible with my support." Akira couldn't imagine what kind of training it could be. But hearing from how confident Alpha sounded, he at least knew that it must be some kind of super effective training. That would be really helpful. "But is it okay for you to give me that much help?" "Don't worry, this is included as my down payment, you know. Not to mention that it's in order so that you can complete my request. So in the end, it's more or less for my own sake too. If you think that I might have given too much for your down payment, then you should give your best in your hard training." "Oh okay, I'll give my best." Akira winced and gave a nod. He could get a feel for just how harsh this special training that she's talking about from her playful smile. Alpha looked satisfied as she gave him a nod back. "Our main aim for now is for you to be a good hunter so that you can get enough money to get high-quality equipment. But first, you have to go to the hunter office. You need to register yourself as a formal hunter and graduate from being a self-proclaimed hunter. Just in case, let me ask you about one thing, have you registered yourself as a formal hunter yet?" Akira took out his hunter certificate from his chest. It looked like just a cheap piece of paper with the written proof saying that he's a certified third-rank worker from the Eastern Region corporate government. It also has his number ID as a hunter and his name written on it. Looking at that measly hunter certificate that looked like a fake certificate, Alpha inquired further, "That is a hunter certificate? Something that looks that cheap? Please don't take me wrong, it's not like I'm doubting it, it's all fine as long as you can use that as a hunter certificate. So, that thing is okay, right? That it should be okay. I think." The staff in the hunter office gave him that piece of paper when Akira registered himself there, there's no mistaking it. But after Alpha pointed out just how it looked so cheap, Akira started doubting himself. "I want to ask you a lot of things like where did you register yourself as a hunter, is that okay?" "Sure." As he was telling Alpha his story from around that time, Akira remembered all the bad things that happened to him and made a mixed expression. Akira went to a hunter office located in the lower district of Kagomayama City. It's located a bit far away from the slum city. From the outside, it looked just like a half-destroyed bar as half of the letters on its signboard were already beyond recognition. If it's not because of the hunter office symbol on its signboard, no one would know if that building is a hunter office. The staff who served Akira was a drunk young man that didn't look like he wanted to do any work. Being a hunter was quite a popular job. Even in the eastern region, and there are a lot of great hunters in that area, but that man didn't give that feeling at all. Although it's a popular job, many people hate to be posted near the slum city. That man must be someone who got demoted and transferred into this post that was befitting of his motivation and ability. Akira nervously asked that man. I came to be a hunter, may I do my registration here? That staff looked annoyed as he clicked his tongue and put off the magazine that he was reading. And then he moved on with his duty, although, Akira could obviously see that he didn't want to do it. Your name? Akira. The staff operated the terminal in front of him. Not too long after, a printer near him printed out a piece of signed hunter certificate. He rudely took the paper from the printer and handed it over to Akira. Once he's done with his job, he quickly grabbed his magazine and started reading again. Akira was confused. He looked back and forth from the hunter certificate that he just received to that staff. He thought that registering as a hunter would take a lot more work than that, but there, he just told the staff his name and it's done. He wasn't sure whether the registration was really already finished or not, and so he involuntarily asked the staff. Is that it? The staff looked annoyed as he shifted his view from the magazine to Akira. That's all, now go home. You just needed my name. Don't you need any other information too? He looked really annoyed from the bottom of his heart as he made a gesture to Shu Akira and said. Since you'll be dead in no time, do you really think I'll ask you for more information? I don't care about any information that you have. To be honest, I don't even really care about your name. I just asked for it because that's the rule. I don't even want to know if that's your real name or not. That reminded Akira of how much worth someone like himself has. After he realized that, he just shut up and walked away from the hunter office. Akira kept staring at his certificate after he finished explaining how did he get it. As he understood the situation he was in, he vowed that he would crawl up from his current condition. Alpha smiled as if she was trying to cheer up Akira. We'll start your training with reading and writing. After all, collecting information is a very important thing. But don't worry, you'll be able to read and write in no time with my first-class level support. I understand. I'll be in your care. By the way, how do you know that I can't read? The name written in that hunter certificate, it's Akira. That man didn't only treat him unpleasantly, he even made a mistake in his job. Akira was desperately trying to hold himself back from crushing his own hunter certificate. Then Alpha made a suggestion while smiling bitterly. Let's just return to Kagomayama City for now, then we can continue our talk there. Until you learn how to write and read, I'll do the reading in your place. Akira just nodded without saying anything. He tucked his hunter certificate back in and started walking toward Kagomayama. Alpha followed and started walking beside him. Akira asked a simple question to lighten the mood there. By the way, what is the name of that monster that I just defeated in Kuzusuhara City Ruin? It's Weapon Dog. Really? That one doesn't look like them at all though, so that monster was also from the same type as them? Presumably, that one made a mistake in executing its self-remodeling. That's why you're able to easily defeat it. Was that appearance only for show? That depends on how you see it. That monster had a fatal weakness that allowed you to defeat it, and it might just be out of pure luck that you were able to use that weakness. But if you can defeat that kind of monster one more time, then you might interpret that as its appearance is just for show. Of course, that is if you can defeat it again without my support, you know? Nope, impossible. Then that means that my support is just really that good, so you better be thankful for that, okay? Thank you very much. You're welcome. Akira and Alpha kept walking toward the city while having an idle talk just like that. From the outside, Akira would look like an insane kid talking to nothing. But there's no one there to tell him that. That is of course save for Alpha, who kept observing him from the moment they met. Chapter 3, The One Who is Responsible for Resolve. The slum extends from the outskirts of Kagomayama City and it sits right next to the wasteland. It's a place riddled with crime and bad economy, and not to mention the monsters roaming close to the edges, and the bandits prowling in the inside for weak people. It's basically a garbage dump for the city. So, Akira decided to be a hunter in order to get away from such a place. As Akira walked through the familiar road of the slums with Alpha, it reminded him just how strange this Alpha was. A refined facial feature with shiny and lustrous hair. Silky skin paired with a developed body highlighted by her tight sexy dress. Alpha is a being that would tempt any member of the opposite sex. It was just out of place that such a being did not attract any attention. Moreover, this so-called old world design should have been more than enough to attract people's attention. It's so great in quality that even an amateur could easily understand that it was an expensive dress. If someone that was knowledgeable in the technology of the old world saw it, he or she would immediately be able to recognize that it was made with the advanced technology of the old world. Although it is an ancient relic from the old world, anyone would be able to tell that such a dress was a treasure amongst the other relics. So in short, it is an object that would garner a lot of attention. Normally, it would have caused an uproar with all of those conspicuous things gathered in one place, but no one reacted to Alpha at all. Thus, the fact that he's the only one who could see Alpha finally hit him. And so Akira whispered to Alpha. So other people really can't see you, huh? Didn't I tell you so before? You didn't believe me, huh? Seeing Alpha's mood had turned a bit sour, Akira tried to make excuses in panic. I didn't mean it like that, it's just that it's not like I can normally notice it. After all, it's only normal to think that others can see what I can see, right? So I thought that there must be someone else other than me who can see you too. Oh, I see, that's what you meant, huh? Well, explaining it will take a long time, so let's put that aside for another time. Unlike Akira who was whispering, Alpha answered his question with a clear voice, but it was only Akira who could hear that voice. If Akira responded back with the same clear voice, he would look like a suspicious boy talking to his imaginary friend. Akira, what are you going to do now? Do you have something you need to do after this? There's no need to worry about me, you can just go and do what you want, that's something I need to do, huh? Akira looked up into the sky. The sun was setting and the night was drawing near. I'm just going to sleep for today. Alpha looked a bit surprised. You're going to sleep already? This early? Yeah. The night is coming soon, I have to prepare a place for me to sleep. Akira went into one of the dark back alleys. He still had some time before the sun completely set, but he had already crawled into a corner where he usually slept and leaned himself onto a makeshift wall made of scrap materials. It would be really hard to find him there unless you already know that someone was there and intentionally looked around that place. Hiding himself like that was one of the things that he learned to stay alive in the slum as a kid. Basically, Akira would start his day when the sun rises and end it when the sun sets. After all, he would need lighting to be able to work at night. But of course it was not free, so for a little boy without money like Akira, it was simply something that was out of his reach. Moreover, the already dangerous slum will get more dangerous once the night falls, and Akira didn't have the strength to be able to stay active during the night. The biggest reason as to why he tried not to move around during the night was to minimize the danger. Since he knew that he would be asleep when others were still awake. He himself didn't know for sure if it was the right choice. After all, the people who were awake during the night might also be good people. But one thing he knew for sure was that he was able to stay alive up until that point by doing that, so he believed that his way of living was not wrong and decided to keep living like that. Once he set his sleeping place, his stomach growled for food, to which Akira just sighed and ignored it. But then Alpha made a suggestion. If it's possible, it's better if you eat some food, you know? If you keep yourself starved like that, your physical ability will diminish, which in turn will lower the success rate when you explore the ruins. Akira shook his head lightly, that I have nothing to eat. We completely missed the food distribution from the city and I don't have any money to buy food since I used them for my gun and bullets. I'll just endure it for today and wait until tomorrow's food distribution. By the way, don't you need any food, Alpha? No, I don't need food. Neither do I drink nor sleep. So there's no need to worry about me. I see, well, I'm sorry, but can you let me sleep then? Good night. After he said that, Akira laid down on his side. And then Alpha said to him gently. Good night and sleep tight. Akira, who had closed his eyes, thought to himself. Good night, huh? It has been quite a while since the last time someone said that to me. Wait, this might even be the first time. As Akira let himself be taken by the drowsiness that was more powerful than usual because of his tiredness, he tried to search into his past for such a memory. Putting aside whether that kind of thing had actually happened to him or not, he at least had no recollection when someone said goodnight to him. He slowly fell deeper into sleep thinking about this. On the next day, Akira opened his eyes just before sunrise. He stretched his body to completely wake himself up. Everything was just like his normal everyday morning up until that point. Alpha, who was right next to him, greeted him with a smile. Good morning, did you sleep well? Akira jolted and immediately fully awoken as he pointed his gun toward the source of that voice. He showed a level of caution as if someone that he didn't know suddenly appeared beside him. Alpha looked a bit surprised seeing his reaction, but then she gently said to him. I'm sorry, did I surprise you? Akira's expression changed from one that showed a caution towards a stranger to one that showed a little bit of trust, although with a bit of hesitation. Then he finally remembered about Alpha. Alpha. In contrast to Akira, Alpha showed a graceful smile. Yes, it's me. Did you forget about me? Akira finally calmed down. He let out a sigh of relief as he lowered his gun and awkwardly apologized to Alpha. Sorry, I was just a bit surprised there. After all, most of the time, when you wake up with some unknown person by your side, there's a good chance that the person is a robber. It's okay, don't mention it. Akira confirmed that he didn't make Alpha mad, and so he felt relieved as he didn't end up losing the only supporter that he just acquired. Now that I think about it, bullets won't be able to hurt her, so I guess she didn't feel that threatened when I pointed my gun at her. Thank God, that was really dangerous. Although he had quite a hardship yesterday, for Akira, this day was different from yesterday. Today is the day when his life together with Alpha starts. After that, Akira went to the food distribution area. It's a place where food from the city is distributed for free. They do this twice per day as the morning distribution is done early in the morning. Although there was still some time left before it started, there were people already lining up for food. Akira added himself at the end of that long line of people. Everyone should behave and line up nicely during the distribution. If someone were to cause trouble or cut in line, that person would not get any food. There were even times where the food distribution was stopped because of that, and of course, the person responsible for that was beaten to death. This was also some kind of teaching method from the city. The city would be better if the people in the slum at least learned how to stay in line. It also reminded them that everyone in the slum will share the consequences if even a single one of them did not follow the rules set by the city. Thanks to that, and the sacrifices from the people who were beaten to death in the past, even the most ruthless people in the slum would line up orderly during the distribution. The food distribution also functioned as an event to gather people from the slum who couldn't get food on their own. It's also a way to maintain the civil order. After all, people of the slum wouldn't just quietly wait for their death when they have no food and money. Instead, people who have met their wits' end would pick up guns, that strangely enough were circulating freely in the slum, and turn into robbers. So the food distribution minimized these kinds of people by only distributing a minimal amount of food. It's thanks to this food distribution that Akira could survive up till this point. The distribution had started and it was finally Akira's turn to get his food. Once he had gotten his food, he moved a bit away from the line. Keeping a certain distance from the line is very crucial for a kid like Akira. If he moved too far away from the line, then someone would come to rob his food, but he also needed to put some distance from the line so that he wouldn't disrupt the line or cause any trouble. So it's the best line of action for him to eat his food at a safe distance. And since both the robber and the robbed had guns, it was best to avoid any needless fighting that might get someone killed. Akira stared into the food that he received. It was a sandwich wrapped in transparent plastic with a unique code written on it. Due to some unknown reason, he didn't start eating immediately. Looking at that, Alpha inquisitively asked him. You won't eat? The food that he received was synthetic food produced by a still-functioning suspicious tool excavated from the old world ruins. The food was relatively safe to eat with vegetables that have been experimentally cultivated in the wasteland, though it was hard to measure in terms of the level of contamination of the area. It also came with meat from a biological monster that was believed to be safe for consumption. These kinds of food were distributed freely to the poor people of the slum with goodwill. After giving out the food, they would wait for a while to check if someone died or mutated because of it. If nothing like that happened, they would sell it to the commoners. And then another food made from ingredients that no one knows for sure whether it's safe or not, would be distributed next time. That was the real identity of contents in his sandwich, its bread, and everything inside it. No, I'll eat it. The people who distributed the food would not say anything about it, but the people who received the food had a slight idea of what was going on. It was the same for Akira, he had noticed it more or less, but not eating was something he could not choose to do. He would die if he didn't feed himself with that food. The food's taste was rather weird. Leaving the price and the safety aside, it's not something that you would eat because you want to. You would only eat it if you wish to survive. Akira said to himself that he would become a successful hunter so that he would be able to eat safe and delicious meals. As he kept eating his weirdly flavored and potentially toxic sandwich, he glanced onto the person who he thought would be able to grant him that dream. Alpha reacted by showing him a gentle smile. Eventually, the people of the slum who survived by relying on the free food would pay back the generosity that they received. After all, they're the first line of defense against the monsters that attack the city. They'll be fighting against man-eating mutated creatures and autonomous weapons that would attack humans, using their raw flesh, blood, and guns that circulate freely in excessive amount in the slum. Thus buying time for the city's defense squad to completely exterminate all attackers. Among all the people that survived the attacks, there would be some who still remembered how to fight against these monsters. These people would become the lowest level of hunter. If they do well, they'll be able to bring back relics from the ruins and contribute to the economy of the city. Some portion of the profit from this will be used to maintain the free food distribution in the slum. So in short, Akira becoming a hunter meant that he did what the city expected from him. You might think that as someone without power, he had no other choice but to do so. However, Akira strongly believes that this was a decision he made on his own. So even if he was forced to pick his life choices once more, he would still pick the same path of becoming a hunter. Akira went to the Kuzusuhara city ruin for the second time, but this time, he was traversing the ruin following Alpha's guidance. Some part of the roads in the ruins were buried under the rubble of the destroyed buildings and thus, was much easier to get lost. There were even areas that were like a maze. If he wasn't careful, he might get trapped in them. Not to mention, there were monsters that had turned this confusing place into their nest, and there were also places constructed as a home for them. The hunters who came to the ruins in order to search for relics would hunt monsters that obstructed them from reaching their goal. They sometimes maintained a road leading deeper into the ruin to make their job easier. And, as they went deeper into the ruin, some of them would encounter strong monsters and meet their demise. After repeating this process multiple times, the terrain would be harder to traverse and filled with stronger monsters as you go deeper into the ruin. But of course, thanks to that, there would be fewer people who were able to go to the deeper part of the ruin, thus you could find valuable relics still left behind there. In short, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is and the more money you can earn. Akira knew that as well, that's why he only explored the outskirts of the ruin yesterday. But today, he aimed to go deeper due to Alpha's suggestion. Of course, Akira hesitated at the beginning, but Alpha convinced him, and so he decided to follow her suggestion. He knew that he couldn't get any expensive relics if he didn't go to the deeper parts of the ruin. And since Alpha told him that she would lead him and that everything would be alright as long as he followed her instructions, it was rather hard for him to refuse. He had decided to become a successful hunter and had come to this place because of the deal he made with Alpha. So if he couldn't move forward despite Alpha's guarantee for his safety, then it would be impossible for him to be a successful hunter. In the beginning, he would follow all instructions that Alpha gave him without asking anything. But since he ended up doing things that seemed to be meaningless to him, he slowly started doubting Alpha. He kept his back on the wall as he slowly moving forward. Rather than entering the target building through the door that he could see from where he was standing, he instead climbed a mountain of rubble close to it and entered the building through the window. After that, he immediately got out from that building through the door that he saw before. Then, he kept passing through the same road that he had passed before. Afterwards, he stopped and stood in the middle of the road for a while. He kept making round trips for a few times before going deeper. Although he kept following all the instructions that he had received, he thought that all he did there were just repeating meaningless actions. There were also times when he got attacked by weapon dogs. When that happened, he would shut up and follow Alpha's every instructions without asking for a reason. But every time he did something that he thought to be meaningless, his distrust piled up bit by bit. Then eventually, he couldn't hold it any longer. Say, Alpha. Yes? It's not like you're actually lost or that you're picking the road in random, right? I'm not. Alpha gave him a straight reply. Really? Yes. I feel like I went through the same exact road a few times though. That's because it was necessary. We had to take that road in order to avoid dangerous routes. But if you want to hear more reason for that, then it would be because of your bad luck. Alpha answered his question in a way as if she was teasing Akira. And so his face twitched a bit. So it was my fault, huh? Yep. Alpha gave another straight answer to him. Although those short and straight answers were convincing enough to stop him from saying anything back, they weren't enough to clear up the dissatisfaction and distrust inside him. After they continued walking deeper for a bit, Alpha suddenly turned back near the end of an alley and gave a similar instruction that she's been giving for a while. Let's turn back. Again. Alpha passed through Akira's side. He was about to follow her, but suddenly he stopped. His legs just wouldn't leave the ground. He could see a big road by the end of the alley. He was curious about what's going on in the other side. He thought that if only he could take a peek, then he might be able to clear up all of his dissatisfaction from all the meaningless actions that he's been doing. Just a bit won't hurt, right? As he said that excuse to himself, he carefully peeked out his head a bit out from the alley. But what he could see there was just the same old scenery of the wasteland stretched out endlessly. It's not like there's anything over here, isn't it? Just when he felt super annoyed because of what he had just found out, Alpha suddenly shouted at him with a strong tone. Come back here at once. Right after that, from the middle of the empty wasteland in front of his eyes, a light flickered together with a thundering sound. Then he could see a monster there as its optical camouflage temporarily lowered at the same time as its cannon fired. The moment Akira saw it, his face froze. In the middle of the place that he had thought was empty, a huge mechanical monster had stood with its camouflage function on. The big warhead landed on a building not too far away from Akira. In an instant, that building was blown into smithereens together with the deafening sound and huge explosion from the impact of the warhead. It caused huge rubble to rain down around the area and left a huge crater. The explosion was so big that the ground where Akira was standing shook. Looking at how Akira was petrified due to the shock, Alpha yelled at him. Come back quickly. You'll die there. Akira immediately turned and ran as fast as he could. He blazed through the alley as debris crumbled down. Surrounding buildings were shaking because of the impact from the warhead. He followed Alpha's instruction to hide in a room inside a building not too far away from there. Outside, the sound and shaking from the cannons were still present as dust and shards from the ceiling showered down on Akira. Alpha looked at him with a cold expression and said to him in a harsh tone. That was dangerous. Akira, who was hiding in one corner of the room, just hung his head in response. There was a silence between them for a while before he answered in a small voice, I'm sorry. Alpha could feel self-loathing in that small sorry of his. It was more of a mumbling, so it was hard to figure out what he said right off the bat. Her cold expression changed into a pitiful smile. And then she said in such a gentle voice, You might have something to complain about my instructions, but I will never give instructions that would cause you any trouble. You can ask all the questions that you want later because I'll answer everything until you're satisfied. I've said this to you before, even if my instructions seem to be meaningless to you, there's a good chance that you'll get killed in the middle of my explanation if you ask me for a reason. That's why I don't explain anything. I know that it might be hard for you to trust me since we just met yesterday, but it will be a big problem for me if you die, you know. That's why I don't want you to die. This might be hard for you, but please believe me. Akira knew well that Alpha was being considerate to him. While still feeling guilty inside, he opened his mouth. I understand. I'm sorry for doubting you. Don't mention it. I myself never thought that you would totally trust me right from the start. After all, trust is something that should be built up with time. For both of us. All of what she said and how she looked at him, Akira understood that all of them were her being considerate to him, and it helped him to get back his mood. And so to change the mood, he forced a laugh. Although it's just a facade, it's better than nothing. You're right, I should also build up your trust for me. So then, what should I do next? Alpha confirmed how Akira was feeling. So she decided to be more careful about giving him instructions until he recovered his mood to a certain level. You should wait here until the condition outside has calmed down. I'll somehow lead the monster away from here, but it will take some time. Lead, you say? You can even do that? Looking at how Akira was a bit surprised, Alpha gave off a meaningful smile to him. It's limited only to some of the mechanical monsters and under a certain condition though. Those mechanical monsters are basically the autonomous weapon that runs on autopilot and programmed to eradicate any invaders. That type of machine gathers image from the outside through the image-capturing devices spread around the area in order to get a good grasp of the situation of the area. At this very moment, the monster that we encountered earlier should still be attacking your fake image. Its first attack missed because of the same reason. This method won't work on monsters with a built-in camera or if they only make a decision based on local information. Hypothetically speaking, what would have happened to me if that monster was of that local type monster? Hearing Akira's question, she answered with a smile and a happy tone. Of course, that warhead would have scored a direct hit on you and turned you into minced meat. I see. Akira flinched at her answer. But maybe it was because Alpha answered with such a happy tone that Akira didn't hang his head in self-loathing. Maybe we should stay and talk to each other for a bit more here. That's right, if you have anything you want to ask me, then just ask away. It's hard to come up with a question when you're told that you can ask anything. But looking at how Alpha was waiting for him with a gentle smile, it's hard for him to tell her that he had nothing to ask about. After all, it was also one of Alpha's instructions, so he thought that he should follow it in order to build trust between them. Akira searched through his memories from the time he met Alpha for something to ask about. And then something came up to his mind. In that case then, I have one thing I want to ask. Why were you naked when the first time we met? Alpha was already using clothing at that time. Or more like, she started putting on clothing right after they met. So in short, she intentionally let herself naked there. At that time, it was so much of a shock to him that he never thought about it. But as he remembered it now, he realized that it was indeed weird. Alpha let out a mischievous smile. The moment he was taken aback by that smile, she erased her clothes and exposed her beautiful body. She showed her curvy and bewitching body to Akira without any trace of embarrassment or hesitation. Making an inviting gesture as she said in a sweet voice. What do you think? Although he was taken by surprise, Akira was captivated by it. But then he immediately turned his face away in panic and said. Even if you ask me so. I mean, like, it's fine already, so just put something on. Alpha showed a bit of disappointment as she returned her clothing on. It is a pretty nice body, is it not? It is attractive, right? Don't you think it would gather people's attention? After all, you had a good long look back then. I couldn't help it, you know. In short, that was the answer to your question. What do you mean? It's a very effective method to look for someone who can see me. Only hunters would come to the Kuzusuhara city ruin and there are not that many of them, so it's really not easy looking for someone who can recognize me, you know. That's why I was naked to attract people's attention. Moreover, after a lot of testing, it was the best choice so that people won't run away or hide in caution when they see me for the first time. I immediately felt cautious of you there though. But even so, you didn't run away on the first sight, right? What would you do if what you saw back then from afar was an armed soldier? Well, I would run, or at least, I wouldn't approach that person. Right? That's why, if I thought of an appearance that would let people to immediately know that I was unarmed and attracted their attention, followed by some kind of reaction that would not be fear, then being naked was the best choice. But well, I never thought that you would react like that and would be so cautious of me back then, I'm sorry. Akira frowned a bit. He had indeed overreacted for a bit now that Alpha pointed that out. Although her explanation was convincing enough for him, Akira had some urge to retort back since she teased him by showing him her naked body, but still, I think being naked was going too far, you know? No worries, after all, this body is only a fake body. So I don't really mind as long as I could reach my goal. Fake body. Yep, my body is not real and is made with the help of computer graphics. I can freely modify my body's gender, age, body form, attires at will. As if she wanted to prove her point, she suddenly transformed into a small girl younger than Akira. Then she kept changing her appearance from one to another across all ages in front of surprised Akira. After that, she changed back into her original appearance. But this time, she changed her hair to be short and then changed it to be long enough to reach the floor. She even made it float as if gravity didn't affect it and made it turn into a rainbow-colored strip. The same with her clothing, she changed it to a school uniform, OL suit, sexy swimsuit, camouflaged cloth, pilot suit, and many other kinds of attires. Akira was surprised by her change at first. But as she kept changing her appearance from one to another, he instead started enjoying the show. As a kid who was living in the slum, he couldn't find any form of entertainment. As such, Alpha, who kept changing her appearance and pose in front of him, was enough to charm him. Alpha was closely observing Akira as the boy was captivated by her performance. In the beginning, she was only changing her appearance at random. But bit by bit, she intentionally aligned her appearance, age, body shape, hairstyle, and attire to Akira's taste, but he didn't realize that at all. She kept changing her appearance and observing Akira while making a gentle and charming smile as if she was enjoying herself. Just tell me if you have any request for my dress. Ah, or is it that you prefer me to be naked? Naked, huh? As I thought, since you can enjoy this beautiful body like that, maybe naked is the best one? In response to such a seductive question, Akira retorted in panic. Anything is fine, just put on something. Geez, why the heck are you so interested in going naked? I think it's better if you get used into something like this so that you won't get caught in a honey trap later, you know. Don't you think it's important to have a special training for this? As he let out a bitter laugh, he thought that he would sound like a pervert if he answered, "Yep, I do." So in place of an honest answer, he instead pouted in order to hide his embarrassment and said, "No one would try to seduce a little kid like me, you know." But Alpha retorted back as if she wanted to close his escape route. There might be no one that would seduce you right now, but there are many people who would seduce a successful hunter. I just don't want you to get into some trouble with that kind of people when you become a successful hunter. Ever since ancient times, there have been many men who fell to ruin because of women, you know? Of course, he wanted to be that successful as a hunter, but if someone asked his honest opinion, he actually had no confidence if he could achieve that himself. Do you really think I can be that successful? To his question, Alpha answered with full confidence. Of course you can. After all, you have me as your support. I promised that I would help you with everything except for a few things. That is, I won't help you in working on your own inner will, motivation and resolve. Or more like, since I can't do anything about those things, you should do something about them yourself. Akira didn't say anything for a while, but then Alpha could clearly see his strong resolve emanating from his expression. I understand. I'll take care of my own inner will, motivation and resolve. Alpha joyously smiled, showing her satisfaction. That smile was both praise for Akira, who resolved himself, and an expression of happiness for successfully manipulating Akira's inner will. Chapter 4: The Result of Gambling with One's Life. The sounds of the cannon outside the building had already ceased by the time Akira finally calmed down after what had happened. Looking at Akira, who had regained his composure, and since the sound outside had stopped, Alpha decided it was time to continue their exploration of the ruin. It seems that the situation outside has calmed down, so how about we continue exploring the ruin? But be sure to follow my instructions this time, okay? Akira nodded with a serious face and said, "Yeah, I promise that I'll follow all your instructions properly." "Alright then, let's go." As Alpha showed a satisfied smile, she started walking outside. Akira followed behind her with a serious face. They exited the building and went to the location where they had encountered the enormous monster. They passed through the destroyed building and climbed a mountain of rubble before they finally left the remaining ruins from the previous battle. Then they continued going deeper into the ruin. Akira knew that he had no chance of winning against that monster using his cheap handgun. Even if he was equipped with specialized weapons to fight the monster, he knew that he still wouldn't be able to win against that monster. Not to mention that such a monster was roaming around the area while going invisible. Whether it's for the better or for the worse, going through such an experience heavily affected Akira. His face naturally turned tense, but he just shrugged the fear that was creeping into him. He believed that everything would be alright as long as he kept following Alpha's instructions while moving forward carefully. Alpha looked satisfied at how Akira was behaving. She put extra effort so that Akira wouldn't encounter any monsters that were roaming around that ruin. After going deeper for a bit, they finally arrived in a district that could no longer be regarded as a part of the ruin's outskirts. Alpha pointed her finger to a particular ruined building among many others in the area. "Akira, we'll be able to gather our relics there." Akira curiously looked at the ruin that Alpha pointed. Since he had risked his life to come this far, it was only natural for him to expect some results. But Akira saw nothing except the same old ruin that he had seen on his way there. Or at least, it did not look like a building that he would expect to see after coming this far. "If it is okay, may I ask you why you picked this place?" After he blurted out his question, he was a bit nervous since he realized that the answer to his question might cause him to doubt Alpha. But then Alpha answered his question with a smile filled with confidence. "Of course it's okay. I'll explain it to you as you gather the relics inside." After seeing how Alpha answered it with such a confident smile, Akira knew that he can expect some good results. As such, he entered the building with a good mood. The building that Alpha selected was a former commercial facility from the old world. As he kept walking inside, Akira could see the remnants of the riches that had existed in this place. He found a door near a destroyed cupboard. As he peeked in, he could see remnants of destroyed mechanical monsters scattered above the blood-stained floor. Beside a big bone from a dead biological monster, he could see skeletal remains of a human with their complete equipment. This was a place that once was filled with all kinds of goods, but now, it is filled with testaments of how many hunters had come there looking for relics and how these hunters fought against the monsters. Most of the buildings from the old world era were strong buildings. But even so, there were holes in the walls and burn marks on the ceilings. It showed the intensity of the fight that happened in these buildings. Hunters with weapons strong enough to cause that kind of damage fought against monsters with the same powerful weapons here, all for the sake of claiming the relics from the old world. The dead corpses that scattered around inside were the best proof to understand the value the relics in this place. It is also the solemn remains of the hunters who have paid the price of their greed for relics. By the way, as for the reason I picked this place, it's because of its level of safety. Most of the mechanical monsters were originally a part of the security system. Although some of them are running wild because their control device was destroyed, their main duty as a part of the security system is to exterminate any invader. As such, the biological monster is also one of its extermination targets. So in short, there's little chance for you to encounter a biological monster in the area protected by these mechanical monsters. But wouldn't that mean there's a good chance I'll get attacked by these mechanical monsters instead? Most of the mechanical monsters are following a strict patrolling routine, so they only go to a certain place at a certain time. That's why it's unlikely for you to encounter them if you have the knowledge of their routine. While on the other hand, the biological monsters tend to move their nest depending on their condition or roam around on a whim, which makes it hard to predict their location. So, as long as you're with me, going to buildings with more mechanical monsters will be relatively safer compared to a place filled with biological monsters. For Akira, who didn't even know the back alley of the slum, he listened to Alpha while showing a genuine interest. I see. So you can do that too, huh? How can you recognize their routine? There are a lot of ways to do that. But it would take years for you to completely understand all the details, so I'll skip the explanation for it. And then Alpha gave a mischievous smile as if she was invincible. But even so, do you still want to hear about it? I did say that I would answer all of your questions after all. So well, I don't mind telling you. Ah, nope. No thanks. Akira took what she said as a joke. He thought that she had no intention of explaining it to him from the start. Moreover, he had a feeling that he would have to listen to a long explanation if he replied back by saying, yes, and so he winced a bit as he let the subject slide. Seeing that, Alpha smiled because Akira reacted the way she thought he would. Is that so? Well, do tell me if you have a change of mind. That aside, there's one more reason as to why I picked this place, and that is because of the relics in this place. The relics in this place? Are the relics left here that expensive? Well, the value of the relics is indeed important, but it's more important whether you can bring them back home or not. Even if there's a relic that can fetch you a lot of money, what do you think you could do if it weighs 10 tons? After all, even if it's a light relic that you could carry with one arm, it would be hard to bring it back home in case you encounter monsters. Well, that's true. So, it must be something that's possible for you to carry safely back home and can fetch quite a lot of money. I picked this place after I included all of these factors into consideration. Akira was fully convinced that it was worth risking his life to come to this place after listening to Alpha's explanation. But from there, he thought of something else. Wait for a sec. Does that mean that the area I was exploring yesterday had no valuable relics? That area was already fully depleted. It's a place where even a kid like you could explore, so if it still had a lot of valuable relics, then it should be flooded with hunters right now. But that wasn't the case, right? You're right, that does make sense. As Akira thought all his risk that he took yesterday were for nothing, he was finally hit with tiredness. I always thought that I would be able to find relics in the ruin as long as I work hard. But it seems that I was too naive. So it was pointless, huh? Looking at how dejected Akira was, Alpha gave off a smile to him as if she was trying to cheer him up. But thanks to that, you were able to meet me. So I think it was worth risking your life going to that ruin yesterday, you know? You'll see from here on just how lucky you are to be able to meet me. So you can look forward to it, okay? Akira laughed as if he cheered up for a bit. You're right, I'll be looking forward to it. Just leave it to me. Alpha showed him a smile full of confidence as she replied back. There were quite a lot of cheap relics in the outskirts of the ruin that he was in. Normal hunters usually wouldn't even bat an eyelash for such cheap relics, but those relics were valuable enough for a kid from the slum like Akira. As such, Akira didn't need to work hard to search for the relics. Alpha knew this as well, that's why she had guided him into that ruin. There are a lot of people other than the hunters who visit the ruins. For example, companies usually spend a lot of money to send soldiers into the ruins. These people would sometimes help each other and sometimes kill each other as they search for relics. They will stop only when both sides think that the relics aren't worth the bloodshed. When they finally decided that the ruin isn't worth all the fighting, they would leave the place by themselves. First of all, the companies would pull back their soldiers. Since these soldiers cost a lot of money, it's only reasonable that they have abnormally good equipments and skills. But because of that, every death of soldiers bleeds money. Thus, the companies would quickly call their soldiers back unless it was a rare and priceless relic like the production equipment from the old world that the current technology cannot hope to replicate. After all, if it's just the common relics, they can buy it from the hunters. For big organizations loaded with money, like these companies, they would solve anything with money as long as it's possible. After the soldiers have left the ruins, the hunters will pull back, but only after weighing the consequences of their decision. They will compare the threat from the monsters against the reward that they can get from the relics. They will decide to go back after calculating that they will still get quite a lot of profit from selling the relics already in their possession. Then finally, both the skilled common people and the unskilled common people will withdraw from the ruin. The skilled people are those who use their skill to barely stay alive and fight back the monsters as they gather relics. While the unskilled people are those who get baited by their own greed and run into their death. Thanks to both of these people, the number of relics left in the ruin will decrease as the number of dead bodies pile up. They'll leave the ruin only when the number of dead bodies outweighs the value of the relics that they can find. Only after these people withdraw will the ruins be finally left alone. Today, Akira had stepped into that lonely ruin that was more desolate than usual due to the huge number of monsters roaming around that place. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to reach that place. For a place that had been left behind by hunters with full equipment since they thought that it wasn't worth their risk, it still contained quite a lot of expensive relics. But Akira had no idea of the value of these relics. He just kept stuffing things that Alpha pointed into his paper bag. Even the paper bag that he was carrying was something that he found inside the ruin since the bag that he brought from the slum tore open due to the weight of the relics. After he finished collecting all the relics in the area, Akira looked rather worried. The grocery paper bag was rather thin and didn't look durable. It's not like it will rip before we reach the city, right? Don't worry. That paper bag is from the old world. In other words, it's also a relic from the old world. It's stronger than it looks, so it will be fine. I see. The old world technology is really something. After that, Akira peeked into the bag. It was filled with relics carefully chosen by Alpha. These relics were small objects that even a small kid could carry around. There were a lot of objects that Akira didn't know about. A fine knife with its sheath, some unknown mechanical parts, some boxes that Alpha said were filled with medicines, something that looked like a bandage, an object that resembles a wristwatch, and so many other things. There was still some space left in the bag and it wasn't too heavy. Shouldn't we take back some more relics? Since he had come that far, he wanted to carry as many relics as possible. But Alpha responded to his naive question by shaking her head and making a serious face. No. This is already the limit of how much relics you can take. It is the maximum weight limit with which you can move freely on your way back home. I'll try my best to be careful on our way back, but in case if you encounter a monster, then you would be run away while carrying this paper bag. Thus if it's too heavy, then you won't be able to run away and end up getting killed. Even if you have the choice of just ditching the relics behind, it's better if it's not too heavy so it won't consume a lot of your stamina. So don't be greedy, okay? Akira did value his life, and more than that, he had decided to obey Alpha's instruction as much as possible. So, although it's rather frustrating, he nodded and gave up his naive thinking, that I understand. So then, just how much will all these relics fetch me? To be honest, I don't know. After all, the price of relics changes with demand. And also, it's not like you'll sell everything. Leave the knife behind for yourself and it might be a good idea to not sell the medicines too. After all, it would be bad if you get hurt and don't have the means to treat yourself. Just think of them as some kind of insurance. Then that means that I have even less to sell now. Those are necessary things, so just bear with it, okay. And so, it was decided that he would only sell half of all the relics that he had. Although he was rather displeased, he knew that it was the best that he could do at that time and quickly got over it. Well then, let's go back to the city. Our way back home won't be easy, so let's be careful, okay? Ah, okay. If you step into an area protected by those monsters while carrying these relics, then your movement will be slowed down. If the previous situation occurred again, then this time you'll surely turn into minced meat. So you really need to be careful. As Alpha gave off a meaningful smile, Akira winced a bit. Alright. Well, let's go then. Once again, Akira nervously followed Alpha while she was giggling cheerfully. Akira was somehow able to come back to the outskirts of the ruins. It's still a part of the wasteland, so it's pretty much a dangerous place. But compared to the deeper parts of the ruins that was filled with monsters, it was way safer here since he did not come across any monster here. His nervousness vanished after getting out of the ruins. Knowing that he was not completely safe yet, all the tiredness suddenly hit him and he let out a big sigh. Looking at him sighing, Alpha smiled and said, "We can rest for a bit if you're tired, you know. I'll watch over our surroundings, so you can rest easy." "I see, but I want to get back to the city as soon as possible, so let's continue for a bit longer." "Alright then, how about we have a chat while walking back home?" Even if she said so, Akira, a kid who grew up in the back alley of the slum, didn't have much to talk about. In the end, Alpha would talk while Akira simply responded to her. "By the way, did you know that Kagomayama City was actually built for exploring this Kuzusuhara ruin?" "Oh, I see. You do know a lot of things." "I might look like this, but I actually know a lot of things, you know. Although, it's all about the eastern region. I know nothing about the center and the western region." "The western region, huh? I don't know much about it. But I heard that it's the territory of the demons." "I don't know much either. I have only heard rumors about that place, like the technology in that place doesn't advance at all or like mages exist in that place." "As for the central region, what do they call it again?" "Nation state. I heard that there is a lot of stuff happening there. If I have to give a rough explanation, the Central United Nations, or in short, the United Nations, all the nations united under that government is considered as a part of the central region and their government system is called as the nation-states. All the area east of the central region is called as the Eastern region. The corporatocracy of the Eastern region refers to all the regions under the corporate government. Finally, all the area west from the central region is called as the Western region. It's a place filled with rumors that I don't guarantee are true or not. Rumors like there's no gun there or magic exists in that place or a species known as elf lives there. Since it's a place filled with mysteries, there are a lot of people wanting to explore that area." "Akira, do you have some interest in that too?" "Nope, rather than that, I'm more interested in learning the common sense of the Eastern region. After all, I can't read letters yet." "I understand. Besides reading and writing, I'll be adding common sense lecture to your special training. So just leave it to me." I see, thanks." "You're welcome." Since Alpha gave him an extensive offer, he felt a bit of gratefulness mixed with fear. After all, the sentence, "there's no free lunch," had already rooted deep inside him. Alpha just showed Akira a gentle smile. All that she's willing to do were also for her own sake. Once he arrived at the Kagomayama city, Akira immediately headed to the exchange center of the Hunter office. There were several exchange centers inside and outside the city. Depending on the place where you exchange your relic, the value of that relic might change. The exchange centers inside the wall mostly serve the first-class hunters. Thus those places are always filled with valuable relics. The competition between companies for such relics drives the price higher and higher. Akira went to an exchange center located in the lower district close to the slum. Most of the people who come here are new hunters and people from the slum. It has the worst rate of all the exchange centers. People used to come here bringing things that can't even be categorized as cheap relics. As time passed, the place that only bought relics turned into a shop that would buy almost everything. It became an important place for the people of the slum as it was one of their only sources of income. Once he entered that place, he took out the relics that were reserved to be sold from the paper bag and put them on a tray. Then he took the tray and lined up in front of a counter. As Alpha told him, he didn't sell the knife and the medicine box. The attendant of the counter was a young man by the name of Nojima. When he saw Akira's appearance, he knew that Akira was only a kid from the slum. So he was about to serve him like when he served any other kid from the slum. But once he saw the relics on the tray, his conduct changed suddenly. After all, they were not things that you could get in the slum. Show me your hunter ID if you have one. Akira took out his hunter ID that looked like a scrap of paper. Nojima took the ID and operated the terminal in front of him, then he returned Akira's hunter ID together with 3 coins. After that, he picked up the tray together with the relics on it and put it on a shelf behind him. Akira stood there and stared at the 3 coins. 1 coin is worth 100 orum, so it's 300 orum in total. Orum is the currency issued by Sakashita Heavy Industry, one of the 5 big companies in the corporate government. The circulation of orum is strictly under the control of its sole issuer, the Sakashita Heavy Industry, thus it was mostly used in the economical areas under its influence. Kagomayama City is one of those areas. The worth of 300 orum differs from person to person. For people who live in the lower district of Kagomayama City, it's enough to buy a cheap meal. While for the people of the upper district, it's just a spare change that isn't even enough to buy a cup of water. To earn this money, Akira had to endure attacks from a huge monster which almost got him killed, but luckily survived thanks to the support from Alpha. He had to go to a place that he normally wouldn't be able to reach, to bring some relics. Recollecting his experience, he stood there with the money that he got on his hand after all the hardship that he went through by risking his own life. It was only 3 coins, only 300 orum. Akira's face was reddened with anger as his eyes met Nojima's eyes. Nojima knew from the start that was exactly how Akira would react. As Akira was about to complain, Nojima gave an explanation to him as if he was reminding him. I know you have a lot of things that you want to say. But for an unknown rank 1 hunter with no past achievement, it's already been decided that the first commission will be 300 orum only. The inspection of the goods will be finished by tomorrow or maybe even take longer. You should feel thankful for getting paid 300 orum for turning in goods that we don't even know. They might even be just trash, you know. Once the inspection finishes, I'll give you the rest of the money the next time you come here. But if it's worth even less than 300 orum, then we'll have you to pay us instead. If you're confident that you just sold us expensive goods, then come again next time to sell something else. The ID confirmation will be done through your hunter ID, so if you lose it, then you can forget about your money and our trust. That's all. Any question? After listening to Nojima's explanation, Akira understood the situation and was somehow able to accept some part of it. But his face still looked hostile since he couldn't accept the whole situation. At the same time he knew that it's meaningless to protest, that I just have to come here again tomorrow, right? That's only if the inspection has finished by tomorrow. The more expensive a relic is, the more time it will take to inspect it. And even if we've finished the inspection, it's still meaningless if you don't bring any goods, so bring something to sell with you. I'll only give you the leftover money after you hand over some goods to us. Although Nojima was very strict to him, he somehow felt that Nojima was being considerate to him. It's not really rare for a small kid like Akira, aiming to be a hunter, to come to the exchange center after somehow obtaining some relics. Nojima had seen these kinds of children a few times before. But only a very small amount of them would come there again for the second time. It was either because they gave up being a hunter or got killed. And the number of kids who would still come back after their first 10 days was even lesser, that I don't know just how many crazy things that you must have done to get those relics. But if you aim to live as a hunter, you'll have to do those crazy things on a daily basis. If you get your heart broken by just this much, then you should stop, otherwise, you would die. Akira replied back with a serious look. No way. If it's just risking my life, then it's no different compared to life in the slum. I'll rise to success, I definitely will. Someone with a strong resolve will obtain strength, and in turn, this strength will draw out that person's full potential. Nojima smiled a bit as he could clearly feel the resolve from Akira's words. Is that so? Well, just be careful out there. Nojima cheered up as he thought that the boy in front of him was going to be fine. Chapter 5, The Value of One's Result. Standing outside the exchange center, Akira kept staring at the 300 orum on his hand. Although he did get a clear explanation about why he got so little compensation, he still couldn't fully accept it. He then let out a sigh as if he was expelling unwillingness from his heart and put the 300 orum, compensation that he got from risking his life going to the ruins, into his chest pocket. Alpha smiled as if she was trying to cheer him up. Don't worry, you'll receive the rest later. So just patiently wait for it, okay? Akira composed himself and his expression calmed down as he gave Alpha a deep nod. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't let it weigh me down. As he somehow was able to force himself to calm down, he used that momentum to start thinking of his next plan. Alpha, I'm planning to go to the ruins again tomorrow, is that fine with you? Of course. In that case, you should take a rest for today. I'm sure that you're pretty tired. Yeah, I really am tired. Let's just take a rest for the day. Akira moved his gaze to the contents in the paper bag that he was carrying. The bag was filled with a knife, medicines, and many other things that he didn't sell. For the current Akira, those things were really valuable. Well, we still have to hide these stuff though. So let's head to the back alley first. As he was heading to the place where he had slept yesterday, Alpha suddenly gave Akira a signal to stop. What's wrong? Akira, be careful. At the direction where Alpha was pointing, 3 children appeared from a small branch road. As Akira was alerted by those children, 2 more children appeared behind him. All these children were from the slum just like Akira and their ages were more or less the same as him. The leader of these children was the boy named Darb who was standing right in front of Akira. He laughed and started making demands to Akira. Take out your money, you do have some with you now, don't you? As expected, after hearing such a demand, Akira's expression turned stiff. But he decided to try to defuse the situation. I have no money with me. You should know that by just looking at me. If you're going to rob someone, then look for someone who is carrying money. At a glance, Akira's argument did look valid. If these children actually came to him only for screwing around and not for money, that should be enough to discourage them at least. But Darb laughed repulsively and tilted his head as if he was mocking Akira. Stop with the lie, I saw it, you know. You just came out from the exchange center, right? You headed to the ruin today and yesterday, but unlike today, you didn't go to the exchange center yesterday. So you did find something, didn't you? Which means that you have some money with you right now. Darb and his gang had seen Akira go to ruins and decided to stand by around the exchange center. Compared to venturing into the ruin looking for relics themselves, it is way safer to just rob the people who return from the ruin. There are many people who follow this line of thinking. As for these small children, there was no way they could rob an adult hunter, and so they had no other choice but to rob other children like Akira. This was one of the reasons why the number of child hunter kept decreasing. Akira let out a sigh and answered honestly. Look, I have no more than 300 orum. Ha! Stop screwing with me. I'm not screwing with you. They didn't give me anything more than 300 orum for all the things that I brought here. I'm not lying, they said that it's the rule. So you see, I don't have much money and it's not worthy of ganking me with 5 people. If you understand now, then just go somewhere else. Darb looked at Akira with suspicion. But he did not look like he was lying. Moreover, he remembered that he had heard from someone before that the first payment for a new hunter is no more than 300 orum. And so he clicked his tongue in frustration. What the heck, and here I thought that we would get a lot of money for the first time after a while. Stop doing something so misleading like that. My bad, so, can I go now? It seemed that the other children had lost their will. But that was not the case for Darb, he still looked like he would tell the other children to attack Akira. Darb scanned Akira for anything that looked expensive. But Akira was only wearing a ragged dress that was not worth robbing. Moreover, The paper bag that he was carrying was so dirty that it did not look like it had anything of value. Normally, that would be enough to make him give up, but he was so frustrated since he had promised his friends. His frustration finally reached its peak. He let his emotion take over his body and pulled out a gun. God damn it. I don't care anymore. Give me your 300 orum if you don't want to die. Akira, who was already tensed, stiffened even more. You won't get anything from trying to shoot me, you know? After all, I would definitely fight back. Do you really want to do this for just 300 orum? Just stop it. Shut up. Just hand over the money. Fighting to the death against a penniless person would only make them deplete their money on the bullets. Moreover, fighting a cornered opponent might cause them fatal injuries. Darb understood that, but he was looking for a way to vent his frustration and was pushed by the momentum after he pulled his gun. It's 5 versus 1 and he already had his gun out first. Having such an advantage made Darb take a rash decision. Akira's face got grimmer. It was only 300 orum, it was not an amount worthy of risking his own life. While at the same time, it was the money that he had earned after risking his life, and it was the very first compensation that he got as a hunter. So in short, that money was not something that he could easily give up on, thus Akira had to make a difficult decision. Suddenly, Alpha stood in front of Akira and looked at him with a relaxed smile. Akira, answer me quietly. Don't worry, I can hear you no matter how small your voice is. Do you understand? Okay. If it's needed, I'll give you my support, so what are you going to do? Hand over the money? Or escape? Or maybe kill them? If he just gave away the money that he had gotten after risking his life, it might let him survive longer. But it also meant that he had to give up on his money again next time. He might as well survive if he ran as far as he could. But it meant that he had to run away again next time. And lastly, he might survive if he killed them. But there was a chance that he might get himself killed in the process. Akira made a decision without even hesitating. I'll kill them. Alpha smiled without showing any animosity. Roger that. I'll give you instructions then. First of all, we'll break through the encirclement. You can pass through the opening between the 2 children behind you. After all, they've lowered their guards and are standing a bit further away from each other than the rest. Turn back, take 2 steps forward, then lean forward as if you got tripped and run through the gap between those 2 children. After that, immediately jump into the small alley on the right side and we'll start fighting back from there. You get that? I understand. And when exactly should I turn back? Do it now. Akira immediately turned back. On his first step. The other children stiffened as they were surprised when Akira suddenly turned back. Then on his second step. The other children extended their hand trying to grab Akira. But their hands reached nothing as Akira leaned forward as if he had tripped. After that, Darb pulled the trigger, but his bad aim had caused the bullet to pass above Akira, who was leaning forward. The other children were surprised by the gunshot from Darb and stood stunned temporarily. Akira used that opening to go to the alley on his right and continued running. When the other children snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked the alley, Akira was long gone. The boy who had narrowly missed Darb's bullet came to him. Hey! That was dangerous, damn it. Shut up. It's that boy's fault for moving so suddenly. That damn boy, I'll kill him. Hey! What are you standing around for? Chase after him. Another child replied back with an annoyed tone. Just give it up, there's nothing we can get from robbing a poor kid like him, right? Moreover, he already got away from us. If you're really going to aim for him, let's just wait until he comes back to the exchange center again. After all, I'm sure he'll have a lot of money by then. Darb clicked his tongue in annoyance at his friends who had lost their motivation and gave up on chasing Akira. They disbanded and started getting on their own different ways. But just after taking a few steps, Darb, who was unwilling to give up on Akira, looked back to the alley where Akira had vanished. At the next instance, Darb's expression turned grim. Akira suddenly jumped out from the alley while pointing his gun at him. Darb was able to evade Akira's bullets since he was coincidentally looking at him. But the other children took the bullet and fell down while crying in agony. Damn you! Darb was about to attack back as he pointed his gun to Akira's direction. But when he did so, Akira was already gone and there was no one where he aimed. The surprise and confusion that came due to an enemy who appeared out of the blue started to die down. But in exchange, anger started to swell inside him, overriding the fear of death. His hands started trembling while holding his gun that was pointing to nothing. How dare he mess with me? His loud voice that showed his anger reverberated around him. Meanwhile, Akira was running on the back alley with a grim expression. Since he had immediately ran back into the alley without confirming whether his shots got any hit, he was able to distance himself from Darb and his gang. Alpha! How was that? 3 of them got hit, 2 of them rendered unable to fight. All of them are still alive. I see, that was better than I had expected. Akira was not someone who was skilled in using a gun. Normally, it would be impossible for him to just jump out of an alley and hit 3 shots. An amateur would normally jump out of the alley and take his time aiming before pulling the trigger, then he would stand there to confirm whether his shots got any hit. But if Akira did that, he would definitely get shot back. Who made it possible was Alpha. Alpha went out from the alley before Akira and stood in an efficient shooting position while pointing at Darb and his gang. Akira just followed Alpha's movement. He jumped out of the alley to the position that Alpha showed and pointed his gun to the directions that he already knew beforehand by looking at Alpha, then he shot a predetermined number of bullets in those directions as fast as possible before running back to the alley. It was only because Akira followed Alpha's instructions precisely that he was able to successfully execute the surprise attack. But it was not like his enemy had been defeated. The battle still continued. We're moving to the next position. This way. Alright. Akira kept running in the back alley as he was following Alpha. Darb was watching his surroundings with his gun ready as he peeked into the alley where Akira disappeared. He didn't see Akira there, but he thought that Akira might be lurking somewhere nearby. So, he brought his friend, who fortunately didn't get shot, and cautiously walked deeper into the alley. One of the children shouted at Darb with an uneasy look as Darb was moving deeper into the alley. Hey! What are we going to do with them? Are we just going to abandon them? Darb answered with a stern expression as if he was scolding back. We'll kill that boy first. Otherwise, we won't even be able to move those guys to a safer place, you know? What would you do if he starts shooting at us while we're carrying them to the clinic? I see, you're right. It's not like you're planning to abandon them, right? If I was planning to abandon them, I would have been running away by now. I see. Darb was immensely annoyed at his friend who he was talking with. He thought that if only these guys didn't stop him, then they wouldn't be in that situation. Akira took a long detour to avoid encountering Darb and his gang. Finally, he arrived back to where they were. He then carefully took aim at one of the boys' head while keeping watch at the other children who were already injured. The dead kid, the fainted kid and the kid who saw Akira and whispered something, all of them were silenced as Akira pulled the trigger. There were 3 gunshots followed by 3 bodies rolling over the ground with holes in their heads. That's 3, only 2 more left. Get back to hiding now. Roger that. Akira withdrew to another alley and hid himself. As Akira rested his back on the alley's wall and straightened his breathing, Alpha gave him her next instruction. Akira, take out the medicine that you didn't sell and eat it. But I'm not injured, you know. Just take it. Take about 10 pills. Akira was puzzled, but he immediately took out the medicine box from the paper bag and opened its seal just like instructed. He took out a few pills into his hand. Since this is also a relic of the old world, then this is the medicine of the old world, right? This might be a super effective medicine. It feels like it's such a waste to take it while I'm not injured at all. But Alpha told me to take it, so. Since it was Alpha's instruction, it must have some kind of reason behind it. As Akira convinced himself, he swallowed the medicine. Hearing the sound of gunshots, Darb and his friends hurriedly ran back to his injured friends. Darb's face twitched in anger looking at their dead bodies. Damn it, he circled around us, huh? Darb's friends arrived behind him. Their face turned pale as they saw the dead bodies of their friends. One of them took a few steps back from Darb before shouting at him with grim expression. It's your fault. It's all your fault. It's because you shot that boy. After shouting, he ran as fast as he could, leaving Darb behind. As he ran, another gunshot reverberated. It was Akira who fired that shot. It missed. The boy kept running deeper into the slum while screaming and vanished. Darb was also thinking of running away but he couldn't. The hatred from seeing his friends getting killed and the scorn towards his friend who left him, pushed him forward. He just stood there without running away and shouted. That damn kid. He's screwing with me. There was only one branch road from where Akira could take a shot at the boy who was running. Darb just shoved aside his fear of getting killed and ran towards the branch road. As for Akira, he was getting himself ready for a shootout against Darb. He hid himself in the alley as Alpha was standing in front of him and telling him Darb's position. Akira was planning to shoot Darb's head the moment he peeked into the alley, and for that, Akira was holding his gun with both of his hands and getting himself ready as he waited for that moment. But something unexpected happened. Akira thought that Darb would stop and carefully try to take a peek into the alley. But on the contrary, Darb threw caution out the window and blazed into the alley. Darb thought that Akira would have run deep into the alley, that's why he sprinted full speed and plunged into the alley, but instead, he found Akira standing right beside him. He never expected such scenario. Both of them were surprised. They found themselves in a close distance between each other. They hurriedly pointed their guns at each other and pulled the trigger at the same time. Both of them fell to the ground, the bullet hit each other's arm. Both of them were severely injured. But as they were on the ground and writhing in pain, they thought of the same thing, the opponent was still alive and that shot wasn't enough to kill the enemy. Thus they hurriedly tried to finish their opponent and pointed their guns at each other again while ignoring the pain. When Darb was about to point his gun, he already found himself at the end of Akira's muzzle. Akira pulled his trigger and a bullet flew from his gun and hit Darb in point-blank range. It wasn't a killing shot, but it was enough to rob Darb from his power to fight back. Darb dropped his gun and fell down into the pool of his own blood, thus ending his short life. After killing Darb, Akira immediately looked at his injuries. There was a hole in his dress and quite a lot of blood was flowing out from it. It was a severe wound. But even so, he did not feel his movement dulled, he did not even feel any pain. As he was wondering at what was happening, Alpha suddenly shouted at him with a serious face. Akira, you have to tend to your wound. Alpha, for some reason, I don't feel much pain. That's the effect of the painkiller, the medicine that you took before. But it doesn't heal the wound. I see, so that's why you told me to take the medicine beforehand, huh? It was all thanks to the painkiller that he could still move just fine. Moreover, since he got shot right after he took the medicine, he could immediately focus on tending his wound. Although the effect was light, it allowed Akira to survive. First of all, swallow 10 pills of the same medicine. Then take another 10 pills, open them up and sprinkle them onto your wound. And finally, dress the wound with the healing tape. Hurry up, if you faint and become unable to tend your wound, then you'll die. Akira was somehow able to move his body that had gone numb. He took the paper bag that he dropped not too far from him and swallowed 10 pills. And then he opened up 10 pills with his still shaking hand and sprinkled them directly into his wound. The very same pain as when he got hit, assaulted him as he sprinkled the painkiller on his wound. He just clenched his teeth and somehow was able to bear the pain. And when he was done, he turned to Alpha while looking worried. Hey Alpha, is this good enough? Applying the painkiller directly to the wound would reduce the effectiveness of the painkiller. But on the other hand, that would let the nanomachine in the medicine to work directly on your wound, thus making it more effective. So just bear with it. Then for the final touch, Akira pulled out the object that looked like a bandage from the paper bag and dressed his wound with it. That should be enough. Let's hurry up and move away from this place. It's dangerous if we stay here for long. I don't even know if I can move. But I have to get away from this place no matter what, or something bad will happen. Akira was somehow able to bear with the pain when he stood up and started walking. Every time he took a step, he could feel pain stung his whole body. But he managed to keep walking. Looking at how bad his wound was, it was actually a miracle for him to be able to move around like that. It only showed just how amazing the medicine from the old world was. It was able to heal him that much in such a short time. But Akira was in so much pain that he didn't have the leeway to think about that at all. His face was twitching with pain as he kept walking. Alpha looked at Akira, who seemed like he was so close to fainting. To keep him conscious, she cheered him on with a serious face. Give your best. Yeah. Akira somehow managed to get to a different sleeping place from yesterday. He tried to keep himself awake as he was preparing his sleeping place, while watching his surroundings and being more careful than usual. He thought that he would definitely get killed if someone approached him in that situation. So he hid himself in the back alley in such a way so that no one would be able to find him. And when he finished preparing his sleeping place, he just dove into it and laid on his side. Alpha, I'm on my limit. I'll sleep now, good night. Alpha replied back with a soft voice while looking worried. Good night, have a good rest. As Akira closed his eyes while still holding off the pain, his consciousness immediately flew off. I hope I will still be able to open my eyes again tomorrow morning. Although he just made a wish there, he himself didn't know to whom he was wishing to. Strangely enough, Akira woke up into a refreshing morning. As he was surprised by what happened, he was deeply moved when he found himself still alive. I'm still alive, huh? When he checked his arm that was feeling weird, he found something on the place where he got shot yesterday. After looking closer, it was as if something was lodged in between his skin and the healing tape. So he cautiously peeled off the tape and found a malformed bullet. It seemed like the bullet was stuck in his body, and his body had pushed the bullet out. Is this the bullet from yesterday? So it was stuck inside my body, huh? That seems to be the case. It looks like the nanomachine tried to get the bullet out from your body, but then it was obstructed by the tape. It might be a good idea to take the tape off. Akira was a bit surprised to find Alpha right beside him, but he was not as surprised as he was yesterday. This just means that Akira started to get used to having Alpha beside him. After he forcefully pulled out the bullet that was planted on his skin, he put the tape back on the wound but did not feel pain any longer. Alpha smiled again. Akira. Good morning. You've had a rough day yesterday, but did you sleep well? Yeah. I really had a good night's sleep. I even overslept for a bit. The sun was already up, so it was way over Akira's usual waking time. His stomach grumbled, he had not eaten anything since the night before, and at this rate he would miss his morning meals too. Oh crap. The food distribution hasn't ended, right? Akira hurriedly went to the food distribution place and he barely made it in time. Originally, he was planning to go to the Kuzusuhara city ruins, but he cancelled it due to Alpha's instruction. In the end, he decided to take rest for a whole day to fully recover his condition. It was actually weird that he only needed a day's rest after getting shot at. Akira himself understood that it was indeed weird. But the pain had already gone and the numbness had, for the most part, disappeared. Akira finally realized that it was all thanks to the medicines from the old world. He was feeling odd as he was taking a rest in the alley. The medicines and the tape are both made by the old world civilization. So they are relics from the old world, they should fetch quite a lot of money if I sell them. As I thought, it was such a waste to use them. But then, I would have died otherwise. There are many objects created by the advanced technologies of the old world that can't be reproduced by the current technologies. And that is not only limited to medicines. As an example, once, a certain small knife relic was found in the ruin. It could easily cut anything by only applying a very small amount of force, forget fish or meat, it could even cut steel and concrete. While at the same time, it couldn't cut human flesh no matter how hard you tried. At a glance, these two functions seems to contradict each other. Moreover, it wouldn't get dull even after you use it to split steel into two, it wouldn't rust even if you get it wet, and it wouldn't corrode even when you dip it in aqua regalia. When the researchers from the companies turned off the safety check of the knife, it cut a tank, that was totally unreachable to it, into two before disintegrating it into nothingness. More than half of the current mathematical knowledge were developed by decoding the mathematical knowledge of the old world. But even for the researchers who had spent their whole life studying, there were still so many relics that they were using without adequate knowledge of its operation. That's exactly why people will pay a lot of money for these relics. Also, the real pleasure of being a hunter is using these relics yourself rather than selling them. His survival was all thanks to that highly effective medicine relics of the old world. Thus even for Akira, who was not really knowledgeable, knew well that the medicines could get him a lot of money if he sold it. But, he hadn't realized yet that something much more amazing than the medicines was right beside him. Chapter 6, The Ghost of the Old World. Once again, Akira came back to the Kuzusuhara city ruins. He faithfully followed Alpha's every instruction as he moved deeper into the ruins. This time, they tried to not take the same route as yesterday. Even though he got shot not too long ago, he had to do a lot of physical work like climbing the ruins just like last time. But strangely enough, he did not find any difficulties at all. Alpha gave Akira a smile as she was satisfied with how Akira was behaving and moving around. Look at you, it seems that your body is already fine. Yeah, I don't really understand why, but I'm really in a good condition today. Although I only rested for a day, I'm somehow feeling better than before I was shot. To be honest, this is rather scary. Strangely enough, Akira's condition was abnormally superb. There was not even a single trace of tiredness on his face, and his mind was sharper than usual. He could feel the power that was flowing inside his body right till his fingertips. Akira came to realize his own physical condition and found it unnatural, even a bit creepy. Alpha spoke to him as if there was nothing weird about this. That may be the effect of the medicine that you took yesterday. Medicine? I'm indeed surprised that my wound healed that fast, but does it have anything to do with me feeling better than before I got shot? I told you to take quite a lot of medicine just to be safe. It seems that it didn't just heal your bullet wound, but it even healed your other wounds too. But I shouldn't have any other wounds, except the bullet wound though. In contrast to Akira, who was getting more and more confused, Alpha's smiling face did not change at all. Since we were free yesterday, I had asked you a lot of things about your daily life, remember? This is just a hypothesis made based on that information. I think the hard life that you've been through till now has put your body under huge stress. So, your body was under a condition where it had non-lethal wounds. Well, I agree that my life in the back alley is indeed a harsh one, but aren't you exaggerating? After all, I could move around just fine, you know. The living condition that you think is normal is actually very bad. For example, if you keep living under such malnutrition condition for a long time, then it will greatly deteriorate your body. After all, it's as if you're accumulating countless non-lethal micro wounds on the cellular level. The extra medicines that I told you to take yesterday as a caution has healed those micro wounds that were accumulated in your body. I bet that's why you're feeling strangely healthier than before. So in short, does that mean that I was actually dying till now? As Akira showed a mix of conflicted and surprised expression to Alpha, she just returned Akira's look with a smile. Well, that is true. Aren't you glad that you're saved now? Akira's face frowned a bit, he realized just how harsh his life had been in back alley. But concluding all the hardships that he went through with just, I'm glad, did not sit well with him. Even though they kept moving deeper into the ruins, they did not run into any monster. Alpha's instructions were normal and Akira did not even feel like he was traversing a place filled with monsters. Following Alpha's orders made him feel safe and helped him to be more relaxed. As such, although he was walking in the middle of a dangerous ruin, he was able to put his mind on something else other than being wary of his surroundings. He was rather disturbed by the amount of leeway that he had, so he started a conversation, although they were in the middle of ruin exploration. Alpha, can I ask you something? Sure, just ask away. Why are you using that appearance? Alpha was using a pure white dress with a lot of frills with both sleeves and its lower body filled with a lot of shiny ornaments. Oh my, doesn't it look good on me? Or do you want me to change to something else? Is this dress not to your taste? Then Alpha playfully spun around while giving a beautiful teasing smile. Her dress fluttered around and her long glossy hair made a full circle. Then in place of her bare back, a boldly exposed chest appeared in front of Akira. Akira was asking about Alpha's dress that did not fit the current condition no matter how you see it. But he was fazed by what Alpha did now and forgot about the question that he asked. Instead, he just normally answered Alpha, "Well, I do think it looks good on you. But still, if you want to talk about my taste, I actually like the dress that you were wearing when we first met. First of all, it was a unique dress from the old world that you can't get to see every day, not to mention that their meeting left a strong impression on Akira. Thus, he came to like that dress." Alpha just giggled merrily as she knew well about that. The dress that I wore when we met for the first time, huh? So, in short, the birthday suit. Right at the next moment, Alpha's dress vanished. Then once again Akira got to see the beautiful body that was hidden under the glittering dress just a few moments ago. Akira was flustered and said, "That's not what I meant. I meant the dress after that. Don't ever erase your dress like that. Turn it back on now. Why do you always show me your naked body like that?" Alpha returned her dress and giggled a bit. To think that you're not interested in this body, which was the result of a highly complex calculation in order to make men's imagination run wild. Akira, you're really a small kid, are you in that age where you prefer to eat food than a girl? Akira became obstinate and said in a strong tone. Yeah, I am. There's no doubt that I'm just a small kid. If I don't make enough money to buy food, then I'll die. So yeah, I prefer food than a girl, so then, what is with that dress? There was a proper reason as to why Alpha was naked when she first met him. As such, he thought that there might also be a proper reason as to why Alpha was using an improper dress in the middle of the ruin. But it was not like he was desperate to know the answer. So if Alpha wouldn't go along with him, then he'll just drop the subject. But then Alpha suddenly stopped teasing Akira. Although she was still smiling, she started to talk in a more serious manner. Do you still remember what I told you at that time? Didn't I say that I needed a dress that would increase the chance of people noticing me and could elicit a reaction from them? Even now, I'm actively sending signals to your brain so that you can perceive me. But there's something that interests me in that signal transferring process, you see. Is there any problem there? Actually, the management system of the Kuzusuhara city is still active and I'm hijacking that system to broadcast my image within a wide area. That's why my image can also be seen through the equipment used by the management system of Kuzusuhara city. That's also the reason as to why the mechanical monsters could see me the other day. So because of that, people with similar equipment will also be able to see me. Akira's face stiffened as he understood what Alpha was trying to say. So, in short, there's someone who can see you right now, is it? Or that someone with such equipment is around here, right? Alpha's smile vanished as Akira said that. Yeah. Don't look back no matter what. That person is tailing you. He's keeping his distance from you and he's observing you, even right now at this very moment. Akira's face turned grim. Alpha's explanation was simple enough to make him understand the dire situation that he was in. A bit further away from Akira, there were two hunters watching Akira's every movement. A man by the name Kahimo was watching Akira with his binoculars, while another man by the name Haya was watching Akira through his artificial eyes that were stuck on his half-cyborg head. With such long-range sight, both of them were tailing Akira from a distance. They were very confident that an amateur like Akira wouldn't be able to notice them. By looking at the equipment that they were using and how they seemed so familiar in using them, it was clear that both of them were not new hunters who would only scourge the outskirts of the Kuzushihara city ruin. Kahimo had a rather puzzled look on his face as he was looking at Akira through his binoculars. That boy, he's going quite deep into the ruin. Venturing deep with that amount of equipment is the same as suicide. What in the world is that boy thinking? Haya just shrugged Kahimo's question with a laugh. He's not even thinking, he's just a stupid boy. Isn't that exactly why he isn't limited by common sense and found those relics? The outskirt area of this place has nothing valuable left, that is the common sense of normal hunters. I say that it's faster if we just attack him and make him cough out information about the place where he found those relics. Kahimo answered back with an annoyed tone. Oh I. Weren't you the one who stopped me from doing that? You stopped me by saying that it would be bad if we kill him by accident before he can tell us anything. Haya just laughed at that rather tense exchange and tried to cool down the situation. Don't say that. I never thought a small boy like him would be able to go that deep into the ruin, you see. Even you two thought that boy found those relics inside a building somewhere in the outskirts, right? Well, that's true. No one in their right mind would ever think that a boy from the slums would be able to go this deep all by himself, you know. This place itself is quite dangerous, and if we go deeper than this, it would be dangerous even for us. You can say that again, so don't be angry. It was not like both of them were following Akira because they were interested in making friends with him. Instead it was because they heard that a boy with measly equipment from the slum came to the exchange center with an expensive relic. They were interested to find the place from where Akira found his relics. It was common knowledge among the hunters that the outskirts of Kuzushihara city ruin had nothing valuable left. But it was also not like the outskirts were completely devoid of anything valuable. There was still a good chance that you could find a lot of relics buried deep under the ruins. There were numerous reports in the past where people found the entrance to certain places that should have been impossibly hard to find. As an example, recently there were reports saying something like a blocked access into a warehouse was somehow opened by chance from the monster's attack. But of course, it was not worth the risk to intentionally look for such a thing. Thus such encounters were really rare. But when it did happen, a lot of hunters would once again flood the abandoned ruin. If the first one who found the site could not bring all the relics in one go, then of course the leftover relics would be up for competition. So for that goal, there are people who keep their ears up for such a rumor to appear. Kahimo and Haya were among those people. There was a rumor going around saying that a small kid from the slums brought an expensive relic to the exchange center and got himself involved in a shootout against other kids for the money that he received. Kahimo heard about this rumor, checked it and confirmed it. This also led them to believe that there existed a place which was accessible to a small kid from the slum and was filled with expensive relics. They believed that this place was located in the outskirts of Kuzushihara city ruin. After all, there was no other place around the Kagomayama city other than that site where a small kid could explore safely. They thought that if there were a lot of such relics lying around in the place found out by the kid, then that kid would definitely return to that place to explore again. So, they decided to stand by near the ruins looking for a kid, who met the description in the rumor, in order to get details about the place from him. And so they finally found Akira. Kahimo was actually planning to capture Akira and make him cough the location of the place. But Haya stopped him by saying that it would be bad if it turned into a fight and they accidentally killed him. Thus they changed their plan to follow Akira, who would hopefully bring them to the relic's location. But now they started to doubt their plan. Haya, as I thought, we should just force him to cough up the location. After all, he's just a small boy with poor equipment. We should just be careful not to kill him by accident. You also want to do this the fast way, don't you? Haya did not reply at all. So Kahimo became visibly annoyed. Hey, what's wrong? Haya finally opened his mouth and muttered, "The boy. He should be alone, right?" Yeah, he should be alone, it doesn't seem like he has a friend hiding around here. Kahimo was puzzled. He picked up his beloved binocular and looked at Akira one more time. The binocular he was using was a pretty powerful binocular. It can see well from a very long range. It also had the night vision function, so he could see clearly during the night as if it was during the day. Moreover, it can detect invisible light or see through simple optical camouflage. Then to top it off, it has the function to highlight monsters and people. Other than this high-tech binocular, there were a lot of other equipment that uses network access, thus allowing them to retrieve the augmented reality information broadcasted from the ruins. But that function wasn't available for this binocular. After all, there was a time when the mechanical monsters used that function for their advantage instead. At that time, they could not see enemies that were visible with naked eyes and almost got killed. Because of that experience, they set the binocular only for local function. He's all alone. I don't see any monsters, it's only him. Haya's face twisted a bit and replied back in a fashion as if it was something that was hard to say. Well, let me say this first, I'm not under the influence of any drug, I'm not drunk, and I'm not trying to tease you or something. Okay, then what? You're being weird, you know, that I can see a girl beside that boy. A girl? Kahimo decided to recheck and looked back at Akira once again while making a puzzled face. Nope, nothing. It's only him alone. I don't see any girl, you know, that I get it, you can't see her, right? But I can see her clearly. A beautiful girl is guiding that boy. If that is so, then tell me how she looks like, down to all the details, that she's wearing a white frilly dress that looks super expensive. A frilly dress? Have you gone nuts? Where do you think we are? We are in the middle of the goddamn ruins, you know. It's true. I'm not lying. And I'm not drunk either. It's definitely not an illusion. I know better not to drink any alcohol or take any drugs before going to the ruins, you know. Looking at how he reacted, Kahimo knew that Haya was not lying. But it was also true that he could not see the girl. He made a puzzled look as he was confused by what was going on, but then he realized something. Haya. Both of your eyes parts are connected to the network, right? Yeah, it's equipped with high-quality parts and of course I paid a huge sum of money for that. Although it has a network connection function that I'm so proud of, it can easily break in the middle of the ruin. It's a high-tech eye with a lot of functions, but its only downside is that it sometimes receives broadcasted transmission all on its own. That's because you got those parts through illegal means. After all, I bet you got those parts from looting dead corpses in the ruins. I'm sure the reason why those people died was also because of a sudden malfunction in their vision. Shut up. Remodeling it is cheaper. So it's fine, isn't it? It helps a lot when you explore the ruins. But since its control device blew off together with its previous owner's head, it's not easy to change from one function to another. On the other hand, making a new control device will take quite a lot of money, so I'm putting that for later. But why did you ask me that out of the blue? Kahimo's expression turned serious. I think that girl might be some kind of guide-like feature of the ruin broadcasted by the network. Since you can see her while I can't, then it means that she's not a hologram, but rather, an augmented reality. There might still be an actively functioning system in the ruin that is broadcasting her image, that's why your eye parts are receiving that strange information. So in short, she's a ghost from the old world. Haya was rather surprised as he looked back at Alpha to confirm what he was seeing. That girl looks very real, you know? That girl is even casting a shadow. There's nothing out of ordinary about her except for her dress. Broadcasted images tend to have some differences compared to reality, like having no shadow, or having strange proportions, or having the ability to pass through walls. Basically they always have weird features. But that girl, except for her dress, she looks completely normal. Well, that dress itself is really weird though. If it was not for Kahimo's serious expression, Haya would have written that off as a joke. That is just how realistic Alpha's body was. Still with his serious expression, Kahimo said. If that girl really is a guide-like feature of the ruins, then it means that her image is being broadcasted with the technology of the old world. I wonder what kind of advanced technology they're using to be able to broadcast such a realistic image that I see. So that's the ghost of the old world, huh? This is the first time I have seen it, it's really something. Haya kept looking at Alpha with curiosity. Since his partner not only believed in the girl that only he himself could see, his partner even came up with a reasonable explanation for that. Thus he couldn't stop himself from getting more interested in her. As if to go along with their conversation or as if he had just remembered something, Kahimo opened his mouth again. Now that I remember it, there's a ghost story in Kozusuhara City Ruin. If I'm not mistaken. The Beguiling Ghost. I've heard about that too. It's about a ghost that uses relic as bait and lures hunters to go deeper into the ruins before killing them, right? I heard that there were many hunters who followed her into the deeper part of the ruins and never came back. And then the ghost would lure hunters that are still alive by using their dead comrades. Recently I heard that, rather than using human appearance, it even disguises itself as a cat or a dog. After Kahimo gave a slight nod agreeing to what Haya had said, he continued livening up the story with his tone and expression. Getting killed in the ruins while looking for relics, that way of dying is really normal for us hunters. The real question is why there's such a ghost story when it says that no one returned alive. Now that you mention it, I wonder why. The answer is because there are people who didn't follow it. The ghost only lures those who can see it and doesn't lure people who can't see it. It's not like everyone can see it, you know. So it must be a story shared by the people who can see it to people who can't see it. And since each person told a different story, there's no way to actually confirm it. That's why it has become a ghost story. Haya shivered a bit. He realized that following Akira meant that they were also following the ghost. Wait for a sec, then that means that we'll be dead if we keep following that girl, right? To Haya's question, Kahimo just laughed. You can also think of it this way. Why do you think that boy was able to find an expensive relic? That's because that boy can see that girl just like you. Then if that girl is a part of the guide function of the old world that is somehow still functioning right now, then she is guiding people who can still see her. That boy must have asked that girl for a place where he can find relics, and so that girl must have guided that boy to such a place while avoiding any monster encounters. So what do you think? That's a good hypothesis, isn't it? I see. Wait a sec, if just following her is enough to get relics, then why was that ghost story even created? Following her guide would only lower the chance of meeting the monsters, it's still possible to encounter them. Moreover, the hunters who knew about her guide function might have spread that rumor to keep her for themselves. By repeatedly coming here and following her guide, they would quickly deplete the relics in the outskirts, so they had to go to the more dangerous deeper part of the ruins. And while venturing deep in the ruins, one day they unfortunately encountered strong monsters and got themselves killed. That's why only the, if you go with her, then you will get killed, part was left in the rumor. Basically, it's a ghost story that has been built over a long time. As Haya was convinced by Kahimo's explanation, he let out a laugh. So that's why, huh? Then that means that it's not a problem if we follow her, right? Not to mention that boy was able to return alive, we won't get killed as long as we move carefully. There's no guarantee whether that assumption is true. But if it is true, then it will greatly increase our chances of finding relics. But well, the rumor says that it might get us killed, so it's still a dangerous thing. Kahimo was trying to calm Haya down. But Haya was not able to suppress his excitement. He had found something that could easily find him a safe way to explore the ruins and find expensive relics. There is no hunter who does not know just how valuable that is. It's fine, isn't it? You worry too much. I won't simply let this chance slip by. Calm down, let's keep watching him for a bit more. Kahimo looked at Haya with a calm look and thought. People must have killed their own teammates in order to monopolize it. And the one who survived would tell other people that his friends were killed by the ghost of the old world. Of course, the one who could see that ghost was the one who killed them. There's a good chance that this guy will also do the same. But well, this guy is just too stupid. It will be fine if I can come up with a reason for him to go ahead of me. As he looked back at Akira, Kahimo was being too careful so that Haya would not notice his plan. Akira asked Alpha with a grim expression. Do you know what kind of people are following me? 2 guys. Judging by their equipment, they must be hunters. They're pretty well armed. Is there any chance for it to be just a coincidence? I mean, maybe it's not like they are really tailing me, but more like they saw a small boy going into the ruins alone and decided to follow him out of curiosity. Or maybe it's just that they are going in the same direction as me by pure coincidence. No, that's highly unlikely. I've been observing them for a while now, hoping for such a possibility, but it seems that there's no mistaking it that they're tailing us. They kept their distance from us when we stopped to watch our surroundings earlier. So it's obvious that they're tailing us. As Akira kept his grim expression, he showed a glimmer of hope as he asked, But why are they following me? Even if they attack me, I don't have any money with me, you know. They should be able to clearly see that, right? That question was phrased as if Akira was hoping that Alpha's assumption was wrong. She had already thought about his reaction when she revealed the truth out on Akira's face. My guess is that they want to know how a kid like you were able to bring an excessive number of relics to the exchange center. The real reason why they're tailing you is because they hope that you will lead them to a place filled with relics. And while they are at it, they might as well just kill you and take the relics for themselves. I think that they had someone standing near the exchange center in order to look for hunters who seem to be easy targets, easy enough to kill while also bringing expensive relics to the exchange center. Or they may as well buy that information from someone inside the exchange center. They have a lot of reasons to see you as an enemy. Actually, they have more reasons to be your enemy than your friend. So Akira, if you don't treat them as your enemy, you might get yourself killed, you know? Akira finally gave up his naive thinking and took a deep breath. He felt even more uneasy after hearing Alpha's explanation. Damn it. It's the hunters this time, huh? 2 days ago, he had a shootout with little kids of the slum who had guns with them. But even so, he almost got himself killed and barely escaped alive. Now this time, he was going to fight with fully equipped hunters. Akira got a headache from this sudden jump of difficulty level. Akira, just get into that building for now. Just do it as naturally as possible and try to be careful so that you won't be spotted by them. I understand. Akira moved carefully just like he was ordered to. But he was still feeling rather annoyed as he was dragging his heavy feet into the building. Then after he arrived in a room that Alpha guided him to, he rested his back against the wall and sat down. There's no monster in this building, so you can be at ease. Yeah. Akira's reply was gloomy. He was thinking about how he should fight the hunters who were tailing him, but he could not come up with any good ideas. He had thought up some scenarios, but all of them ended up with him getting killed. Akira. Akira lifted up his face in reaction to that rather strong-toned call. He suddenly saw Alpha's face really close, right in front of him. He let out a small shriek as he jumped back in surprise and hit his head against the wall. That pain and surprise woke him up from all the bad scenarios that were running inside his head. When the pain and the surprise had subsided, Akira returned to his senses and calmed down. With his unfocused gaze, he looked at Alpha. Seeing that he has calmed down, Alpha gave off a strong but gentle smile. Get a hold of yourself. The situation is not as bad as you think it is. I will never let you get killed while I'm providing support. Akira was surprised after hearing that, but it made him more hopeful. Can we run away from them? But Alpha's answer to that question was totally unexpected for Akira. We won't run. We'll fight back. We'll get them instead. Akira's hopeful expression was instantly crushed as he was surprised by that answer. Can we really do that? It's 2 against 1, you know. Not to mention that they are hunters with full equipment. This is not the same as when we were fighting against those kids with guns. Alpha answered back with a confident tone. These 2 cases are not that different. You have me with you, you know. By having me alone, your total battle power is way above them. Moreover, you were able to defeat that huge weapon dog monster only with your handgun, remember? Everything will be fine as long as you follow my instructions. So don't worry. It will be okay. She gave off a smile saying this. While it is true that she was trying to clear up Akira's worries, it felt as if they had a lot of leeway here. Is that so? Looking at how Alpha was behaving just like usual, Akira was somehow convinced. But it was not like this was enough to fully erase the doubt that he had when facing overwhelming enemies. It could be seen that Akira half doubted her and half believed her, but there are a lot of differences between monster and human. If you're that confident, then we should be able to run away from them, right? I really feel that it might be a good idea to run away instead. Alpha gave a strict look to Akira, who was being meek. That's a big no-no. They'll be able to shoot you with their weapons while you won't be able to shoot back at them, and it'll be worse if we go to open land. Moreover, until when you want to keep running away? Even if you run away from them today, then how about tomorrow? How about the day after tomorrow? And even if you are able to run back to the city, do you think that they'll suddenly turn nice and stop attacking you? When that happens, are you planning to run away again? Can you really run away from them? Are you planning to keep running away until you get killed? Alpha locked her stare at Akira. Akira stared back at Alpha without turning his eyes away. They kept staring at each other for a few seconds without saying anything. Finally, Akira relaxed his expression as if he had just realized something. It was clear that he had made up his determination right there, that I'll only get myself killed even if I run away from here, huh? Alright, I understand now, let's fight them. Akira resolved himself and stood up. There was no trace of doubt that he had just a moment ago. Then Alpha smiled gently at him as if to give him more courage and said, Akira, resolve yourself. If you can't get over something like this, you won't be able to realize your dream, which is to be a great hunter, you know? Akira smiled bitterly, but there was a trace of expectation and joy on his face. You're right. Also, we had agreed that will, motivation and resolve are all my responsibility. Last time when Akira was about to get himself killed for going against Alpha's instruction, he did say that will, motivation and resolve were all his responsibility. He now realized that he had to show that those words were not lies. If he couldn't do that, then someone without money nor skill like him would have nothing of worth to show to Alpha. Else, all his words about piling trust and achievement would also become meaningless. That thought alone strengthened Akira's resolve. Show his willpower, muster his ambition, strengthen his resolve. Akira kept saying these things again and again to make himself feel stronger. Alpha just smiled confidently and said, And things other than those three are my responsibility. It seems that the time has come to show you my wonderful support capabilities. So just leave this to me. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. Alpha seemed satisfied with Akira's reaction as she gave off a smile. After all, they would not even have the leeway to smile until this situation was resolved. But that aside, I never thought that this kind of thing would happen so fast. It seems that you really used your lifetime worth of luck when you met me, that I think so too. Akira returned Alpha's smile, and then Alpha said in a reassuring tone while still showing a fearless smile. Don't worry. Since I've taken all your luck, I'll have to take good care of you. Well, thanks, that would really help. Akira gave Alpha a light answer while laughing for a bit. Yep, I'm really helpful. Alpha answered back while laughing merrily. Alpha's smile that was produced from high-tech computation was enough to calm and encourage Akira, thus allowing him to regain his fighting spirit. Everything went well according to Alpha's plan. Chapter 7, The Beguiling Ghost. Kahimo felt strange when he saw Akira walking into a building. It was a feeling that he got when he knew something fishy was going on. And since he knew that someone invisible to his eyes was accompanying Akira, it only made him more cautious. The boy started moving again. Hiya, how about the girl? Does it look like she's guiding him there? Yeah. The girl is pointing at the building and leading the boy into it. She entered the building together with the boy. The relics might be inside that building, so what to do now? Should we go in too? No, let's wait outside for a while. Are you sure? We might lose sight of the boy, you know. We know that boy's face. Even if we lose him now, we still can find him if we look in the slum. So, there's no problem. That aside, we have to move carefully so that we are not spotted by them. And, if that boy comes out from the building just fine, then that means that the building is safe. Oi, you're really being too careful, you know. Since only Haya could see Alpha, he was observing them closely. He really did not want to miss this chance, so he was urging Kahimo to follow them. But as Kahimo replied back with an unmotivated answer, he started showing his dissatisfaction. Then Kahimo made an ultimatum. If you don't want to wait, fine, just go ahead by yourself. After all, you're the only one who can see the ghost, and if the ghost story is true, then you can go ahead and die too. Don't say that. Alright, I understand that I was being too hasty. Haya was sweating a bit as he tried to dodge the suggestion with a laugh. Kahimo and Haya stayed there for some time, while observing the building. If it was only a quick search, then Akira should be coming out from the building any time now. But even after waiting for long enough, they still did not see Akira coming out from the building. Thus Kahimo started getting annoyed. He's not coming out. Is that boy dead or something? Or is he so absorbed in searching for relics that he didn't notice the time? As for Haya, who had been piling up dissatisfaction, was close to reaching his limit. Say, Kahimo. Let's just stop laying low and search inside the building. If the boy is dead, then there's no meaning waiting for him here. We'll only be wasting our time, you know. You're right. But there are dangerous monsters around this area, so just because we might find expensive relics, we should not lower our guard, okay? I know. Seeing Haya acting all excited, Kahimo made a stern face. Despite all the warnings that he had given, Haya was still not being careful. Kahimo stopped in front of the entrance of the abandoned building. Haya, I'll be staying here so you won't mistake me for the boy. You go ahead and search the building. If you find the boy or the girl, or if anything happens, contact me immediately. Also, come back here after 1 hour, no matter what, okay? Okay. What should I do if I find the boy? Should I just drag him here? You can do that if the situation allows it. If he fights back or if you are suspicious of him, then just kill him. If you find something wrong with him, then just kill him. Don't let him fool you and take advantage from it, kill him when you have the chance. Haya looked surprised at all the kill him orders from Kahimo. Kill him, you say? You sure we don't need to interrogate him? We can't be sure whether he would give in without a fight. So we can interrogate him only after shooting his leg or arm at least. And be careful not to get lured by the girl, they might have prepared a surprise attack for you. Why are you being so careful with him? He's just a small kid, you know. Haya felt rather weird seeing Kahimo being really careful with the boy, so he tried to relieve the tension with a laugh. But his laughter died down as Kahimo kept staring at him with a serious face. We talked about the beguiling ghost just a moment ago, right? There's a chance that the boy is being tricked and lured here just to get killed by that girl, just like in that ghost story. I'm being careful because I'm worried about you, you know? But it's not like I'm going to force you, so you can do as you like. Wait for a second, if that's true, then are you really going to let me go in alone? You're the only one who can see the girl. So no one but you can do this. Go now. If you think you're in danger, then get back here as soon as possible. I'll wait for you here. She might actually have lured us here, so I have to secure the entrance or it will be bad, you understand now? Why yeah, I understand. Haya nervously went into the building. Kahimo looked at him and thought. I'm sorry, but I'm still suspicious that it's all part of that boy's trap, and not to mention that you might betray me if you are able to find a lot of relics there. Moreover, there were a lot of dead victims in the past, that's why it is a ghost story. So it must be pretty dangerous inside. Just give your best there. As for me, I'll start with watching the current situation before going in. But well, I hope it's just a needless fear though. Kahimo made a snicker as he sent Haya off. Akira was waiting inside getting ready to welcome Kahimo and Haya. He was making a serious face, but nervousness could be clearly seen on it. He was trying to calm himself by taking deep breaths. Alpha had already told him the plan. She assured him with a confident smile that he only needed to follow her plan to be able to win. Akira believed that too, and it was not just a blind faith. After all, in the past, there was a time when he was able to defeat weapon dogs with just his handgun by following Alpha's instruction. Now he was trying to follow his own words about believing in Alpha and building trust between them. Akira. They've entered the building. One of them is on standby near the entrance and the other one is searching the building. They don't seem like they're planning to interrogate you for the relic's place, they're planning to kill you. That's why we're also not going to hold ourselves back. Okay. Although he was interested in how Alpha got that information, he quickly dismissed it as a needless thought. If he thought of something needless, then he would make wrong move and it would prevent him from following Alpha's instructions accurately, which in turn would increase the chance of getting himself killed. That is why he would execute Alpha's instruction and plan as fast and as accurately as possible. That was the only thing he should be thinking. And so he made his resolve and refocused himself. In order to encourage Akira even more, Alpha made an invincible smile. We'll start now, are you ready? Yeah. Akira gave a firm nod. There was not even a trace of doubt or fear on his face. All of his fear and doubt were shoved aside by his resolve. Alpha gave a satisfied smile looking at that, then in the next moment, she vanished from Akira's view, just like they had planned. After that, Akira took a deep breath, his face turned serious, and he started running towards the location Alpha mentioned. As Haya was carefully searching the building, his expression suddenly changed. He saw the white-dressed girl in the hallway, that was Alpha. He saw that girl slowly vanish deep inside the hallways and he did not think twice when he started running towards her direction. But he somehow remembered Kahimo's warnings and was able to stop himself and immediately contacted Kahimo. Kahimo, I saw that girl just now. Is she with the boy? No, she is alone. She was deep in the hallway, I'm going to pursue her. The boy might be around, be careful. Yeah, I will. Haya started pursuing Alpha, but because he was moving slowly while being careful of Akira, he could not catch up with her. But at least, he didn't leave Alpha out of his sight. He moved slowly, confirmed the safety of his surroundings, and then moved again. While he kept doing so, his expression started to loosen up. And together with that, his vigilance also loosened up. Every time he looked at Alpha, he spent more and more time admiring her beautiful figure. As such, he spent less time watching his surroundings. He could see Alpha's fair skin from the big opening on that gorgeous white dress backside. Her silky hair was long enough to almost touch the ground. Every time she took a turn, Haya caught a glance of her well-endowed chest and beautiful face. The combination of her unique beauty and gorgeous dress eluded Haya's heart in no time. He really wanted to see her face closer and feel her soft skin. Alpha's alluring back was right in front of him. He could not stop his desire, he lowered his guard and his steps quickened. As his face twisted into a face of a pervert, he already threw the word cautious out of the window. After following her for some time, Haya was finally able to catch up with Alpha. He grinned at Alpha who was just standing at the end of the hallway. He saw Alpha opening her mouth as if she was saying something to him. Haya tried to listen to what Alpha was saying, but he could not hear anything. He was a bit puzzled by that, but Alpha just kept moving her lips while smiling. Alpha suddenly looked to her side as if she just noticed something. Haya was baited to follow suit, but he saw nothing out of the ordinary through the glassless window. When his expression got even more puzzled, suddenly sound from gunshots reverberated from his back. He heard 3 gunshots. The first bullet passed through his armpit. The second bullet hit the floor where he was standing, while the third bullet brushed and tore off some flesh from his right ear. The one who shot him was Akira. Akira shot him from the hallway at the opposite direction of where he was facing after he was baited by Alpha. Haya was stunned for a few seconds after what just happened, but then regained his focus because of the pain coming from his ear and started shooting back. The sound of gunshot continued to echo as he kept shooting. Countless bullets landed on the floor, ceiling, and wall. But Akira had hidden himself from him when he was stunned, so his counterattack was just him wasting his bullets. Kahimo's voice burst out from the communication device. Haya. What happened? Haya was breathing hard as he shouted. It's that boy. That boy just shot at me. That damn boy. He almost got me. He almost got you. Did you get shot from a close distance although you were being careful? Tell me everything. And keep watching your surroundings. Haya tried to calm himself and began explaining what had happened. Hearing his explanation, Kahimo got annoyed and started scolding him. Are you saying that you almost got killed because you were chasing that girl? Are you stupid or something? Didn't I repeatedly remind you to be wary of her? Well, it can't be helped, that girl was really beautiful, you know. So you're saying that she's so beautiful that it's worth dying for, huh? No wonder why it turned into a ghost story. Haya's excuse that was made in a hurry was not enough to bring Kahimo's mood back. Kahimo also knew well that it was not the right time to start talking about insignificant stuff like that, so he just cut it short and changed the subject. So, is that girl still there now? Yeah, she's just standing here. She seems to be saying something but I can't hear her. Well, that is expected. The only information that your eyes can retrieve from the network are just images. It can't retrieve any audio. Just to be safe, check if you can touch her or not. Who knows, maybe it actually is a physical entity that I just can't see. After all, I normally can't see an active autonomous doll with optical camouflage ability, but your eyes should be able to see them. So try touching her. Haya extended his hand towards Alpha's chest. But his hand could not touch that well-endowed chest. Instead, his hand went through Alpha's chest and went inside Alpha's image. Haya was visibly disappointed. I can't touch her. It's just an image. To think that I can't feel this amazing chest right in front of me, this is a type of torture on its own. Wait for a sec, but this is an image of such a beautiful girl. This image alone might fetch me a lot of money. Since I can see her, I'll bypass the output from this image and... This is not the time for that. You better get a hold of yourself. Kahimo scolded and shut Haya down. Next, try telling her to raise her right hand. Haya told Alpha to raise her hand. Alpha stopped moving her mouth and raised her right hand. Oh. She just raised her right hand like I told her to. Alright then. Tell her to point at the direction of people other than you. And next the direction of that boy near you. What the hell is that order? Just do it. Oh okay. Haya did as he was told, to which, Alpha pointed to the floor. Haya, how was it? Did the girl point at me? Wait for a sec. According to my auto map, I'm here and you're there, so... Oh. She's really pointing at you. This girl is really something. Haya was surprised and pretty much amazed. But then Kahimo replied back with a shout. Damn it. What's wrong? It's a trap. That boy already knows our position. He might have asked that girl to point the other people around him and discovered us. That girl is just a bait. The boy must have told her to just wander around inside the building and lure you to a place that is easy for him to launch a surprise attack. Now that girl has lured you to such a place. Haya immediately shouted out angrily. That boy. How dare he look down on me? I'll fucking kill him. That girl might be a guide or something from the ruin. Since it obeyed your order, so I'm sure it obeys just anyone's order. Ask that girl to guide you to where the boy is and kill him. Do you need my help too? It's okay. As long as he doesn't catch me off guard, I can finish a little boy like him all by myself. After all, it seems that he's just an amateur and he only has a handgun with him. Just be careful. If he was an expert, you would have gotten yourself killed in that surprise attack just now, you know? I know. You just look out for that boy and make sure that he doesn't run away. Haya then shouted at Alpha. Show me where the boy is. Haya once again walked behind Alpha. But this time, rather than feeling infatuated by that beautiful figure, he was filled with so much anger that her seductive figure did not divert his attention at all. Akira, who was running hurriedly to the next planned location, was able to hear Alpha's voice. Unfortunately, that was a failure. Although it would have been great if you could have finished him there. He could not see Alpha, but he could hear her voice. It was the same when he launched that surprise attack on Haya. He listened closely for Alpha's signal for him to jump into the hallway and took shot at Haya. The dead corner where he hid himself, the timing for his surprise attack, the number of shots he took before withdrawing just as fast as he shot, all of these were done as instructed by Alpha. Akira tried his best to follow Alpha's every order as accurate as possible. But even so, he could not defeat the enemy. Akira's expression turned grim as he showed a bit of regret. That didn't work, huh? Maybe I should have taken a better aim. He muttered those words as he could not help but think that if only he took more risk and took a better aim, then his enemy would be dead. Akira did not doubt Alpha's instructions at all. After all, the fact is that he was able to take the shot from behind enemy's defenseless back. In short, it was a perfect surprise attack. But even so, it could not finish the job. If he thought about the reason for that, there would be none except for his bad aim. But then Alpha replied back with a rather harsh scolding. No, you should not. If you had taken more time and stopped even for a moment in order to take a better aim, the chance for you to be killed from the counter-attack would have soared up. What you did was already the best course of action. For preparing Akira's surprise attack on Haya, Alpha considered their respective equipment, skill, and their habits. As such, if Akira took an action outside of what he was instructed, then the chance for success of his surprise attack would plummet. And so she gave a strong warning to Akira. I see. As I thought, I'm really weak. It was not enough despite the fact that he had done all he could. He was again reminded of how weak he really was. He was downtrodden. Knowing that, Alpha said to Akira with a strong but gentle voice. Everyone starts as a weak person. Akira, you've done all you could and that's all that matters. Since you just launched a surprise attack on someone far stronger than you and were able to retreat safely, I think that alone was pretty amazing. As for your current lack of skill, later you can train as hard as you can to improve. I'll keep training you even if you say that you already had enough of it, so there's no need to worry about that. Hearing Alpha saying something that was so obvious to him and how she behaved as if surviving this encounter was a certainty, Akira was able to pick himself up and let out a forced smile. You're right, I'll be counting on you. Just leave it to me. And also, from that surprise attack just now, I was able to confirm the enemy's equipment and his line of thinking. I've also completely analyzed his habits. You should be able to kill him next time. Really? You're really something, you know. I've told you before that I have a high level of competency in these areas, haven't I? Now, to get him next time, you'll need to get really close to him, so get yourself ready for that. I understand, don't worry, I'm ready for it. He knew well that all he should do was to give his best for the next move too. He blazed towards his next position. His resolve could be seen on his face. Haya's attention was not distracted by Alpha since he was very angry. He moved deeper into the building while being vigilant of Akira. But with time, his vigilance started to loosen up again. Since nothing out of ordinary happened, he began to calm down and relax. Moreover, as long as Alpha was guiding him, he had to look at Alpha's back. Hence, he was once again lured by that beautiful back. And even if he tried to look away, it only made him more and more bothered by that mesmerizing view. As a result, he stopped being vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, since he consciously tried not to look at Alpha, he was being careless of what was in front of him. Even he himself started to think that this was getting pretty bad. His attention was divided between the distraction in front of him and watching his surroundings. He did not have the leeway of dividing his attention for something else other than those two things. This time, when he looked back at Alpha after scanning his surroundings, she was already standing near an intersection just ahead of him while pointing at a direction. "That boy is over there, huh?" Haya made a guess that Alpha was pointing at where Akira was hiding. He ran and stopped right before the intersection as he judged he was safe from that distance. With half of his chest peeking out from the intersection, he pulled the trigger on his finger and kept shooting at Akira's probable location. The sound of the gunshots echoed through the hallway. Most of the high-speed bullets landed on the floor, wall, and ceiling. Countless shrapnel ricocheted through the hallway and hit all the blind side of the hallway. When Haya was about to change the cartridge of the gun, which was now empty, Alpha lowered her hand. Haya noticed that and interpreted it as a sign that his target has been eliminated. "Alright, he's dead, huh?" Thinking that he had won, Haya felt relieved and he stepped into the hallway without changing his gun's cartridge and tried to confirm that he had killed Akira. But he could only see a hallway that was destroyed by the flying bullets. His relieved expression suddenly turned grim. "Oh, the boy isn't here, you know." Haya walked back to Alpha while he kept shouting at her. But Alpha just smiled and moved her lips. Haya could not hear her voice, so he angrily shouted at her again. "The boy. Show me the damn boy." Again Alpha pointed to the direction behind Haya and he looked back without thinking twice, but no one was there. Suddenly, another gunshot echoed. Haya knew that he was hit from the pain coming from his abdomen. He was stunned from the shock. This gave an opening to the assailant, who then fired multiple bullets at him. Although he was wearing only a cheap armor, it was enough to prevent him from getting any fatal wounds as the bullets could not pierce through it. But it was enough to take him down. He fell down on the ground while screaming angrily. Haya tried to make sense of what had happened just now as he was lying down on the ground writhing in pain. "I got shot." "From where?" "I didn't see anyone though. There is only that girl." "Wait, that girl shot me." "Impossible. She is just an image. There's no way she was able to shoot me." Haya was confused by the impossible situation he was in. But his confusion was quickly cleared up as Akira stepped out from inside Alpha. "He was right inside her so I couldn't see him, huh?" Akira came closer to Haya with both his hands gripping on his gun. He lifted his gun and aimed for Haya's head. Haya gritted his teeth to withstand the incoming pain as he pointed his gun at Akira and pulled the trigger. But nothing happened. He then remembered that the cartridge in his gun was empty. In front of his imminent death, Haya racked all his brainpower, that he normally did not use, in order to survive. Then, right before his death, when everything was moving slowly, he realized something. So it was all a trap right from the beginning, huh? Alpha made him look away when Akira launched his surprise attack in order to take his attention away from Akira. She stopped in a strange location and pointed her finger so that he would waste all his bullets. She stopped pointing her finger so that he would stop exchanging the cartridge. She looked and smiled at him in order to lower his guard. Once he realized that, everything about her, her dress, the hallway that she lured him into, her movement speed when she was guiding him, and all the other minor things, all of them were in order to kill him. He kept thinking of all these useless things in the short time that he was still alive. He just wasted his precious time and brainpower for these meaningless things right before his death. And like that, Haya had spent all the time he had left. Haya muttered while making a crooked smile out of fear. The beguiling ghost. After that, Akira's bullet pierced through his head and ended his life. The last thing that he saw was Alpha's ruthless smile as she approached and hugged Akira. Kahimo's voice burst out from Haya's communication device. "Haya, what happened? Did you finish that boy?" But then Alpha warned Akira. You shouldn't answer that. He would notice the situation if you do. Akira quickly stopped himself from making any sound and nodded. Let's quickly take off his equipment. With this, we'll have more weapons. Akira took Haya's equipment. Although it did not really fit him, at least he had better equipment now compared to before when he had his gun only. Then for the next step, throw his corpse out through that window. Akira was rather surprised to that unexpected order. But Alpha just smiled at him like usual. Kahimo, who was on the first floor of the abandoned building, more or less understood what was going on and his face turned grim. There's no mistaking it, I heard gunshots. After that, he stopped responding. It means that he's at least in a condition where he can't answer me, or he might even be dead already. Did he do something stupid and was caught off guard again? No, judging from the sound, it was at least a shootout between them, huh? Kahimo was at a loss as to whether he should go and check the situation or just keep standing there. If I go and check them, I might get lucky and get to monopolize the relics. I can also sell his equipment for money. But, there's a good chance that we were actually lured here. The problem is, how far are we going to get lured in? And what if the fabled relics actually don't exist? What if that boy is actually luring hunters that can see that girl in order to kill them and then take their equipment? What if this building is actually his hunting ground? If that's true, then it's dangerous to assume that boy is a novice. Wait, am I overthinking here? The fabled relics and his dead companion. Both of these factors made Kahimo more suspicious. His mind was telling him to run away. He involuntarily shifted his gaze towards the exit of the building. But right at that moment, he saw Haya's body falling down. Haya's corpse was stripped off its equipment. It made a huge sound as it landed on the ground. Kahimo was surprised and approached Haya's corpse. But he stopped right before he stepped outside the building. The boy took Haya's equipment. He is still alive and he deliberately threw his corpse outside. He knows my position. Kahimo raised his head and looked up with a dreadful expression. He could see the boy who killed Haya running towards him with his handgun aiming to shoot him. That damn boy. His opponent was just a small kid. The word patience and vigilance had gone from Kahimo's head. He changed his mind and started moving in order to kill Akira. When he pulled out the information terminal and checked for Haya's location, he could see Haya's indicator was moving. It showed that Akira had Haya's information terminal. I knew it, he's upstairs. It would be great if he misunderstands that he is the only one who knows others' position. I can still outsmart him then. Kahimo let out a small laugh and rushed inside the building. Akira received another instruction from Alpha for the next place for the surprise attack. Akira, take out the knife that you didn't sell back then. This one. The knife that he took out was a relic of the old world that he found during his first time in Kazushihara City Ruin. Its blade looked dull and it looked as if it would not be able to cut anything. Yes, that one. There's something prodding out on the bottom of that knife, right? Take your gun and shoot right through it. Akira stuck the knife on the ground and got his gun ready. As he was getting his gun closer to the knife, he asked Alpha, "Excuse me for asking this, it will break if I shoot it, right?" "Yes, it will break. It feels like it's such a waste. This is also a relic of the old world, right? I should be able to get quite a lot of money from selling this. Think of it as a necessary expense and get over it. Or instead, I have another way to get over this situation which is 3 times more dangerous, so which one you would choose?" Seeing how Alpha was smiling full of confidence, Akira just shut his mouth and pulled the trigger. Kahimo checked his terminal again for Haya's location. Haya's indicator was standing in the same place for 10 minutes. Akira might be waiting to jump on him there, or it could be some kind of a trap. Kahimo thought of both possibilities as he kept moving deeper into the building carefully. Kahimo found Haya's information terminal discarded in the middle of a hallway. He then took it while looking annoyed. Did he leave it here because he knew that I could track his position using this? If he did not realize that Kahimo could track his position through that information terminal, then Kahimo could still set up a surprise attack on him. But if Akira noticed that Haya was moving straight towards his position without taking any wrong turns, then he would have left the information terminal as a bait in order to prepare a surprise attack. If that was the case, Kahimo was thinking of predicting Akira's surprise attack and taking him by surprise instead. It was rather unexpected for him to be able to think like that in this situation. Kahimo's face turned grim. He knew that it would not be easy to hide oneself in this place and shoot at him. But even so, he could not clear his bad feeling. Instead, it was only getting worse. The enemy must have set up a surprise attack. His intuition was telling him that he was correct, and in fact, he was actually correct. On the next instance, Kahimo's body was split into two. His armor was completely useless. As the upper and the lower part of his body fell and rolled down onto the ground, he could see his blood and organs spilling out. Kahimo was shocked by the pain. In the short moment of his last remaining life, he noticed that there was a big cut on the wall right beside him. He understood that something cut him in half through the wall. But before he could finish his thought as to what exactly cut him, he drew his last breath. On the other side of the cut wall, Akira was frozen still after he swung his knife sideways. Just like Alpha instructed, he swung the knife sideways right after he destroyed the bottom part of the knife with his gun. And when he did that, a blue light shot out and cut Kahimo and the wall in front of him. The knife could not reach the wall from where Akira was, but even so, it left a 5 meters wide cut mark on the wall. He could barely see what was on the other side of the wall from the 1 centimeter thick opening on the wall. Smoke came out from the cut mark and there was a burning smell. After that, the knife vibrated and disintegrated into dust. Akira was shocked and stood still while holding what was left of the knife. While on his side, Alpha smiled and nodded. "Alright, you've killed him. We are safe for now, right, I see." Alpha was behaving as if they just accomplished something small and minor. Akira's mind could not catch up with what was going as he was standing there perplexed. And then he looked back to the knife which caused that situation, only its handle was left. "Alpha, what exactly is this knife?" "Well, even if you ask me, all I know is that it's just a knife of the old world. It was meant to be used by common people and was sold freely. Did the commoners of the old world need a knife that could even cut open walls? It's not like its main use is to cut walls, you know. It's just that because they kept aiming for a better sharpness and durability, they somehow ended up with something that could even cut the wall. If you had not destroyed the safety device, you wouldn't be able to do such a thing. You did destroy its main body, remember? With that, it could muster the maximum cutting power just this once. By doing so, it would be able to ignore its limit and use the maximum stored power, that should normally be used for maintaining its durability, to increase its cutting ability. If we had not done that, then it wouldn't be able to cut open the wall together with the person behind it, but, that in itself is already dangerous enough, isn't it? It's a safe tool as long as you use it properly. But since we used it for such a purpose, that's why it looks dangerous to you. But that is something to be expected, right? Well, you're right, I understand it now. Although he thought what Alpha said was indeed correct, he still could not help but think that the knife was a dangerous tool. And to think that something like that was distributed freely in the old world, it only made him to admire the old world even more. Alpha giggled as if she was teasing Akira. "So now, are you satisfied with my support? Although we had to destroy a relic from the old world, we were able to defeat 2 hunters who were way out of your league. You may be feeling really thankful for having me, right?" In contrast to Alpha, who said that as if she was joking, Akira nodded with a serious face. "Yeah, it's thanks to you that I was able to survive this situation. Thank you. I'm sorry that I did not fully trust you up until now." Alpha returned back to normal and smiled gently. "There's no need to worry about that. I'm happy that it was enough to make you trust me. So then, what do you want to do now? Should we return to look for relics like we originally planned? Or instead, should we just go back home? Akira, you're tired, right? It's not efficient to keep pushing forward when you're tired. There's no need to push yourself too hard. Akira made a difficult face, "That if I am to be honest. I'm really tired right now, so I want to go back home. But we still haven't gotten anything yet. If I want to get the rest of the money from the exchange center, I should bring something home. In that case, how about we only search around this place? If I help you, we should at least be able to find some relics that other hunters have missed." Akira then decided to follow Alpha's suggestion to look only around that place before going home. He was only able to find some handkerchiefs. But these handkerchiefs were in such a bad condition that normal hunters would have ignored them. Even for Akira, if it was not because Alpha told him that they were relics of the old world, he would have ignored them too. But even so, he decided to take them and concluded the search. And then he took as much stuff as he could from Kahimo and Haya's corpses before returning back to the city. The building was left empty except for Kahimo and Haya's corpse. Hunters fighting against each other and not going back home was a common happening in the eastern region. Chapter 8, Trust. After arriving back to the city safely, Akira went straight to the exchange center and lined up in front of one of the counters. And just like the last time, that Nojima guy was the one standing behind the counter. Nojima remembered Akira vividly. But he did not immediately respond to Akira. Instead, he acted as if Akira was just another stranger to him. "Give me your hunter ID if you have one." "Wait, it's you, huh?" Nojima was rather surprised at how much Akira had changed. The last time he met Akira, he thought that Akira was just another little brat from the slum. But Akira looked so much different now. He actually resembled a hunter with the equipment that he scavenged from Kahimo and Haya. But that was not all. The biggest difference was the faint aura that he was giving off. It was an aura of someone who had gone through the baptism of the wasteland. Just registering yourself as a hunter does not make you one. But the person standing in front of Nojima was indeed a hunter, despite being only a newbie. Looking at him, Nojima laughed a bit as he thought that Akira would not die anytime soon. Then he recomposed himself and started moving into his order of business. "So, what do you have this time?" "That's weird, was that one you brought before due to pure luck alone?" Although it did not look expensive whatsoever, it was an item that he brought back after putting his own life on the line. Thus, Akira was a little bit annoyed when Nojima badmouthed the item that he brought. "Well, I'm sorry that it looks awful. But even so, it is a relic of the old world that I brought back from the ruin. I should be able to get the rest of the money from the previous relic with this item." "And also, what do you mean by pure luck?" Akira made a twisted face, which, Nojima just laughed lightly. "You'll know soon." Nojima took the same tray that Akira used before from the back shelf and used his other hand to operate the terminal. After that, banknotes came out from the machine beside it. Nojima took that money and put it inside an envelope before extending it to Akira while laughing. "We finished checking the relic that you brought before. For this time, your total payment is 200,000 orum." Akira's mind went blank for a sec when he heard that number. He then slowly reached for the envelope and took out the money. After touching and seeing the real thing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. For him, who fought to the death for mere 300 orum yesterday, this 200,000 orum was simply unbelievable. Nojima was satisfied with how Akira reacted and laughed. "There are not many kids who got this much money here, you know. Use them wisely, okay? Well then, go now before you start attracting more attention." As Akira regained his composure, he immediately put that envelope into his chest pocket in panic and awkwardly left the exchange center. Looking at how Akira changed back from a newbie hunter to a small boy from the slum, Nojima let out a bitter laugh. Even after leaving the exchange center, Akira kept moving awkwardly, he just could not calm down. Seeing that, Alpha talked to him with a soothing voice. "Akira, calm down. If you let yourself shaken by just this much money, it'll only get worse in the future, you know? Hearing these words, Akira, who was speechless after getting the amount of money that he never imagined, inadvertently opened his mouth. Ha! Just this much money, you say? What the heck are you talking about? It's 200,000 orum, you know. It's a huge amount of money for me. Alpha locked her stare at Akira as she said to him with a strong tone. No, this is just a small amount. It is simply nothing compared to the amount you can earn with my support. Get this inside your head. Even if you tell me so. Moreover, you look like a retarded kid talking to himself now, so be more careful. Akira closed his mouth in panic. Because of the huge amount of money that he just got, Akira could become an easy and delicious target. Moreover, he was sticking out like a sore thumb since he was behaving awkwardly. Let's take a rest for today. I'm sure you're pretty tired after returning from the ruin. Moreover, you'll only attract more attention if you're just standing here. Why, you're right. I understand. Akira was calm enough to answer Alpha with a whisper. But he was still looking rather restless on his way to his sleeping place. But then Alpha suddenly stopped him with a serious face. It's not this way. But my sleeping place is over there. Nope, you're going to sleep in an inn today. You have the money for that now, right? You're right, but... Because he just received an amount that he could never imagine, Akira felt really heavy parting with the money. But then Alpha smiled gently to him as if she was reprimanding a small kid. If you feel really heavy parting with just this amount, it will only lower the worth of your life, you know. And it's not like we're going to use it needlessly. Since you acquired it properly, so you should use it properly too. I'll give you my support on how to efficiently spend money too. So, you trust in my support, right? Akira just could not say no after being told that. Both of them had promised to build trust between them. And so he made a firm nod while trying to calm himself down. Okay. Thank you, so then, shall we go to the inn now? By the way, is it really okay if I pick the inn for you to stay? Yeah, I'll leave it to you. This way then. Alpha giggled as she walked in front of Akira to guide him. As he was following Alpha from behind, he could not help but to worry just how much money he would need to spend for the inn. It was normal for inns to let their customers bring their weapons. But since they would bring strong and destructive weapons, it would cause death victims and huge damage to the inn if they used those weapons to cause a ruckus. As such, all the customers were expected to behave nicely. It was a basic rule that all the customers should adhere to. Now then, even if you cause someone's death or some kind of loss to the inn, you would still be considered as a well-behaved customer if you properly pay the inn enough compensation. But since Alpha picked a cheap inn near the slum city, the rule was not very strict here. The inn would gladly accept an armed kid from the slum as long as that kid paid them. Thus, Akira was able to make a reservation without any problems. Akira reserved an average-priced room. The room was pretty big, and because it was an inn designed for hunters, it had a big empty area for hunters to do maintenance on their equipment or to just keep all the relics that they had on them. The room even had a bath and a bed too. Not to mention, there were also a variety of foods inside the refrigerator. It was definitely safer to sleep here than outside. There was a stark contrast comparing it to Akira's sleeping place in the back alley. 20,000 orum for a night, huh? That is simply a robbery. Akira fully understood why he had to pay so much money for the room. But, Akira did not look happy, even though he was able to sleep in such a luxurious place that was way better than his sleeping place in the back alley. Instead, he made a rather complicated face. Understanding why he should pay so much money was not the same as actually paying the money. Akira's hand was shaking as he was paying for his room. Alpha was the one who picked that room. If it was up to Akira, then there was no mistaking it that he would opt for a cheaper room. Akira let out a sigh. It was clear that he was rather disappointed since he had to spend his money on some needless expense despite the fact that he was against it. Realizing that, Alpha just laughed awkwardly. I'm sure there are a lot of things in your mind right now, but how about you relax and take a bath for now? Bath. A bath? Yeah, I'm going to take a bath now. Akira immediately beaming with happiness the moment he heard the word bath. There were buildings equipped with baths even in the slum city, but there were only certain people who could enjoy such a facility. Unless it was someone who owned the bath or someone with enough money to pay for the bath, it was impossible to have the chance to enjoy one. For a small kid who was living in one corner of the back alley like Akira, the only thing that he was able to do was to wipe off his body with a piece of cloth using the water not good enough for drinking. Akira was only able to vaguely remember the last time he went into a bath. As such, he was happily heading to the bathtub. Akira washed his body while waiting for the bathtub to be filled with hot water. He washed every nook and cranny of his body with a soap that was prepared there and enjoyed the water by using it rather excessively. It was not something that he could do before. He was enjoying such a luxury that was definitely out of his reach when he was living in the back alley. It took some time before he washed mud and dust off his body and started to make bubbles with the soap. Once he completely washed his body, he checked the water in the bathtub. He then immediately dipped himself into the hot water tub until the water was level with his shoulder. He relaxed back as he let out a strange moan. He then let the water take over his body as if the hot water just washed all his tiredness. As his face started to ease off, his consciousness melted into the hot water and he could not help but mumble some words. "How is the water?" Akira immediately turned into the source of that voice. He could see Alpha was already dipping herself in the bathtub together with Akira. She was sitting in a provocative pose right beside Akira, but the mist prevented Akira from seeing her figure clearly. Water droplets formed on her skin and were sucked into the valley in her chest. The only thing that hid that wonderful body was the mirage and the mist produced by the hot water. Of course, since Alpha had no real body, she could not really dip herself into the water. She was only showing such an image to him. But since it was an image produced through high-level calculation, there was not even a shred of strangeness coming from that image. It was an image produced by calculating the distortion coming from the refraction of the hot water. As long as Akira did not reach his hand for her, she would look perfectly normal. The only thing that showed that her beautiful body was not real was the hot water vapor coming through her body. Akira's mind was still numbed from the pleasure as he answered back, "It's heavenly." "Why are you naked, by the way?" Alpha giggled mischievously. "You can't get into the bath with your clothes on, right? Well, that's true." He was convinced by Alpha's answer and gave a slight nod without expressing much reaction in seeing her naked. He turned his head and continued enjoying the bath. Alpha kept staring at Akira and kept giggling. She made sure to remember Akira's lack of reaction. "Akira, don't you have anything to say after seeing my body?" Akira looked rather puzzled as he slanted his head. He tried to use his brain, but most of his consciousness had already been melted into the hot water, so he could only answer back in fragmented words, "Well, you did say something about computer graphics or something. So that's fake. Right?" "Yep, you're correct. But that is not the main point here. It's more like, do you have a comment, or impression, or something after seeing my beautiful body?" Akira slanted his head again while looking puzzled. After trying to rack his now shut-down brain, he finally opened his mouth. "You have huge chest." Alpha giggled awkwardly. "Well, it's indeed true. But I was asking for your opinion about my body, or like your preferences and type. But your answer just now feels rather bland." Although he was just a small boy, it did not change the fact that he was in a bath together with a beautiful girl. But Akira's reaction there was really weak. It was as if he had no interest in her well-endowed chest, or her glossy skin, or her soft and smooth back. But for Akira, who already let the hot water take over him, his eyes were saying that he had no interest at all in Alpha's naked body. Before the hot water lulled Akira to sleep, Alpha gave him a warning while giggling. "You'll get yourself drowned to death if you sleep here, like hell." "I would let myself die here." "What should I do?" "Get up from the bath, wipe your body dry, go to your bed and sleep. Okay. Akira got himself up while wobbling from side to side and slowly dragged himself out of the bathtub. Then he wiped off his body, changed to a pajama and dove onto his bed. He was then immediately assaulted by heavy sleepiness. Good night. Good night. The good night that Alpha always said in a soft and sweet voice, Akira could only answer back vaguely due to his sleepiness. And then he went straight to his dreamland. On the next day, Akira woke up not too long after sunrise. Compared to his usual schedule, he woke up really late. All the tiredness that had built up in the bed that was way better than his usual place in the back alley were at fault for making him wake up so late. And even after he opened his eyes, Akira was more disoriented than usual. The comfy bed dulled his brain. But then Alpha spoke to him while smiling. Good morning, Akira. Did you sleep well? Good morning, Alpha. Wait. Where am I? As Alpha spoke to him, his consciousness returned back, but then Akira immediately jumped in surprise as he found himself waking up in an unknown place. He then looked around him in panic. If he was in the back alley and not wary of his surroundings, then it would be a fatal mistake and he would be dead by now. His face turned really pale as he was panicking. Alpha answered Akira's question in a gentle voice in order to calm Akira down. This is the room inside the inn that you're staying, don't you remember? Akira finally remembered what happened yesterday as he let out a sigh of relief. Right, I slept in an inn yesterday, huh? Alpha then pointed her finger in a calm manner. For now, how about you get something for breakfast? You don't need to go to the food distribution place today, so you can take it easy. The food was included in the rent and there would not be any refund if he didn't consume the food. With a happy mood, Akira started preparing his breakfast with the food that he usually would not be able to eat. The food and the utensils were warm and the drinking water was soothing cold. This was enough to make the food here so special compared to the usually distributed food. Not to mention that he was able to savor such food in a private where there was no danger of anyone robbing food from him. Akira could not help but relax as he was enjoying the food that he could not even imagine he would be able to enjoy. As expected of the 200,000 orum that I got yesterday. Alpha smiled meaningfully to Akira as if she knew what was Akira thinking. Aren't you glad that you were able to spend a night in such an inn? Yeah, it is nice. The cynical side inside Akira was feeling ticklish as he answered so honestly, but he just could not come up with an argument to refute it. He did feel thankful for it, that was why he fixed his behavior toward Alpha and decided to answer her properly. Alpha laughed satisfiedly and continued their conversation. I'll tell you my plan for the future as you eat. First of all, we'll go to the ruins looking for relic only once per week. We will spend the rest of the week training and studying. You're not allowed to complain even if you want to spend more time looking for more relics, okay? Alright. Oh my. You're so obedient today. Alpha was rather surprised to the obedient answer coming from such a cynical boy. Akira then made a serious face as he said. Well, after all, I've decided to trust you. Trust, Akira uttered that word so lightly. But for Alpha, that word was really important. I see. Once you're done, we'll start right away. So just enjoy your food for now. Akira nodded lightly and continued his meal while Alpha kept staring at him. Once Akira finished his meal, Alpha floated in front of him and made a serious face. Akira, I'll tell you something really important. So listen closely, okay? Akira nodded with a serious look. The last time he had seen such a serious face from Alpha was when he was in danger of getting killed. Akira remembered the nervousness that he had from back then and his face naturally turned stiff. Alpha gave him an understanding nod. Immediately after that, her face made a very formal expression as if she was an office worker. The change made Akira a bit surprised. Alpha? Alpha made a slight shift in response when her name was called. She then started explaining in a formal tone that matched her formal expression. This unit will proceed to give high-level support to the subject Akira. Warning. Are you sure you want to execute all kinds of functions regarding Akira without approval? This action will also include extracting and using level 5 private information. It's recommended to request for extra explanation on the information that will be extracted. Akira was confused as to what Alpha was saying and why she was speaking like that. What do you mean by that? According to the preliminary approximation, it would take at least 120 years of oral explanation for the subject to fully understand the requested information. The more accurate approximation for the time needed cannot be calculated at the moment. Referencing back to the rules of priority calculation, there's a method to bypass the cognition process rules A887. As such, the time needed to explain such that the subject understands all the points is estimated as I don't really understand, but I just need to say, yes, here, right? It is assumed that the subject agrees with all the items that do not violate the agreement. This includes narrow-sense mind adjustment and broad-range free will interference. Regarding the preservation of the subject's life, the unit will follow the stand-alone self-sufficient Article 213873. This will also include the areas outside the special unit and at the same time. Akira did not understand anything, but he still tried to listen closely to the explanation. But it only ended up with him being more confused. Even if he tried to ask Alpha some questions, Alpha would just ignore that question as she continued giving that long and complicated explanation. In the end, Akira gave up on trying to understand her monologue. Akira did not fully understand the details, but he knew that Alpha was asking for some kind of approval and that going against her instruction will bring her immense danger. Akira promised in the past that he would build up trust between them. As such, according to the decision that he made back then, his past experience, and his resolve, he finally made a decision after he hesitated for a bit. He answered back with a serious face. My answer to your first question is yes. Reconfirming. This unit will proceed to give high-level support to the subject Akira. Warning. Are you sure you want to execute all kinds of functions regarding Akira without approval? Yes. Once Akira gave an assertive answer, Alpha's behavior turned back to normal. And then she gave Akira a happy smile. Thank you. It's okay, I won't do anything bad. So you don't need to worry. Akira felt relieved when he saw Alpha was back to normal. But then Akira showed a bit of dissatisfaction. You could have said that right from the start, you know. There was some annoying stuff to take care. I had to say all of those things in order to say that I won't do anything bad to you. You'll need to do some annoying stuff to avoid more annoying stuff, it's something common in this world. By the way, Akira, about what we discussed yesterday, what do you really think about my chest? Alpha asked that question while making a meaningful smile. But then Akira answered back in panic. What the heck are you asking me out of the blue? Yesterday, when I asked about your opinion of my naked body, you said that my chest is huge, you know. Did I really say that? Yep, you did. Although, you answered back as if you just gave a random answer to my question. But you did vaguely answer me. So as I thought, you really do have some interest in women's chest. Want to have a touch? Alpha giggled mischievously as she was teasing Akira. He was a bit annoyed by that, so he had no intention of answering seriously. But he remembered that he had made a promise to build trust with Alpha, so it was not like he could lie. As such, he decided to neither deny it nor approve it. But, I can't do that, right? That's only for now. But you know, Akira, if you want it, you would be able to do it once you finish exploring the ruin that I asked you to explore when we first met. So what do you think? Does that interest you? Do you want to try touching it? Why can I only touch it if I finish exploring that ruin? It's rather complicated to explain. But do you want to try? Akira was visibly annoyed with Alpha who was pestering him. What the heck are you trying to say, huh? Alpha just giggled mischievously. I'm just offering a concrete reward to motivate you. So in short, a honey trap, huh? Yep, you can say that. After all, it seems that rewarding you with wonderful scenes is not that effective. So I was wondering how about rewarding you with something that you can touch and feel. You only blush a little even when you look at my body up close, that in itself is a rather serious condition, you know? Hearing such a silly answer to his question, Akira let out a big sigh. Can you do that after I grow up? Once I grow up, I'll see them and touch them a lot. So is that okay with you? You're right. After all, I'm planning to get along with you for a long time. So I'll be sure to enjoy it when the time comes. Alpha answered back with such confidence. And then their conversation just stopped there. Akira had no wish to dig deeper into the subject. As such, all the questions that he had about when Alpha gave him some explanations in a formal manner all just slid away. The checkout is at 10, Akira did not have much time until then since he woke up rather late. But Alpha suggested him to stay another night here. Akira was a bit surprised when Alpha told him that the training would be done here. So, Akira contacted the staff and completed the booking for another day. With this, it means that you can take a bath again today. It also meant that he had used 40,000 orum out of 200,000 orum that he got yesterday. Akira let out a sigh trying to hide his regret. But he could not skillfully hide it as he ended up making an awkward forced laugh. Alpha let out a light laugh, and made a serious face. Well then, let's start the training. Are you ready? Akira immediately changed his mood and replied back with a serious nod. I'm ready. Alpha nodded back satisfiedly. First of all, I want you to learn to communicate telepathically. Communicate telepathically? For now, I'll have you learn to talk without making any sound, or at least you can think of it as that. Let's start our training. After all, accurate and high-speed information exchange is very important in the middle of a fight. Moreover, it will stop making you look like a retarded person talking to himself. Akira was planning to do all kinds of training without saying any complaint. But he was rather puzzled to that strange instruction. Even if you say so. What should I do exactly? Well, it's hard to orally explain exactly what you should do. After all, there's a big difference between each person. For now, rather than listening with your ear and speak with your mouth, think of it like you listen and speak with your heart. I can't help you with this, so there's no other way but for you to learn to do it by yourself. For the first trial, how about you try calling me using telepathy? You may come up with anything. You can even try giving me easy order like, look to your right or something. I'll react to whatever you come up with. So let's check whether the message is properly sent or not. You can start now. Although he was rather confused, Akira still started the training just like he was told to do. For the time being, the training did not show any results. Alpha told Akira that there was no meaning in their training if he continues to whisper to her. So, Akira kept trying to speak telepathically through his mind. He concentrated strongly and strained his mind. He locked his gaze at Alpha while strongly wishing for his message to be set. He then closed his eyes trying to call for her in his heart. He kept doing his training seriously. Although there was no reaction at all from Alpha, Akira kept giving his all in his training, in which Alpha instructed only in vague words. Only after 1 hour of no results, despite Akira desperately trying to tell Alpha to look to her right, Alpha suddenly turned her face to the right. Akira was surprised by that while Alpha just giggled. Yep, just like that. Let's continue with the training. Why yeah. Akira inadvertently replied back using telepathic communication, and then he continued his training just like that. Since he was able to do it once, it was easier for him to redo it. He then kept exchanging words with Alpha through telepathic communication in order to increase its accuracy. You're getting pretty good. You also became able to receive my message clearly. With this, you would be able to clearly catch my voice no matter the situation you are in. If I talk with my voice like before, sounds from outside would make it harder for you to hear it, like sounds from the battle and the gunshot would interfere with my voice. But with this, we have nothing to worry about. Oh, I see. That is indeed nice. It is, right? This is included as a battle training. But we can do this even outside the inn too. So there's no need to stay in an inn like this, right? Well, a person who's desperately trying to talk with nothingness would stick out like a sore thumb after all. Well, that's true. Although Alpha answered back laughing, Akira only replied back while making an awkward smile. After a while, Akira was able to talk with Alpha through telepathy without any problem. And so Alpha moved the telepathy training into the next step. That should be enough for normal communication. Next is transferring picture. I'll have you learn how to send an image even if it's only a vague image. After all, a picture is worth 1,000 words. If you can communicate something that is hard to communicate with words only with a single picture, we would be able to communicate easily in the middle of a battle with pictures. As the first step of the training, go ahead and try to send me the image of myself that you want to see. I'll change my clothes to the one you pick. If my appearance matches the image that you send, then it means that it's a success. Alright then, go ahead. Just like he was told to, Akira imagined Alpha's dress and tried sending it through telepathy. Alpha's dress immediately changed. But the dress that she changed into was a really bad dress. It looked like a mismatch of cloth pieces. Looking at that, Akira's face twitched a bit, then Alpha's dress vanished immediately. Akira panicked a bit, but Alpha, who was naked at that time, just giggled mischievously. That one was a failure. The image was not perfectly transferred. Or is it that you wanted to see me naked? That's not it. Just put something on. Nope, this is a training. If you want me to put on something, you should work hard and properly send me the image. Akira immediately tried to communicate the image again in panic. And again, Alpha's dress started to vaguely come together. But since Akira was in a panic, the accuracy of his message was worst. As such, Alpha's dress immediately vanished again. Akira's trial and error continued. All kinds of strange dresses came together on Alpha before vanishing again and again. It was actually possible to prevent Alpha from being naked by imagining underwear on her, but Akira was so panicked that he did not even think of that method. Alpha knew it, but she just kept it a secret. Even after that, Akira just kept scoring failures after failures. At last, he was only able to make Alpha put on a single-piece white dress without any decoration whatsoever. After that, he took a late dinner. That will be all for today. I think you did pretty well for your first day. Even though I did not step outside this room at all, I'm feeling so tired right now. In that case, you should just take a bath and sleep. You're right, I'll do that. Although he was tired inside, it was not like he was as tired as yesterday. Akira took a nice long bath and then he just went to bed. He let his body taken by the sleepiness into dreamland. As for Alpha, unlike yesterday, she properly got an approval from Akira to stay beside him and keep staring at him. Today, Alpha asked for Akira's permission. But Akira, who trusted Alpha, just gave her his yes, without even knowing what she was asking. Alpha would never lie. Akira's training was indeed designed to increase his basic ability and survival rate. In order to be able to fully explore the ruin that Alpha asked, high-level support would be indispensable to him. But that was not the only thing that he would need. For Akira, who did not even know what kind of permission that he had given to Alpha at that time, he could not realize that fact. Chapter 9, Akira and Shizuka. The next morning, while having his breakfast, Akira asked Alpha about their schedule for the day. He thought that he would do telepathic communication training again. But to his surprise, Alpha told him to renew his equipment and do training outside. It was not that he hated to stay in a comfortable inn like this, rather, it was more like he felt it was wasteful to spend all his money this way. Once Akira finished his breakfast, he immediately prepared himself and moved out from the inn. He still had some time left before the checkout time, but he thought that it was another luxury that he did not need now. A lot of hunters made Kagomayama City as their base of operation since there were a lot of ruins around it. As such, there were a lot of shops aimed for hunters in the lower district. Among all of these shops, there was a general shop called Cartridge Freak. It sold all kinds of things like guns, ammo etc. for new and veteran hunters. The shop was not bad for it to go down anytime soon, but at the same time it was not prosperous enough to open a second shop. It was common to find such a shop in the lower district. Shizuka was the manager and the only person running the whole Cartridge Freak. Thanks to the hard work from the management and a good collection of weapons, there were many new hunters who bought their first equipment there and continued to be its patron. Then some of these hunters would stop coming to the shop not too long after. There were two main reasons for it. First of all, some of them continued raising their rank as a hunter until the weapons from Cartridge Freak could no longer satisfy them, thus they would become a regular for other bigger shop looking for better weapons. As for the second reason, some of them went to the wasteland and lost their lives there. If you ask which one was more dominant, the latter case was more dominant. Shizuka is a beautiful girl. There were a lot of people becoming a regular of that shop for wooing her. In her line of business, it was common for her to hear things like the guy who flirted with her the other day to be found dead the next day. Since it was something unavoidable to her as long as she was doing that business, she would just forget it and continue working. But she had decided to never date a hunter. Just like always, that day she was sitting alone in the counter watching the outside while waiting for customers, and then someone that she never saw before came in. It was just a boy. Although he looked like a hunter, he was wearing a dress mostly worn by people from the slums and he did not look that strong. Judging from his outer appearance, Shizuka was not sure if she should serve him as a precious customer or not. The boy looked around him as if he found himself in an unknown place. Looking at that, Shizuka just observed him carefully. Only after she decided that the boy was not there to steal anything from her shop that she lowered her guard and gave a friendly look. That boy was Akira. After he entered the shop, he was only looking at the exhibited weapons. Only after he was sure that a small kid from the slum like him would not be kicked out, did he start to look for other weapons more seriously. There were all kinds of weapons lined up inside the shop. There was also a catalog spec placed just beside the racks that contained the weapons. But for Akira, forget common knowledge, he could not even read and write. The only thing that he could understand was just numbers written on the catalog, thus he could not understand what the catalogs were explaining at all. What is the difference between this one and this one? Is it only their prices? Both guns looked the same for beginners. But for Akira, after seriously comparing both guns, he could only tell that they had a small difference in price. It was visible that Akira was really anxious as he hung his head low. After all, he was about to buy a gun that he would use to bet his life in the future with the money that he got from risking his very own life. If he ended up buying a bad gun, not only would it make his work as a hunter more difficult, it would also make him regret it to no end. Alpha then calmed Akira down while smiling gently. They have a lot of differences. I don't mind explaining it to you in detail, but let's do that later. Don't worry, even if you don't really understand, I'll properly pick a good gun for you. So leave this to me. Okay, I'm counting on you then. Thanks to the telepathic communication, Akira did not like a retard talking to himself, but his eyes still inadvertently moved toward Alpha. Shizuka realized that strange behavior as she tilted her head. He's looking to a direction where no one is there. Or is it someone there? An optical camouflage? But it should be deactivated once you entered the shop. Is it just my imagination? I wonder if it's just him shifting his eyes when thinking. The shop had a contract with a security company, thus all kinds of security devices were installed inside the shop. The device for nullifying optical camouflage was one of the devices installed there. Just to be safe, Shizuka checked the log for that device, but the log showed no reaction at all. And so Shizuka stopped worrying about it. As Akira approached the counter, Shizuka changed to a friendly smile and welcomed Akira. Welcome, this is your first time here, right? Welcome to the Cartridge Freak. I'm the manager Shizuka, how can I help you? Can I please get a maintenance kit, AAH assault rifle and some bullets? And also, I want to sell a few things. Then Akira put 2 guns on the counter. Those were the guns that he took from Haya and his friend. Shizuka checked the condition of those 2 guns. After that, she asked Akira for a confirmation. One of the guns is an AAH assault rifle though. Are you sure you want to buy a new one? It is indeed in a bad shape, but rather than selling it and buying a new one, you can still fix it with a maintenance kit. Moreover, this AAH assault rifle is of higher quality. Are you sure you want to sell it? Just shutting up and continuing with the business as usual would give Shizuka more profit, but she asked for a confirmation out of her kind nature. Alpha then explained to Akira. It's okay. Sell it and buy a new one. After all, rather than quality and power, it's more important to get a gun that you'll have no problem using. As for the AAH assault rifle, I'll train you to use it from now on. So it's better to buy a brand new one compared to a gun that someone has used before. It's okay, please proceed with the selling. Alright then, in that case. Deducting from the guns that you sold, the total will be 100,000 orum. After he finished the payment, Akira looked at the remaining money inside his envelope while looking rather conflicted. His hands were shaking when he was handing over the money, and now his balance was already down to 60,000 orum. 200,000 orum was a small amount of money. He made a bitter laugh as he now understood the meaning of Alpha's words. Shizuka put all the stuff that Akira bought on the counter. She then made a smile which was a mix of a seller's smile and a smile of confidence on her own goods. These are the goods that you requested. If you want, I can give you explanations too. There are unexpectedly many people out there who are using these weapons with half-baked knowledge, you know. It's not like you'll lose anything by hearing my explanation, and not to mention that I have nothing to do right now, so I can give you a detailed explanation if you want. Even if that was just a formality toward a customer, Akira was taken aback by that kindness that was shown to him. And then Akira told himself an excuse by saying that it might be helpful and decided to take that offer. Well, yes please. Alright then, AAH assault rifle is the favorite rifle for the hunters. Among all the guns circulating in the Eastern District, it's the oldest gun. Shizuka smiled happily as she started her explanation. Whether it was because she was so bored or because it was a subject that she was an expert with, she continued giving her explanation skillfully. The AAH assault rifle was a famous rifle that had more than 100 years of history. It was regarded as a masterpiece of its time when it was released. It was used as a basic model. It is being improved continuously till now, and it was a gun that is circulating widely in the Eastern District. It had a lot of functions like automatic mode and semi-automatic mode. Moreover, it had good accuracy for long-range shooting too. Continuous improvement for 100 years was able to erase almost all design flaws. It was a cheap gun for fighting a monster. It had good reliability, durability, maintainability, and it rarely had any failure. As such, many people liked this type of weapon. Many companies expanded the model individually from each other, and many people who liked that gun made so many modifications so that the gun did not look like its original form at all. All of these guns were called collectively as AAH assault rifle. Even for hunters who brought tanks, weapons, or all kinds of personal weapons to fight monsters, they always had at least one AAH assault rifle with them as some kind of good luck charm. That is just how much the hunters loved the AAH assault gun. Shizuka was really satisfied when she finished her explanation. Although it was something that most hunters already knew, Akira listened very closely to that explanation. Thus, Shizuka felt that it was worth the time explaining it to Akira. She then happily continued their conversation. Do you need anything else? How about recovery potion? You can never bring too much of it. I recommend you to always have surplus potions. It's okay too if you want to bring more ammo and equipment instead, but you better plan to get back here sooner if you do that. There are many people who could not get back home just because injuries that they thought to be only light wounds. Fast and adequate healing is very important. This made Akira think for a bit. If it was about the healing potion, he still had some medicine that he had found in the ruin. He then guessed how much such medicine would cost judging from its effectivity and decided that it was not something that he could buy with the amount of money that he had at that moment. But then he started thinking of things that he might need and could buy here. In that case then, do you have clothes for a hunter? Do you need armor? Or augmented clothes? I'm sorry. Equipment like that usually need a body measurement of each hunter, that's why we don't sell ready-mades. But you can order one here if you want. When it comes to clothes for hunters, it usually means armor for battle. It includes armor with particular functions like slash-resistant, pressure-resistant, or bulletproof armor. As for the augmented clothes, these were clothes that augment their user's physical strength by artificial muscles. Since Shizuka looked like she was feeling sorry, Akira was flustered a bit as he immediately shook his head. Ah, that's not what I meant, I mean clothes that look sturdy and easy to move with. And also I would take a rucksack too if you have one. Oh, that's what you meant, huh? I do have some but it's not for children's size, I think it will be alright after I modify it a bit, wait for a sec, okay? Shizuka went inside the shop and returned with the goods that Akira asked, clothes and a rucksack. It was just a coat with armor pieces spread in some places, although it had no worth as an armor, he only had nothing but that to use at the moment. While the rucksack was an old dusty rucksack that you cannot put out as an item to sell. Shizuka included the payment for the cloth and the rucksack in the payment from before. So in short, Akira got them for free. Akira was rather surprised by that. Are you really sure? Yep, I don't mind. It's just some kind of extra service. If you like them, then please frequent this shop and buy a lot of things. I understand, thank you very much for everything. Since Shizuka was smiling gently at him, Akira smiled back and bowed. Shizuka kept waving her hand at Akira as he was leaving the shop. But once she could not see Akira's figure anymore, her expression turned worried. A kid hunter, huh? I wonder how long he will survive. Working as a hunter was really dangerous, you could be killed anytime, even more so when you are a kid. And not to mention that Akira did not seem like he had any experience in using anti-monster guns. Shizuka could see that through her experience. Seriously though, I really hope he can be a regular to my shop. The cloth and the rucksack that she gave were some kinds of send-off gift for Akira. Akira went straight to the wasteland to prepare himself for training right after he left Shizuka's shop. He changed to the dress that he bought, took out his brand new AAH assault rifle and loaded it with the ammo that he bought together with the gun. Guns made to fight monsters were heavier than Akira thought, and it got heavier with the ammo loaded inside it. It reminded him of what was in store for him as a hunter, i.e., fighting monsters. And so, he strongly squeezed the gun that he would be trusting his life to with a serious face. Looking at that, Alpha's face turned serious. She then asked a question to Akira, ignoring what he was feeling at that moment. Akira, was that girl from before your type? Girl from before? The manager of that gun shop. Her name is Shizuka, isn't it? You were flustered and all over the place, you know. I was flustered. I was only buying weapon like usual, was I not? Of course, I was happy that she gave the dress and the rucksack for free, but that was all, you know? No, something is different, I know it. Even if you told me so, I can't really say for sure. Leaving that aside, I've finished my preparations here. It was not like Akira was trying to avoid the subject. He only had a faint feeling and he did not realize it himself, so he really did not understand. As such, he only let the conversation slide away while looking puzzled. As for Alpha, the girl type that Akira liked was important information for her. But she judged that it was useless to pursue that subject further, so she changed the subject. I understand. Let's start, Akira, get your gun ready. Akira's expression turned solemn, but since he had no training in using a gun, he did not know how to properly ready his gun. As such, he could only imitate vague images from his memories. Alpha told Akira that it was no good while smiling. Yep, that's no good at all. You should stabilize the gun with your body, like this. Alpha made an image of AAH assault rifle on her hand and showed a pose on how to hold it. Akira was rather surprised since he never thought that Alpha could make other images beside her cloth. But then he realized it was not that strange after all, and he fixed his pose by looking at Alpha. After that, Alpha pointed out the important places that were not satisfactory. From adjusting Akira's arm and hip position, explaining where he should put his power and weight. Then she moved to a more detailed explanation on how much power he should put on his thumb. Akira was so focused on his training that he did not realize something strange. How in the world did Alpha know where he put his strength in his body by only looking at him? That pose training took 1 hour, even though Akira did not even shoot a bullet, he already felt so tired. But that was not for nothing. Thanks to the detailed explanation from Alpha, Akira's pose was surprisingly better compared to before. Seeing that Akira no longer looking like a beginner, Alpha nodded with satisfaction. Nice, that's good. Remember your pose just now, okay? Next, you will shoot that small boulder over there. Alpha pointed her finger to the front of Akira. Akira focused his eyes trying to look at what was in front of him. Alpha was actually pointing at a small boulder 100 meters in front of him, but there was no way Akira could see that. That small boulder. Which one exactly? Alpha just smiled when Akira protested and looked at her. You'll see it soon enough. I'll remind you again just how great my support is. I guarantee that you'll be surprised. Now look at where I'm pointing at again. Akira was a bit puzzled as he looked back to where Alpha was pointing. But when he did that, suddenly a box frame appeared and there was a circle inside that frame. And when he inadvertently focused his gaze on that circle, his vision zoomed into that point as if he was using a long-range vision device. Akira was so surprised and stopped focusing, thus his vision immediately turned back to normal. Alpha. Something strange happened to my eyes. Did you do something? Alpha laughed with satisfaction seeing how Akira was reacting. I added long-range vision support to your vision. So use it to find the small boulder. A red point appeared in Akira's vision. When he focused on that point, his vision zoomed in again like before and he could see the red circle around a small boulder, but it was still blurred. There's a limit on how much you can zoom in with naked eyes. Try to do it again with the rifle's aiming device. Akira then tried to look for the small boulder from before through the aiming device of his rifle. But his line of vision through the aiming device was really narrow and the small boulder was outside its range. It was impossibly hard to find that boulder. But then suddenly an indicator appeared in his vision. When he moved his aim slowly to that indicator, he found the small boulder from before. Moreover, a blue line extended from the gun's muzzle. That blue line is the approximation of the bullet's path that I calculated. If you align that line with your target and pull the trigger, there's a good chance that it will hit perfectly. The blue line was shaking randomly. Akira tried hard to align that line with the small boulder and pulled the trigger. A gunshot echoed, the kickback from the gun threw Akira's small body into disarray. The bullet spewed out from the muzzle, flew at high speed tearing through the air. But then it passed beside the targeted boulder and vanished far into the wasteland that I missed. It was only an approximation after all, not a prediction. So the bullet path would change greatly from external factors. Just now, the biggest external factor was change in your pose. Remember to keep your pose, take a good aim, then pull the trigger. At a real battle, you will take aim on a monster rather than on a small boulder. Do your best to hit your target and kill it in one shot if it's possible. In the worst-case scenario, at least you should neutralize enemies' movement with that shot or they will shoot you back and kill you. You'll die if you miss. You should keep that in mind when you shoot. Akira kept shooting at his target while putting all his focus on aiming. But it did not seem like any of his shots would hit the target anytime soon, or more like, none of his shots landed near his target. Most of his shots missed the target badly. Every time his pose was broken, Alpha would tell him to fix his pose and shoot again. Only after he was doing that for 1 hour did he start to see bullets land in his field of vision through the aiming device. And also, all the tiredness piled up until that point started to disrupt his focus. Then from all the built-up stress, a question came up in Akira. Say Alpha, I've been thinking, things like these telepathic communication and zoom vision, you could have done it sooner, right? For Akira, it was just a random question that came up in his mind. But Alpha judged that depending on her answer, it could be a seed of distrust between them. And so she chose her words carefully while still smiling. To put it simply, I would have done it if it was possible. I would have done it if it was a better course of action. I guess that's all there is to it. In the case of when we fought those two, I had to ask for your permission first, that's why it was impossible. I think I would have given you my approval if you had asked, It's that thing, right? About whether it's okay to give me support thingy. Originally, I did not even have the permission to ask for your approval. It is all because of a particular rule that is too long to explain. But, even if I had the permission, I would still not do it. If your vision changed in the middle of a battle, it would instead confuse you and hinder you from maneuvering normally. For example, that approximation line for the bullet's path, if you could see that, you would have taken more time for your aim, which would have given a chance for Haya to shoot back at you. Oh, you're right. Akira was convinced by that answer as he nodded. After confirming that, Alpha continued her explanation. From now on, every time you think that there's something that I should be able to do easily but intentionally not doing, then this is the reason for it, either because it is physically impossible, or technologically impossible, or it doesn't agree with the rule, or it will only make the condition worse. It will always be one of these reasons. Even for me, it's not like I can do everything. If I could do everything, then I would have explored the ruin myself rather than asking for your help. I'm bound by a lot of things, that's why I'm asking for your help. Well, what can I say, it seems that you're also having it hard, huh? But again, it was thanks to that condition that I was able to meet you. I do feel bad for you for saying this, but I'm thankful for that condition that you're in. Akira said all of those things without thinking too much, but when he realized it, he thought that he just said something rather rude to Alpha. When Alpha saw that, she smiled mischievously as if she just found another thing to tease Akira. Then she got closer to Akira's face and said in an inviting voice. No need to hold back, you can be more thankful, You may even express it with real action. For example, you can work hard to increase your accuracy, or you can take the bait better when I seduce you, that I'll try my hard doing the former one. Akira pulled the trigger, but again the bullet missed the target so bad. His training continued until the sunset. Akira had gotten better at shooting. With the help from Alpha's support, he could at least hit 1 out of 100 shots when aiming for a medium-sized boulder 100 meters away from him. When Akira finished his training and went back to the city, it was already dark. He then stayed in the inn that he previously stayed. When he finished his payment and looked back at his mostly gone money, it reminded him again just how meager his 200,000 orum was. But he just pushed that subject aside as he entered the bath and let the water wash away all his tiredness. As such, all his tiredness was exchanged for sleepiness. After he finished his bath, he just crashed into the bed and fell asleep. On the next day, Akira did some maintenance on his AAH assault rifle inside his room. This was also a kind of training for him. Since he did not know how to properly do gun maintenance, he did the maintenance with Alpha's instruction. At the moment, this gun is your lifeline. If you take maintenance of this gun lightly, it means that you're taking your own life lightly. You should keep that in mind and take good care of this gun. I understand that very well. Akira was giving his best doing maintenance with a serious look while getting a lot of warnings from Alpha. He disassembled the gun and individually did maintenance for all the small components. But when he assembled the gun that was in pieces, he was left with some leftover pieces. As such, Akira reassembled the gun again in panic. Although the piece that was left last time was properly assembled into the gun, there was another different piece left over in the end. As Akira let out a sigh seeing the leftover piece, Alpha just smiled at him and gave him a warning. I don't recommend using this gun in this condition. Oh okay. Akira then disassembled the gun one more time and reassembled it. This time, he had no leftover piece, but the gun was not functioning. Of course Alpha gave him some hints after that. Akira then continued his hard battle, and when he finally finished his maintenance, it was already afternoon. At this rate, if I get a spare gun, I would take one whole day just to do maintenance on them. About that, you have no other choice but to keep training so that you can do the maintenance with higher accuracy and speed. After all, we don't have any money to spare for maintenance. Alright then, we'll conclude today's training with this. Akira gave a puzzled look. That's all for today. So we're not going to have a shooting exercise today. Since we met, you've done nothing but exploring the ruin and training, after all. A change of pace is important. Do you have anything you want to do, Akira? Something I want to do, huh? Akira tried to think of something, but nothing came up. When he was in the slum, he used his free time for collecting metal pieces and sold them for money. For his current condition, that would be equal to exploring the ruin. Up until this point, Akira used all his personal time for surviving. As such, he was rather unfamiliar with the concept of entertainment. Because of that, no matter how hard he thought, he could not come up with anything except for the countless sighs. Alpha just kept looking at Akira without saying anything. She knew well why Akira could not come up with anything. In that case, how about we use your free time for learning to read and write? After all, those are important skills both for studying or for leisure. It is very inconvenient that you can't read or write, so it might be a good idea to learn them as fast as possible. Akira then bought a notebook and writing tools from the inn's general shop and used them for learning how to read and write from Alpha. Alpha's teaching was very effective. It did not take long before Akira became able to write his own name. Akira then remembered that his name was written wrongly on his hunter's ID. So he pulled out his hunter's ID and took a close look at it. His name was written as Ajira there. Akira was finally able to recognize that his name was written wrongly. So I got a little bit smarter, huh? Though Akira was being cynical when he said that, he also gave out a hearty laugh. Chapter 10, Elena and Sara. Akira was engaged in his shooting training in the wasteland near the Kuzusuhara city ruin. He was holding his gun close while trying to keep the correct pose. Looking through the aiming device, he was trying to align the trajectory prediction line, in short the TP line, with a small boulder. But the blue TP line, that appeared because of Alpha's support, was swaying lightly due to Akira's breathing. Akira took a deep breath, held it in, and gathered his focus. When the blue TP line stopped swaying, he pulled the trigger. The bullet that launched from the gun's muzzle tore through the space in one straight line before hitting the boulder. It blasted the boulder into pieces and threw them into the air. Oh! You're doing well, aren't you? After hitting his target 3 times consecutively, Akira felt that his shooting skill had leveled up and laughed happily. He understood that he was still completely relying on Alpha's support and it would be impossible to hit his target all by himself. But it was also obvious that his skill had gotten better compared to when he was only a total amateur. Alpha smiled back happily. It seems that you've fully graduated from being an amateur hunter. You're doing well and your improvement is pretty amazing. If someone gets praised after working so hard for so long, obviously that person would feel happy, and even someone as cynical as Akira was no exception. As Akira smiled at Alpha, she smiled back with a deeper meaning. Just like this, let's work hard for the next training too. Since you are able to hit the target now, let's move on to the next one. We're going to change the target, but you only need to do what you've been doing up until now. Try to shoot it while thinking that you're going to be killed if you miss. Alpha then pointed at Akira's next target. He showed a little bit of annoyance as he moved his line of sight to it. But his face immediately turned pale as his sight fell on his next target. It was a weapon dog that almost killed him the other day. The weapon dog was 2 meters long. It was a monstrously big weapon dog with a Gatling gun growing on its back. Its appearance was very intimidating that it would be impossible for it to sneak around. But even so, Akira did not notice its presence until now. Akira was stunned for a bit, but he immediately regained his composure and was about to run away when Alpha smiled and said, "Don't panic, it's just an image." Akira inadvertently looked at Alpha. As he saw her smile saying there was no danger, he was able to calm down. While being suspicious, he still aimed his gun at the weapon dog. His heart was palpitating at breakneck pace. The weapon dog looked real no matter how he sliced it. But since it was standing perfectly still and did not show any reaction, he aimed the TP line at it. He finally understood that it was not real and let out a sigh of relief. "Don't surprise me like that." Although Akira was looking at Alpha with an angry face, Alpha just kept smiling shamelessly at him. "You'll fight a lot of those monsters from now on. So you need to get used to them and know how to react when one of those monsters appears suddenly. If you get stunned just like now, you'll be killed." Alpha gave Akira the signal to continue the training. As such, he got his gun ready without any hesitation. Its weakness is the area between its eyes. Kill it in one shot. Akira looked at his target through the aiming device. His target was framed in red box with an indicator placed on its weak point. Akira was trying to align the blue TP line with that weak point, but his hand was trembling, thus making the TP line shake inconsistently. Calm down, it's just an image. It's just another target like that small boulder. Even if he understood that, scary things were still scary to him. It was a monster that almost killed him. Apart from the fact that it was not moving at all, the image looked surreal. Moreover, since he had to take aim, he had to keep looking at it. It was really hard for him to keep his cool. Akira took deep breaths a few times and tried to calm himself bit by bit. He put more power in his still quivering arms to suppress the swaying of the TP line. As he tried to keep his calm, he halted his breathing, gathered his focus, and pulled the trigger. Akira did all he could, but the bullet didn't hit the weapon dog's weak point. It did not even hit the weapon dog at all. Instead, it landed on the ground not too far from the weapon dog. Right after that, the weapon dog made its move. It shifted its huge body very quickly as if it was reacting to his shot and pointed its Gatling gun towards him. Akira, who was looking at it from the aiming device on his gun, was frozen in place. The Gatling gun then started to rotate and made a huge muzzle flash. "I'm dead," that was what Akira thought as he stood there frozen. But to his surprise, the bullets did not come raining at him and he was far from dead. He was not even hurt. He was very confused until he remembered that it was only an image. If it was not training, he would have been dead just now. Akira finally understood why Alpha showed him that scene. He let out a sigh as he supported his limp body from collapsing. "Do tell me beforehand next time." When Akira gave a protesting look to Alpha while being meek, Alpha pointed her finger toward the ground. There was a corpse riddled with bullets lying there. And when Akira noticed the face on that corpse, he went pale. It was an image of his dead body. If you can't aim properly at its weak point and kill it in one shot, at the very least, your shot should weaken it to a state where it can't move anymore. Otherwise, it will counterattack and you'll end up like this. You'll be dead if you miss. Didn't I tell you to take aim while keeping that in your mind? Take your training seriously so you won't end up like this in a real fight. Roger that. Akira's face twitched as he saw Alpha, who was laughing as usual, and the image of his corpse. Alpha reset the monster image and the training continued with it as a target. The target was one of those monsters that Akira could defeat given his equipment. But Akira could not land any hit and kept seeing himself getting killed in so many different ways, thus leaving many images of his corpses scattered around his surroundings. As Akira looked at those corpses, he desperately continued his training so that he would not end up like them in real life. Thanks to the corpses that kept piling up, Akira started to get the hang of it. He kept his calm, aimed carefully, and pulled the trigger while reassuring himself that this one would definitely hit the target. And suddenly, the target monster vanished. Akira was rather surprised as he put his gun down. All the corpse images also vanished from his surrounding. Alpha, are we going to end the training for today? That's not the reason, Akira, someone is coming here. Akira looked puzzled as he pulled out his binoculars. Thanks to the binocular that was enhanced with Alpha's support, he was able to find the aforementioned people immediately. There were 2 hunters riding a vehicle designed for traversing the wasteland. Akira's face turned grim the moment he saw them. He remembered the time when he was attacked by a pair of hunters the other day, so he could not help but be on his guard. Although these 2 hunters were girls, there was no reason for him to lower his guard. Don't tell me that they're here to attack me just like last time. I think they're there for a different reason. They might just simply on their way to the Kuzusuhara city ruins. But just in case, let's go to the ruins too. Since they're riding a car, if they really want to attack you, you won't be able to run away from them in this place. It was not a rare thing for hunters to meet other hunters in the wasteland, and it was equally not a rare thing for the other hunters to not have goodwill. As such, both sides would put up their guard and created a tense atmosphere between them, but then this tense atmosphere frequently sparked a fight just because of trivial things. Akira was already hyper-aware of them. So half of the trigger for a fight had been set. Thinking about how the other hunters would react to him, Alpha decided to tell him to withdraw from the place. I understand, let's go. Akira immediately pulled up his rucksack and ran to Kuzusuhara city ruins. Both of the female hunters were riding a vehicle specially made for exploring the ruins. They were also heading towards the Kuzusuhara ruins. Their equipment was inadequate for exploring the inner part of the ruin, but they were clearly too well equipped for exploring the outskirts of the ruin. Putting aside the special group of hunters who could kill monsters with their bare hands, most of the hunters were equipped with the equipment proportional to their skill. After all, it was an indicator that they have the skill to acquire and operate those equipments. So in short, the hunters who work by exploring the Kuzusuhara ruins, they were not fully amateurs but at the same time, not fully professionals either. Elena, who was driving the car, spoke to Sara, who was sitting beside her. Sara, we'll arrive soon, get yourself ready. Sara, who was looking at the ruin through her binoculars, made a puzzled look. Elena, are you sure this is the place? We already discussed about this yesterday, didn't we? This is the only ruin that a small kid can reach by foot from Kagomayama City. Isn't it also possible for him to go to other ruins by using the regular service? Other than this Kuzusuhara city ruins, the other ruins that the regular service can bring you to are dangerous ruins. The rumor says that there was a small amateur boy who came to the exchange center with a very expensive relic. If that boy was also frequenting other ruins, then such a rumor won't spread, you know. It's not strange for a small boy from the slums to go as far as to the outskirts of Kuzusuhara city ruins and find an expensive relic by pure chance. So it must be this place. There was a rumor spreading among the hunters in the Kagomayama city about a ruin near the city where even a small boy could reach, and a lot of expensive relics were left untouched. Obviously, you have a better chance to come back alive from ruins that are not dangerous. As such, hunters who could not go to dangerous ruins thought that it was a better choice to spend their time sweeping the ruins rather than fighting dangerous monsters. That was why places that might have relics left untouched would get fully explored in no time. There were no more places with low danger level left unexplored near the city. At least, most of the hunters thought so. But that was completely refuted. After all, a small boy with poor equipment brought expensive relics to the exchange center. They did see this boy, and not only once. He was even regularly bringing back relics to the exchange center and had a fight in the slums for the money that he acquired. The rumor was even more exaggerated by saying that hunters who tailed that boy found an unexplored place and acquired a huge amount of money. Such a rumor was already spreading in the city. As such, a lot of hunters started sweeping the area with low danger level once again. Elena and Sara were among those hunters who heard about that rumor and decided to sweep the ruins again. For them, the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara city ruins was not worth their time anymore. But if the rumor turned out to be true, then they thought that they might hit the jackpot themselves. And even if the rumor was not true, it was not like it was going to dangerous for them. That was what Elena thought as she decided to search around the ruins again, and Sara agreed with her. But unlike Elena, Sara was not as optimistic. Didn't you thoroughly search that place before? And the result from that search was not really great either. To be honest, I'm not expecting much from that place. Well, there's no harm in doing this, right? Let's just search that place again. Something might have changed since the last time we came here. After Elena said that in an upbeat tone, her gaze moved to Sara's chest and her expression changed to worry. And also, about your nanomachine, it might be a good idea to replenish it soon. I know that you've been cutting your portion since we did not get much money lately, but are you really okay? Sara looked at her own chest, which lacked contours like when it was in its glorious days. Elena and Sara both very well knew what it meant. That was exactly why Sara smiled as to not make Elena worry. It's okay, there's nothing to worry about. Sara was one of those people who actively enhanced their body using consumption-type nanomachine, and her chest was where she was saving her nanomachine stock. Working as a hunter and fighting monsters are two sides of the same coin. Their enemies were either descendants of the biological weapons made by the old world or the machines that functioned as defensive mechanisms. It was not easy to fight those enemies using human body. In order to fight those monsters, some hunters looked for a way to enhance their physical strength, augmented clothes, prosthetics, turning into a cyborg and so on. The people from the Eastern District studied the technology from the old world to fight against those monsters of the old world and came up with a lot of different ways to enhance one's physical ability. One of those ways was to use nanomachines. It had a lot of different effects, like using force field to strengthen the muscle, enhancing cells, or even genetic modification. And when it came to highly advanced nanomachines, they could even replace one's cells with cells made by nanomachines and turn their body similar to a cyborg. They might look exactly the same like normal people, but these people would be able to flip a car or become impervious to bullets without using augmented clothes. Actually, Sara almost died because of a certain circumstance and received treatment using the nanomachines. The treatment itself was a success. She was able to escape death and even acquired an enhanced body. But because of that, she could not survive without the nanomachines. Her body was actively consuming the nanomachines on her daily life, and the consumption increased as she was working as a hunter. But replenishing nanomachines needed quite a lot of money. She could actually take treatment to get rid of the dependence with nanomachines, but she would need a huge amount of money and she would be left with a weak body. It would also require even more money to treat her weakened body. In short, there were problems that could only be solved with money. And because she did not have an abundance of wealth, she could only maintain the status quo. One of the reasons why Elena put her bet on the rumor was because Sara needed money to maintain her life. Not to mention that Sara, who was their main firepower, will be less burdened if they explored an area with weak monsters. The nanomachines that Sara consumed when she fought were replenished by distributing the nanomachine stock in her chest, and now her chest had already shrunk. Since Elena knew how it looked when Sara had full stock of nanomachines, she could not help but worry looking at Sara's current condition. Elena looked intensely at Sara and said, "You know your own body the best, so I won't say too much about it. But if you keep going on like this, I'll sell my own equipment and force feed you nanomachines, you know." Sara looked back at Elena with an equally intense gaze. "Please don't do that. If you do that, we will have less equipment and it will be harder to earn money. How long do you think we took to earn all of these equipments? It is nothing compared to your life. When the push comes to shove, I'll do that and let's raise up again together. If today's expedition goes well, we will spend our money first to replenish your nanomachines, okay?" She would not accept any objections. That was what her eyes were saying. They had been friends since before they started working as hunters. Their conversation had led to a situation where one of them should back off or they would not reach any compromise, so Sara just accepted it and made a light smile. "All right, I understand. Seriously though, we really can't live without money." Elena smiled back at Sara. "Isn't it too late for that? Hunters are just like that, aren't they? Well, that's true too. With a lot of things in their mind, Elena and Sara headed to the Kuzusuhara city ruins while smiling. Akira was still moving around the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara city ruins. He did think of searching for relics since he had come to the ruins, but there were a lot of other hunters in the ruins. As such, he had to keep moving to avoid bumping into them. Thanks to the Alpha's advanced enemy detection ability, Akira was able to avoid bumping with any monsters or hunters. But there was no way for him to either search for relics or continue his shooting training, so Akira was a bit disappointed. Akira, we need to move again. Again? Why, this place is filled with people. And also, is it really that common for a ruin to be this crowded? It depends on the ruins, but this ruin should be already abandoned though. When I met you, there was not even a single hunter other than you. Even after that, the only other hunters that I saw around this place were those two that you killed the other day. Akira's expression turned grim. Then, doesn't that mean that they're tailing me? Are they looking for me? Akira was rather worried. He could not help but think that these hunters were looking for him for the exact same reason that those hunters were tailing him the other day. But this time, they brought a lot of other hunters with them. Alpha then smiled and tried to calm Akira. Don't worry, even if that is the case, you'll be fine since you have me. Well, I'm counting on you for that part, but... Moreover, I think those hunters are not specifically aiming for you. I have some inkling on the purpose they are here for. That's why I'm saying, there's nothing to worry about. Then Alpha proceeded to explain Akira about the rumor that Elena and other hunters had heard, the source of that rumor, and the things that the other hunters were looking for after hearing that rumor. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira understood that he was the main reason for everything that was happening, and so his face went pale. So that's what's happening, huh? This is getting troublesome. Well, since it was just a rumor. I'm sure only half of the people who heard it actually believe it. It'll immediately die down once they know they can't find any relics. That's why I think there's no need for you to worry about it. Let's go. Akira was feeling rather complicated about these people who flooded the ruin because of what he did, but he did not have the leeway to think about that, so he just shoved that feeling aside. He continued to traverse the ruin by following Alpha. As for Elena and Sara, they still did not get any results yet. Although Sara expected that, she still felt disappointed as she let out a sigh. Although I did not expect much, I never thought that it would be this fruitless. Elena made a bitter laugh and tried to cheer up Sara. If it was that easy, then someone would have discovered it first, you know. Let's just keep looking patiently. Even if you say so, I don't feel like we'll find anything if we keep looking blindly like this. Elena, do you have any leads or something? I'm actually looking for that kid's footprints. If it's true that a kid found an unexplored area just like the rumor said, then there might be some small footprints that would lead us there. As expected of you, you always have a unique viewpoint. The jobs in Elena's team were clearly distributed. Elena's job was to gather information, while Sara's job was fighting. And they were well equipped for their respective jobs. The main equipment for Elena was the information collection device. It was a high-tech device for reconnaissance consisting motion detectors, sonar map, and advanced scope. She used it for wide-range information collection such as mapping the ruin or scanning and locating enemy hideouts. She also had a gun with her, but compared to Sara's equipment, her gun was just a light gun. Sara's main equipment was a powerful gun. Normally, one would need to use augmented clothes to handle the weight and the kickback from the gun, but she was able to swing it around like nothing thanks to her strengthened body. As for her armor, she was equipped with a sturdy armor to handle the situation when she needed to become Elena's shield. Elena would find the enemy, then Sara would take care of it. Sometimes Sara would also go alone without Elena. That was how their team explored a ruin. Elena, who was responsible for gathering information, did all she could to answer Sara's expectations. It was because of Elena's superb skills that she was able to find footprints in the ruin that was filled with dust flying around. But the result wasn't as expected. So Elena could only reply back to Sara with a bitter laugh. Well, I still could not find any small footprints, but I did find so many adults' footprints though. It's still way better than looking blindly. So where do we look next? Let's look for places where small kid might go. Ah, right, let me tell you this when I still have the chance, Sara. The colorless mist is getting thicker, so be careful. Roger that. If it gets worse, let's just return back. It will be your call to decide when to return, Elena. Elena and Sara then moved deeper into the ruins while keeping their guard up. Akira was moving carefully inside the ruins. In order to avoid bumping into other hunters, he was hiding inside an abandoned building. He was watching the situation outside the building with a binocular. Every time Akira found another hunter through his binoculars, he would wonder if that hunter would go back home soon. Alpha was watching his action and spoke to him. Akira, since this is a good chance, I'll explain to you about the colorless mist. Colorless mist? Yep. It started to get thicker. Look at that direction. Alpha then got into the field of view of Akira's binocular and pointed her finger. Look in that direction and this direction, can you find the difference? I don't see any difference, they look the same. Are you sure? Alpha was smiling at Akira as if she was urging Akira to look again. So Akira took another look but more carefully this time. But he could only see buildings lining in both directions, a common sight in the ruins. They were exactly the same to him. But since Alpha seemed like she was expecting an answer, Akira tried his best to look for their differences. If I am to be strict, I think the one on the right is somehow more blurred. Alpha then smiled and gave a strong nod. That's right. The colorless mist on the right is thicker, is that it? This is the most important part. It is fatal for an Eastern hunter to not know this, so listen well. To Akira, who looked confused, Alpha smiled as if to encourage him and started her explanation. The colorless mist was the name that the people of the Eastern District gave for a certain phenomenon. Unlike usual mist that looked white from light scattering, this colorless mist's range and thickness could only be observed from the blurring of the field of view. All the area inside the colorless mist would blur. If it only hindered the view up to a certain extent, it might pose some problems, but hunters could easily cope with it by using high-tech information-gathering devices, but the effects of colorless mist did not stop there. There were a lot of unexplainable phenomena that come together with the colorless mist. Radio wave, electromagnetic signals, even sound and smell too would be affected in the colorless mist. Both living organisms and machines would have problem in acquiring information about their surroundings. It was as if all kinds of powerful jamming devices were active at the same time. The performance of thermo-optical camouflage would greatly reduce to a point that it became almost useless. Then starting from optical lock, all kinds of locks would be rendered unusable. Wireless communication would be filled with noise and the mist could even affect wired communication sometimes. Moreover, all guns would lose their power and range. The trajectory would deviate greatly, which worsened the accuracy. And when the colorless mist was thick enough, even the path that the bullet took would be visible. This phenomenon greatly affected the hunter's activities in the Eastern District. An inexperienced hunter like Akira could not fully understand the dangers of this phenomenon even after listening to Alpha's explanation. I, at least, understand that it will be bad once the mist thickens. Alpha could clearly see just how badly Akira understood the situation, so she shook her head and explained seriously. You don't seem to understand it completely, so I'll only explain the part where it affects you then. First of all, the reason why monsters can't easily attack people in the Eastern District is because of this colorless mist. The monsters are also affected by the mist. Thanks to that, these monsters are having a hard time finding people, thus allowing humans to live here. If the mist was not there, even the monsters on the other side of the ruins would be able to detect your presence. The detection function installed in their weapons made by the old world is simply that powerful. Leaving aside whether Akira really understood the significance of the monster's detection ability, he at least understood just how important it is to avoid the enemy's detection. He nodded as if he was amazed. I see now, It is indeed important. And one more thing. Once it gets extremely thick, it would affect monsters, humans, and machines, thus lower their ability to detect enemy. In the worst case scenario, you might even be able to find enemy faster than me, you know. That's why for now, if the mist gets thicker, then you'll need to cancel the ruin expedition and go back to the city. Akira, who was amazed, listened closely to Alpha. He finally understood the danger of the mist. Wait, doesn't that mean that when the mist is thick enough, there's still a high chance for me to encounter monster even with your support? Yep, that's right. If I meet a monster, what do you think the possibility of the current me to win? In the case where the mist is thick enough, and my support is hindered to the point of uselessness, all your encounters would likely be a close-range encounter. At that point, it will be pretty hopeless for you. Just now you said that the mist is getting thicker, right? Yep. Akira suddenly stopped talking and used his binoculars to watch for enemies around him. Of course, it was very rare for the mist to even get that thick. But Alpha, who knew that, just kept it a secret while smiling mischievously. Chapter 11, All Kinds of Prey. In the ruins, Elena and Sara kept searching for footprints and finally found footprints of a child. The footprint that they found was so light that it would have easily erased if the air blew over it. The reason why they were able to find that slight trace was because of Elena's tenacity and skill. And it definitely was Akira's footprint. So they continued their search in good mood, expecting to find the rumored unexplored area. But it was fruitless. They followed the footprints into an abandoned building and searched the whole place to find nothing of value inside it. Even so, they continued their search since they found similar footprints in the building. While on the other hand, the colorless mist was getting thicker. After some time, Sara realized that the colorless mist had gotten pretty thick and her vision blurred when she looked through her binoculars. Just to be safe, she asked Elena. Elena, the colorless mist is getting thicker. Is it okay to continue here? Elena answered Sara's question after an unnoticeable pause. It's okay. Although it started to affect the information gathering device. It's not so bad that we have to withdraw from our search. Is that so? Well, I guess it's fine if you say so. Elena then asked Sara in a worried tone. How about you? Are you okay? If the colorless mist starts negatively affecting your nanomachines, we'll withdraw immediately. So do tell me if it does and don't hide it, okay? I'm fine. Although I can't say that it doesn't affect me at all, I'm still alright for now. Well, if you say so. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? Sara laughed mischievously at Elena to make her stop worrying. I'm telling you, I'm fine. When the push comes to shove, I'll carry you and run away. So I still have a lot of spare power, you know. Elena then replied back while smiling teasingly. Oh my, are you trying to say that I'm fat? No. I was talking about your equipment. There's no other deeper meaning than that. That's really all. I'm telling you, that's all. Elena and Sara were laughing as they were teasing each other. At least they were able to confirm that they were really okay. Elena did not lie. Although the mist affected the information gathering device, the effect was not that bad. But it would be unfavorable if the mist got any thicker, and by the looks of it, the possibility was very high. If it were any other day, Elena would have decided to withdraw due to the danger. But she couldn't do that today. They would not get any money if they went back empty-handed. And if their financial situation got any worse, there was a good chance that Sara would postpone replenishing her nanomachines, which would be life-threatening for Sara in her present condition. Elena wanted to avoid such a situation no matter what, and she unconsciously pushed their search longer. And Sara did not lie either. Her situation was the same as Elena's information-gathering device, it was manageable for now. But if Sara suggested Elena to stop the search because of her little discomfort, Elena would definitely go against it. And she feared that if it was handled badly, Elena might even go to the ruins alone without her, who was the primary firepower in the team. And that was not something that she wished to happen. As such, Sara pushed herself so that Elena would not worry about her. Elena and Sara were actually having a hard time working as hunters. Some time ago, they were able to explore more dangerous ruins to earn money, but after going through some difficult circumstances during which they couldn't earn much, their financial condition rapidly declined. As such, they had less money to prepare for expeditions, which in turn reduced their efficiency when searching in the ruins. They had fallen into a vicious cycle, that instead of earning money, they were actually losing money with each subsequent expedition. It was also the reason as to why Sara limited her nanomachine replenishment. It was also because they were in such a hardship that they believed in the rumor. Hunters who had fallen to such a vicious cycle would need to either hit a jackpot or push themselves for a gamble in order to escape from it. If they were to win their gamble, they would be able to raise up again as skilled hunters who get rich. But if they lose their gamble, they would fall into deeper hardship due to the backlash from pushing themselves too hard. Elena and Sara were betting on the rumor in order to turn their condition for the better. But due to their desire to get out from their situation, they unconsciously became careless. The fact that they put their bet on a baseless rumor was the proof of that. Normally, they would have stopped here, but Elena and Sara were already committed in their bet that they forgot to be wary of their surroundings. There were a lot of hunters other than Elena and Sara who came to Kuzusuhara City ruins chasing after the rumor. But most of them already abandoned the search and returned back. While most of them who stayed also decided to return back due to the thickening colorless mist. But a small part of these hunters didn't leave. They were the declining hunters who were allured by the rumor. Since the danger was comparatively minimal and this was also a chance for them to turn their situation around in one shot, these hunters remained obsessed in their search. But they could not find the rumored ruin no matter how much they searched. As such, they were getting annoyed and irritated. Since such a ruin did not exist in the first place, they would only get more and more annoyed. They could not just go back empty-handed even after reaching their limit. They started looking for another way to obtain something so that their trip won't be in vain. Rather continuing the search for this rumored ruin and wasting their efforts and time, they began diverting their attention onto other prey. Elena was traversing the ruin with a grim face. The colorless mist had gotten thicker faster than she expected and its effect on her information-gathering device had become severe. The device's detection range had considerably reduced and hence the chance for them to encounter a surprise attack had increased. Then Elena said to Sara while regretting her poor decision to continue their search. "Sara, we can't go further, we should head back now." "I understand. Sorry, the detection range is already very small, we should have returned sooner." "It's alright. There shouldn't be that many monsters in the outskirts. It'll be alright as long as we head back carefully." Seeing Elena blaming herself, Sara just returned a smile that showed no trace of blame. Elena smiled in return and changed her mood since she understood that there was no meaning in regretting now. Elena and Sara decided to head back. They were moving through the outskirts of the ruins looking for the vehicle that they parked there. Normally, the outskirts were a relatively safe place, but now that it was blanketed with the colorless mist, it had become a dangerous place. Since their vision got worse because of the mist, the probability of close encounter with the monsters increased. It greatly lowered the survival rate of the hunters who relied on ranged attack. If they met a monster, which boast of great vitality, inside this fog, they would be forced to fight with it in close range. And that would be a very dangerous situation. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed as Elena and Sara were moving inside the mist. Considering the sound distortion factor due to the mist, they knew that the source of that gunshot was pretty close to them, behind a crumbled ruin. Sara readied her gun while Elena operated her information-gathering device and put all its resources on enemy detection. "Elena, did you find anything?" "Wait for a sec. I got some signals from where the gunshot was fired. It seems that 8 hunters are fighting against one monster and they are headed our way. They could see hunters running from the source of the gunshot and these hunters were chased by a giant monster." Although they did shoot back while running away, there was no sign of the monster getting killed anytime soon. Elena analyzed the situation. Looking at them, it seems that these hunters have no close-range firepower. And also, the monster seems to be pretty strong that those hunters won't be able to defeat it with their equipment. We'll get involved if we leave it be, and it seems that it will be able to catch up with us even if we run away. There's no helping it, we should defeat it in their place instead. Roger that. Sara aimed her huge gun towards the monster, then Elena shouted at the hunters who were approaching her. Get out of the way. The hunters who heard her words acknowledged and stopped shooting back at the monster and kept running toward her. The monster was so huge that Elena could see it easily even under the thick mist. It was a big carnivorous monster, its muscle line was visible even when it was covered by its thick fur. It opened his big mouth showing its huge fangs as it was trying to devour those hunters. Sara, who was aiming at that monster, found something strange. Through her aiming device, she could see that the monster was mostly unharmed, even when the hunters were shooting at the monsters as they were running away from it. She thought that it might be because of its superb vitality that the monster was able to chase the hunters while ignoring their gunshots. But that did not seem to be the case. Did the thick fur protect it from the bullets? Or is it that these hunters only have weak guns with them? Or is it that most of their shot missed since they were shooting while running away? Well, not that it really matters now, I'll take care of it myself. Sara just pushed the question aside and pulled the trigger. The huge bullet that shot out from her big gun hit the monster right on its head. Fresh blood splattered from its head and it fell down to the ground. While that happened, the hunters kept running while ignoring what happened to the monster behind them. Elena saw something strange about these hunters. They should be showing desperation trying to run away from their certain death situation. But instead, they were lacking any expressions showing their fear of death or happiness that they found someone who would help them. But she did not have the time to think about the reason. Due to the thick colorless mist, she had allowed a monster and a group of hunters approach them. And because she prioritized in taking out the monster, she was late in reacting to these hunters. These hunters kept running past Elena and Sara without even saying a single word of gratitude. And then one of them threw something towards Elena's feet. Elena and Sara were so shocked when they realized that it was a type of hand grenade. Sara, who was quick to react, immediately grabbed Elena and tried to run away from that place. But they were a bit late and the grenade exploded and threw their bodies into the air. Sara covered Elena from the explosion and was able to protect her. But the explosion threw her away from Elena before landing hard on the ground. After that, she was in confusion for a bit, but she immediately regained her composure and realized that she was lying on the ground defenseless. She reflexively hid behind wreckage as she got up. She then immediately tried to confirm Elena's safety, but she could not find Elena around her. She was about to call for Elena when she heard a guy's voice. That other girl. Throw down your weapon if you don't want your friend to die. Sara then heard Elena's voice from the same direction. Sara. Don't mind me. You can freely run away or shoot these bastards. Sara was showing a pained face when she understood how bad the situation was. Elena was captured by those guys. A lot of hunters went to the ruins daily looking for valuable relics and then they would fight against the monsters living in the ruins. As such, many hunters were killed in the ruins and left their equipment scattered around the ruins. Normally, the next person who found these equipments would be their new owner. Although sometimes the dead hunter would leave a letter asking to accept their equipment as a payment to take care of his or her burial or to send a certain belonging to his or her family, no one would follow through. The finder would keep all the equipment left behind. But some of these hunters who had bad personality would change from being a hunter into being a robber inside the ruins. Rather than looting a dead hunter, they would kill other hunters, and take their belongings. Then a bounty would be put on their head and some of them would die as prey of some other hunters. These were the kind of hunters who attacked Elena and Sara. They already coveted for Elena and Sara's equipment. This was the day when they changed their profession from skilled hunters to ruthless robbers. It was just bad luck on Elena and Sara's side. They did not kill that monster on purpose, and all these were their elaborate play to trick Elena and Sara to lower their guard. Guns were pointed at Elena from her back, but Elena looked back and glared at the hunters behind her. But the sensation of the gun muzzle pressed on the back of her head prevented her from doing anything further. The hunter pressed his gun's muzzle harder on Elena's head and shouted, "You just shut up. Do you want to die?" But Elena did not show any fear and shouted back, "Just pull the trigger and you all will be dead." "Sara, don't listen to them. Didn't I tell you to shut up?" The hunter behind Elena violently smacked his gun onto Elena's head, and Elena could not help but let out a scream. Sara, who was still hiding behind the ruins, clenched her teeth hard while making a grim face. If she followed Elena's order to just forget about her, she might be able to kill all the hunters, but in exchange, Elena would definitely get killed. But if she obeyed the hunter's order and threw down her weapon, she might be able to save Elena. But on the other hand, it would worsen their situation. They would definitely rape her and Elena, and there was no guarantee what they would do after that. Sara could not pick either choice. Then another hunter shouted as if he was letting Sara hear him, "Just kill her already. Then we can just move on and kill the other girl afterwards." "Wait." Sara shouted back in reflex and made her decision. She threw down her weapon and stepped out from the ruin with both her hands up. Elena shook his head. But Sara smiled at Elena. There was a slight trace of bitterness in that smile. Sara then moved slowly toward the hunter while making a serious face as to not alert him. Seeing Sara approaching them unarmed, the hunters were making a nasty laugh. Since it seemed that Sara would listen to them obediently, some of them lowered their guns. But the gun behind Elena's back remained in its position. Sara moved slowly while measuring the distance between them. If she ignored the nanomachine consumption and raised her physical ability to its limit, she would be able to boost her physical ability, and it would be enough to counter-attack those hunters despite the fact that Sara had no previous training in martial arts. But on the other hand, the nanomachine consumption would also be enormous. In the worst-case scenario, she would spend all her nanomachines and die. And even if she could take care of those hunters without dying, she would only be left with a short time awaiting her death. If Sara had ignored Elena's safety and shot back with her gun, it would cut her nanomachine consumption to a minimum. Elena's glare at Sara was saying that she wanted Sara to take that option. But Sara could not do that. Sara had made her resolve and moved forward. It was only a few steps until a chance to retaliate would come to her. "Stop there. Stop there and take off your augmented clothes and armor." The hunter who shouted, laughed as he saw Sara stop just like she was ordered to. "After all, even without a gun, I don't want to be beaten to death with the physical enhancement from that augmented clothes. We did lower the firepower of the grenade so that your equipment won't sustain any damage, but to think that you would be able to survive that unscathed and even didn't fall unconscious, it seems that you have quite a good equipment on you. Don't worry, we'll use them with care. So you hear me, right? Remove it slowly, that I understand." Sara did like what she was told to. She removed her own clothes and armor. She was also glaring at them while trembling in order to make them lower their guard even more. Soon she was only left with her undergarments. Seeing this, the hunters' laughter only got nastier. Sara had to bear with their stare while reassessing her chance. Sara kept glaring at them. "I've removed them. Is that so?" Then suddenly bullets tore through Sara's both thighs and Sara fell down to the ground. Elena screamed and ran towards Sara, forgetting the fact that she also had a gun pointed at her head. The one who shot Sara was the leader of this hunter group, Bubaha. Bubaha looked at Sara, who was on the ground, and confirmed their safety. He then looked at his subordinates and pointed at Sara while saying, "This girl is a nanomachine-enhanced girl. She should be a few times stronger than a normal human. The cloth that she removed is just a normal armor, not an augmented one. If you don't want to get twisted and torn apart, you might want to stay away from that girl." "How do you know that?" "You can tell that from her movements and equipment. It's because you can't recognize something like this, you guys are stuck as amateurs. When nanomachine enhanced person is severely wounded, the nanomachine will prioritize in healing the wound. As such, their movement would be affected during that time. But they're still stronger than a normal human. So if you guys want to toy with them, then just use the other girl. Bubaha then pointed at Elena, so everyone's attention gathered at her. Elena, who ran to Sara, hugged her close as she was writhing in pain on the ground. Sara smiled meekly. The nanomachines inside her body prioritized in healing her wound and life support, thus she was in no condition for combat. She was in a condition where it was impossible to turn the situation around with her own power. I'm sorry, I made a blunder. Why didn't you run away? Elena's voice was trembling as she asked the question that she wasn't expecting an answer for. She thought that if Sara had ran away, then at least Sara would be safe. Sorry. In contrast to her answer, Sara smiled at Elena. That sorry was filled with so many meanings in it. Sara and Elena looked at the hunters who were laughing nastily while approaching them. But in the next moment, Bubaha was shot right through his forehead and dropped dead. The gunshot's sound kept reverberating through the air. The other hunters were so shocked by the sudden turn of events. And before they could even put up their guard, 10 bullets were already fired at them. Those who got hit dropped into the ground and screamed in pain. As for those who got lucky, started cursing at Elena and Sara, thinking that they had other friends with them. But with that meaningless action, their luck ran out as well. Damn you. You still have other friends with you, huh? Elena and Sara were also surprised by the sudden turn of events. But Elena was able to immediately compose herself. She then took the gun from the hunter who was on the ground near her and shot at the other hunters who were still able to fight. After that, she looked for anyone who was still breathing and nested 2 shots into their heads each, thus stopping their breath. The other hunters, of course, were also thinking of killing Elena, but since bullets were flying toward them, they could not do that and focused more on hiding themselves from the enemy's line of sight. And so in the middle of the confusion, they focused more on looking for ruin and wreckage to hide. While the hunters were trying to hide, Elena dragged Sara, trying to escape. Sara. Can you walk? I can't. Elena. It's okay, just run from here. I won't. Don't you joke with me. Some of the hunters noticed them and tried to shoot at Elena and Sara, but they were also stopped by the gunshots that came from nowhere. Sara, who was dragged by Elena, picked up the gun that she dropped. While Elena, who was dragging Sara together with her, went towards a building. All the while, the echo from the gunshots did not stop. Elena and Sara were somehow able to run toward an abandoned building near them. Elena then pointed her gun's muzzle outside and was watching her surroundings carefully. Elena, what do you think just happened? I don't know. Someone who is not from their side suddenly opened fire at them. That's all I know at the moment. I want to think that person did that to help us, but there's a chance that person is actually trying to steal those hunters' prey. Sara, how's your wound? It'll take about an hour before I can walk on my own. I see. Just don't move too much for now and prioritize your nanomachine on healing your wounds. Let's analyze our current situation from this place. It's not like we're already safe, after all. And so Elena and Sara bunkered themselves inside the abandoned building while making a grim face. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.